pressure's building, I can feel it coming up. The tension's rising, can't you see we've had enough? There's no controlling us, we're never backing down. The revolution's coming, you can hear the sound. Destruction's calling your name. You woke the sleeping giant, now we're bringing the pain. There ain't no stopping this train. You lit the spark and now it's fanning to flame. Let's get fired up, let's get rowdy. They don't ever seem to learn, time to let them feel the burn. Get fired up, let's get rowdy. Let's go. You will never bring me down. 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 You pushed us up against the wall and now we're swinging. You tried to silence all our screams but now we're singing. You thought we'd go along with everything you say. I'd rather take my honor straight to the grave. Destruction's calling your name. You woke the sleeping giant, now we're bringing the pain. There ain't no stopping this train. You lit the spark and now it's fanning to flame. Let's get fired up, let's get rowdy. They don't ever seem to learn, time to let them feel the burn. Get fired up, let's get rowdy. Let's go. You will never bring me down. 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 Keep on pushing us past the breaking point. You know you just give us energy, electricity. I promise you will see a generation coming. Unity, prepare the eulogy and watch the mighty fall as the people stand tall. You will never bring me down. 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 You will never bring me down.
这是我第2次参加线下赛，但是世界赛是第1次，然后也比较期待与这些来自各个州服的冠军们切磋一下。
The first time they are playing an offline tournament on a big stage, so yeah, everybody is really excited and really looking forward to playing on the big stage against the big guys.
时隔6年，我们国服第1次迎来线下赛，每个人都比较开心了，都比较激动，也希望这次比赛能有个比较好的发挥。
I think it's teamwork. We understand each other pretty well, so it enables us to overcome tough situation and always come out on top.
自分たちの戦い方としてはしっかり相手チームを観察して特徴に合った戦術を使うっていうところは自分たちが得意としているところなんで、それをしっかり準備していきたいと思います。
Our biggest strength is probably our individual play skill. I think it's pretty strong, and we shouldn't be underestimated.
我们优势最大的地方肯定就是这次比赛我们是坐镇主场，
相对比较关注欧服的队伍。
我比较想和黑糖的乱塔，他们是升级版 Prokarovka。
I think it will be hit and run because they are the other Polish team in this tournament, so we obviously want to beat them.
Hope we're playing very good this tournament, so I hope we're gonna meet them. I mean, you know, it's not ego, but confidence, I would say so.
Pen your shots. We're coming for you.
我想这个冠军就是留在中国吧，让他们国外的选手怎么来怎么回去。
Our response is just that dreaming isn't forbidden. You can dream big, you should dream big, but this dream won't come true for them this time.
カモネットでも積んで怯えてな。
一拳老野。
欢迎来到2023 WCI 国际冠军赛国际决赛。接下来，让我们有请来自欧洲赛区的 OPER 战队。不惧压力，不屈不挠，欧服尖兵再攀巅峰。有请来自中国赛区的 Prokarovka 战队。天风壮，鹏飞海浪春，银河战舰逆风起航。有请来自北美赛区的 Smile 战队。天下武功，唯快不破。北美新锐，强势出击。有请来自中国赛区的 Gcat 战队。折龙以精绵，一箫动千山。 老牌劲旅再战群雄。有请来自欧洲赛区的 Hit and Run 战队。我来，我见，我征服，欧服雄狮，势不可挡。有请来自亚太赛区的茉莉唱战队。笑看风起云涌，我自岿然不动。霓虹之光尽情绽放。2023 WCI 国际冠军赛国际决赛已经拉开帷幕，每支队伍企及巅峰的心性都无所不至，谁将谱写最终的胜利篇章？让我们拭目以待。各位亲爱的指挥官们，大家好！欢迎来到由360游戏主办 VSPO 独家承制的2023 WCI 坦克世界国际冠军赛国际决赛的比赛现场。大家好，我是今天的主持人兜兜。我觉得此时此刻，我想现在来到我们现场的所有的指挥官们，还有在屏幕前观看我们直播的所有的朋友们，这个时候肯定都会有一句话：我们终于等来了属于我们自己的线下赛事，对不对？没错，我们今天终于等来了，而且我们也终于迎来了我们2023 WCI 坦克世界现在目前的最后的一个冲刺的阶段了。所以在接下来一段时间之内，我想邀请所有的指挥官们跟我一起，以及正在屏幕前的所有的正在看我们直播的所有的指挥官们一起，来为我们正式揭开我们本次的一个赛事。那么也是历经数月的鏖战，在今天我们迎来了最后的冲刺阶段。我相信有人是饱含遗憾的，有人意气风发，当然有兄弟齐心赌志向前，更有战队重组逆势而上。一路走来，他们可以说是满腔的热血，不畏坎坷，他们只希望在坦克世界的这个舞台上，能够留下最后属于自己的胜利的荣光。所以接下来，我邀请现场所有的指挥官们，我当然也邀请直播前正在观看我们直播的所有的朋友们，用你的掌声，用你的呐喊，用你的键盘，用你的文字，来打出你最支持的这个战队的名字。接下来，启程向巅峰，2023 WCI 坦克世界国际冠军赛国际决赛正式开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my immense pleasure to welcome you here to the Jing'an Sports Center in Jing'an, Shanghai, China, for the World of Tanks Championship International Finals. My name is Blue Panda. Joining me on the desk today, we've got Keyhand and an OG. It's Elfish Guy here, guys. I mean, how are we feeling coming into Shanghai? Keyhand, it's looking amazing in the stadium.
I mean, in 5 years of casting World of Tanks events, this is my second ever offline LAN event. It is an absolute blast to be here. I mean, the stadium is fantastic. What are you feeling, Selfish?
I mean, look, I don't want to one-up you right off the start of the show, but for me it's been 6 years, and this is actually my third offline event. But not a big deal. First time for Asia to have an offline World of Tanks event, at least in recent times, and certainly for me, you know, obviously I've been, you know, to some of the big events of the past as far as World of Tanks is concerned, but it's nice to have one a little bit closer to home for myself and for you, Blue Panda, as well. Not such a long trip in comparison to some of the previous ones we've had to do.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, it has been a while. 6 years since the last live event for World of Tanks. And some of these guys have been there. We got a fresh, you know, a couple of fresh faces, some of the old that have experienced it. But I mean, Keyhand, looking at the teams here, there are some pretty potent rosters playing.
I mean, yeah, we do have 6 teams attending here right now. From this country here that we're in currently, we do have 2 teams. It is Falcons and Gcat from China. First of all, let's take a look, though, at how the teams qualified. Back in July, we had the qualifiers for the APAC, EU and NA servers that led to a group stage and also VOT 7 finals in which one team from each region managed to qualify. And then in August 12th and 13th, we had the WCI wildcard tournament where one more EU team managed to qualify, and then China had their own qualifiers. That leads us to where we are today. It is the 24th of November 2023. We're at the group stage and we're fighting it out for 1 million yuan, which is, I'm being told, around $135,000 US.
Yeah, not a bad shout. Not a bad shout at all. Obviously, the lion's share going to the team that walks away in first place. You get 50% of the overall prize money, and I think at this point, obviously, for us on the English desk, we're probably looking toward maybe the European teams in particular as being the favorites. Although I think our counterparts from the Chinese broadcast might be leaning in a different direction.
Yeah, look, you want to show for your locals, Jordan, obviously being from APAC, the likes of Mori-Chan, but from what we're being told, the 2 European contenders, probably the strongest, the 2 Opur and Hit and Run, of course. But look, Keyhand, we've heard talks. While this tournament has been brewing, the Chinese teams have been improving slowly. They've been looking like they could be a bit of a dark horse, and then, of course, there is that NA wildcard team.
Yeah, exactly. Like, all of the teams have obviously been preparing in the time leading up to this tournament. Particularly the Chinese ones have just been on the grind. That being said, today's schedule for us is going to be basically a cracker to start it off. It is going to be the team that won the WCI wildcard tournament for EU and NA as well as APAC. It's going to be Opur fighting it off against the Chinese first seed Falcons. It is going to be a best of 5, just like all of the matches that we're going to be seeing today. Essentially, it is going to be a group stage with 2 groups, round robin, all best of 5s. And yeah, second one will be Gcat then, but then you also see here the second 3 matches. Gcat once again, the second seed that actually was kind of a dark horse for China, fighting it out against Mori-Chan, then Falcons against Smile, and Hit and Run is going to finish it off against Mori-Chan for the last match of the day.
And I mean, Jordan, it's going to be a bit of a marathon run, all said and done. Some teams have a very, very long day ahead of them. Format, especially given, I mean, again, first time on land in 6 years, that does affect things. You're in a stadium now, it changes the mentality. Is there potential for some big upsets?
Yeah, I think there definitely is. Obviously, when it comes to World of Tanks esports, it has been quite a long time. And for a lot of the players here, maybe this is the biggest stage that they've ever played on. I think in most cases, that probably is a fairly fair statement to make. Now, we do have a few old hands in a couple of the teams that have competed all the way back in the older era of, you know, things like WGL when 7v7 was quite big, and, you know, they might have had a stage similar or potentially even bigger than this, but by and large, I think for the most part, when we're looking at the teams coming into this event, they're quite fresh as far as the stage matches are concerned. So potentially a big step up for the vast majority, and something that, yeah, is going to potentially be a bit of a problem for them. You know, desk height, this kind of thing, figuring out whether you're comfortable, can you hear very well, can you not hear, is the sound coming through from the speakers, is the audience having an impact, that kind of thing. All sort of stuff that we're going to have to go through over the next 3 days that these players are going to have to get a little bit more accustomed to.
Yeah, and I mean, Keyhand, looking at the matches, there is potential for an upset, like Jordan said, but as an EU shill, I mean, it's in your contract, isn't it? You kind of have this idea that the European teams who have looked very strong will be the front runners, but strange things happen on LAN.
Strange things do happen on LAN, and already, like, for example, for Opur, we have a player change. We have the team Mami Karov. That is one of the players that actually does have offline experience. We had to have him swapped in. He was supposed to be the water carrier. Maybe now he's the one that's going to carry his team, because DJ is actually not feeling well today. Don't know if the Chinese food disagreed with him. So far, I actually have to say, everything that I have eaten was mostly great. But yeah, first change there already, and as we said, basically from, I think, all of the Western teams together, maybe even with the Japanese team, from all of those, I think there's 3, maybe 4 players that actually do have offline experience coming into this one. So definitely, like, as good as those teams are online, and we've been seeing them basically perform miraculously throughout the past WOT7 tournaments, playing offline on stage is actually a different kind of meta. When your palms are sweaty and you don't have, like, a towel at hand even, that can all be very, very problematic. We are going to try to limit player switches because, as you can see behind us, actually, there is only 7 player booths. So any kind of player switch during the match would mean someone standing up physically and making space for someone else. So that's going to be interesting as well.
Take a while. Definitely will take a while. I mean, it's something that's easier to sort of just hot swap online, but not necessarily when you're on LAN. I mean, speaking to that point as well, I think at least when I'm looking at both of the Chinese teams, there's a player on either side that has a fair bit of experience. I remember Reflection from back in the day. I think he played on EL Gaming, either EL Gaming or Yato, but I'm pretty sure it was Elong. And then on Gcat, you have Hokyao. He was around as well back in the day. So there is that level of experience and maybe veterancy for those players. And, you know, you were talking about this sort of upset maybe that kind of happened within the Chinese qualifiers. I think there's quite a veteran experience or veteran level of players still kind of floating around that maybe didn't quite make it to this event, but we've actually been speaking to them as they are our counterparts on the Chinese commentary, and I'm sure that they've been sort of been able to be a bit of a guiding hand maybe for some of these newer players that are coming into the competition.
Yeah, I mean, it makes for that volatile setup for a team. You've got the fresh young gunners, plus that age, that experience coming in, keeping them level-headed on LAN and Kihan. I mean, look, for the APAC fans, look, we've got to do our due diligence. Realistically, it hasn't been great what we're hearing, that they've struggled to find those opportunities. Is there still, though, is there chance that APAC might finally get some traction?
So I think APAC has a couple issues to overcome. First of all, historically on the APAC servers, the teams have been playing 5v5 and not 7v7, so that is obviously quite the big change. They've had to adjust to that 7v7 that all of the European and actually the Chinese teams have been growing accustomed to over the past months and even years. But that leaves obviously some interesting potential for some upsets where they will be adapting maybe some even 5v5 strategies, and that will be something that the European, the Chinese teams, the North American team, that all of them have not seen yet. So possibility for probably them taking a few rounds, but honestly, I think they are the underdog here coming into that one. I realize I sound a bit like the bad cop, but I want to be realistic.
Look,
here.
you've done the APAC fans, Brad. You've given us some copium to work with. But, I mean, Jordan, you could hear it that we are looking to get towards that first match. There's a lot of excitement building, especially given EU versus China to start off the day. And, I mean, is the home crowd buff going to be enough for a big win for China to start things off, do you reckon?
Not in my opinion. Definitely not in my opinion. I mean, look, I have been having a bit of a look back at some of the results of the show matches and these kinds of events that we've seen the Chinese team sort of taking place in over the last couple of months. And I've got to say, it doesn't really look convincing enough for me to necessarily say that I think that they're going to be able to get the better of the European teams. I think definitely the North American team, Smile, and the APAC team, Mori-Mori-chan, do look beatable for the Chinese squad, so I think there's maybe a world where we would be expecting to see at least one of the Chinese teams going through to the playoffs, but against a team like Apua, I just don't see it happening. I mean, we watched these guys in the wildcard qualifier. They are the second seed from Europe, to be fair, but I think they look really well drilled. I think they look super solid coming into today. So, I mean, look, we'll get to predictions in a little bit, but obviously, I mean, I think you can kind of pick up what I'm putting down.
Yeah, and I mean, we even got to see these guys have a bit of a warm-up yesterday. Kihan, the Polish team, playing all Polish tanks and still being incredibly dominant against the teams. Yeah, it was a warm-up, but they were getting their shots in.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, during the trainings, I've been told that they've not really been training the tactics. They have those nailed down. They were essentially scrimming and just training stuff like communication, focus, fire, and they were still winning a fair bit during the scrims. Now, obviously, you could say those are that and then is now, but that is already an indicator. If they can just go in and just with simple rotations and focus fire win a lot of rounds, that tells you how strong they are. Now, Falcons coming into this one, they are the first seed from China. They are definitely very, very strong as well. They don't have any adjustments to do whatsoever. They're playing on home turf with the crowd buff. We'll have to see how strong that one's actually going to come in. But all of that being said and done, I think it's also important to mention that today is not going to be the last day for any team. No one will have to go to the airport today because essentially the first two from each group stage are going to be put tomorrow into the upper bracket and the third team is going to be put into the lower bracket. We're playing double elimination.
Yeah, the North Americans going to breathe a sigh of relief that they don't have to go to the airport just
Yeah, the any
yet.
percent speed run is not going to be completed
Yeah, look,
today.
they have been bullied around, exiting tournaments quite early for the last couple of years. So, look, they've got that to work with as well. But, I mean, Jordan, speaking of this North American roster, it isn't the 100% roster. They had to have, unfortunately, some changes coming into the tournament.
Yeah, they did. I mean, that's obviously something that they're going to have to sort of deal with. But I guess we'll get to that when we do get to see Smile playing. Look, across the board here, obviously very, very one-sided in terms of our predictions. I'm kind of keeping a little cheeky eye, by the way. We can see the program monitor of the Chinese broadcast, so I'm just trying to see when their predictions come up, whether or not they're going to agree with us. I don't think that they will.
Oh, there we go.
But yeah, we've gone 3-0 for, well, I've gone for 3-0. Blue Panda, you've obviously gone 3-0 as well. And, Kihan Cthulhu, you're giving them one round. But I mean, realistically speaking, I think I know which way you actually wanted to predict, and you might have been a little bit more in agreement with me.
Well, the thing is, obviously, when you predict 3-0, it's like, bam, there you go. You don't give the other team any kind of chance to work with. You don't even give the possibility for a setup. I think all the teams that are here are definitely here for a reason. They can take rounds off of each other. Not matches necessarily, but just giving the benefit of the doubt. And also, like, yeah, we have seen those teams compete against each other before, but the fact is that, especially during, for example, the challenge leading up to this tournament that was also streamed, the teams weren't necessarily playing to their best. Maybe because, yes, there was a monetary prize pool there as well, but obviously the one that is at stake here is multiple...
Significantly larger.
Yes, exactly. So I don't think that's necessarily a big indicator as to how or where we're going to go. Still, I think the European teams are going to be the favorites going into this one, but I think China simply cannot be underestimated just because they're playing at home.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think obviously as well, we have to kind of factor in what is happening next year. I mean, maybe I don't, but I think by and large the community will be looking at this as potentially kind of the kickoff for what might end up happening in the future years, and so it's already kind of good to get a little bit of bragging rights to kind of kick that off in a sense, right? This is a very big event. It's been a long time since we've seen a big World of Tanks esports event. So to sort of start that with a win, you can potentially start to forge your legacy going into the future. And I think, again, particularly for those European teams who, traditionally have been in the history of World of Tanks quite competitive, I think that's going to be what they're looking at as well. It's not just the money side of things, it's also the bragging rights and that prestige level coming into it.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, the thing that blows my mind, Kihan, we didn't immediately have you jump to, lag being a justification for how things went in the qualifications tournament. Might have to, check back with you depending on how Europe does through the group stage. Yeah, look, a Flagstaff event for what could be an incredible World of Tanks run in the coming years. But, I mean, as we are getting ready to jump into this first match, of course, you got to look at Opor. Playing with a sub at the last minute. Is that, do you reckon, enough to justify given... I mean, look, we know these guys are pretty good. Is that significant enough to maybe strike them?
Well, the thing is, obviously, that they're playing with 7 players here live on the stage, and there is a reason why the teams are allowed to play to bring 8. Now, originally, Karolf, that was subbed in for DJ currently, he was supposed to be kind of the team mummy, kind of the, the guy with the experience coming in, simply because he has been at LAN events before, because he has that experience, because he can share it. But there was always the thought in the back of the players' minds that, hey, if worst comes to worst, we will have to sub him in. So, and the thing is, he has been at the past LAN events for a reason, right? He knows how to hold a mouse. He knows how to press W on a keyboard. He knows how to do focus fire. It might potentially be a downgrade, like in raw player skill, but he's not going to be clueless there by any means. Obviously, DJ is an absolutely fantastic player, but I think Karol will definitely be able to pull his weight.
Yeah, played an Oops back in the day in the World of Tanks in 2017 in the grand finals. That's a throwback, but that was a big stage, let me tell you that. And look, I don't think Oops did particularly amazingly, but to be fair, they were not the top seed coming through from EU, and even then, I think that kind of an experience is certainly something that you can bring to the table here today and help to sort of, maybe calm the team down a little bit. Like, I gotta say, I think this is a pretty big moment for a lot of these players. Like, I don't know, again, how much experience really any of them have had on a stage of this size, particularly internationally, particularly, in a country like China, which for a lot of players is probably not something that they ever expected to even be going to, so...
Yeah, I mean, the joy of a live event, as well as you get to sit down with these players, find out more about them and their legacies, and we've done just that. We've had a chance to sit down and chat and get to know the players, so we do have an interview. Let's go to it.
我们现在的 Focom 战队的老道，老道你好。
你好，你好，大家好。
好，我感觉老道稍微有一点点小腼腆，来跟大家先跟大家打个招呼吧。
下边我感觉台下的都比较熟悉了。
都很熟了吗？
好多这个熟悉的面孔，各位大家下午好。
来，我们的掌声送给老刀来。对，我们刚才那位在远，刚还没有开始之前一直冲他挥舞荧光棒。来，你要不用最大声喊一声加油？看大家听不听得到？好的，那其实今天也很开心来到我们的线下赛了嘛。我想说一下，就是问一下老刀，现在来到线下赛了之后的感受是什么样的？
其实国服有很多年没有线下赛了，大概差不多有真正意义上面比赛的话6、7年之久都没有。其实这一次国服重启线下赛，其实挺不容易的，确实挺不容易的。有这个契机，刚好能够参与，其实觉得挺幸运的吧。
那其实刚才我们在出场的时候，当我们报出来我们Focom的名字，然后所有的队员依次来到我们的舞台上的时候，现场的观众们给予你们非常热烈的一个欢呼。那个时候你此时此刻的心情，能跟我们分享一下吗？
虽然网络上的喷子比较多啊，但是今天在后台感受到了，还是有很多的这个玩家能够支持我们国服的这个战队，希望国服能取得好成绩的。再次感谢大家对我们战队，包括对另外一支中国队的支持，谢谢大家。
好。对，那其实我还想，就是因为比赛马上就要开始了嘛，我们第一局，而且作为一个揭幕战，其实对战的是我们的 OPPO 战队。那在比赛开始之前，我觉得很多东西它其实是不太能问的，但是我很想知道一点，我们在比赛开始之前，我们队内是不是会有一些什么小叮嘱？
其实我们队伍里边，我和江山是有过线下经验的，然后其他的一些包括队长在内的中锋飞之类都是没有过线下经验的，可能会有一些小紧张。当然，我们也会分享一些小技巧，能够让他们在这一次的首次的线下赛中能够有一个平稳的心态去面对这个比赛，能够尽量的能够发挥出自己该有的水准吧。
好，那我们听完了老刀的回复了之后，我们也能感觉到，不管是他自己的一些过往一些线下赛的经验的分享，还是说队内之间其实也会在这场比赛的一个过程当中，之前会有一些布局和一些心理上的一些调整。那我看到他现在稍微嘴巴有点紧闭，我感觉他希望此时此刻马上回到我们的比赛席，赶紧跟他的小伙伴在一起。那我们今天的这个环节所有的采访环节到此结束，我们就先麻烦老刀来到我们自己的比赛的队伍的旁边，准备接下来的比赛。加油，加油！
再见，各位。
好。
I mean, it's great to have these opportunities to talk to the players. Now, look, I understand for the English-speaking audience, you probably couldn't get that, but generally the gist was he's stoked to be here. He's grateful to have a hometown crowd. I mean, it's not every day that you get a Chinese crowd cheering you on, especially in a game like World of Tanks. And he's just, I mean, he's thrilled to be here, Kehan. What more could you ask for?
I mean, I am thrilled to be here, to say the very least, absolutely. When I came here, when the stage was being built a few days ago, I was like, oh, all right, this is looking kind of cool, you know, stadium. And then as the days progressed and the stage was being built, I was like, holy moly, this is absolutely awesome. So I am stoked.
Yeah, that's one thing I'll have to say about Chinese esports is that they do just do it a little bit differently here, right? Anytime you go to an esports event I mean, for us, obviously, it's ANZ, but obviously for you, it's somewhere in Europe. You know, they have pretty cool stages there, but then you come to China and you're like, holy cow, like, they just got a little bit over the top or even to the next level, which is really impressive, obviously. Very impressive stadium, very impressive stage, and I think what we're kind of looking forward to now is whether or not the games themselves are going to be impressive. And for me, look, I will have to say, I think the jury's out potentially still as to whether or not we're going to get some super competitive games, at least to kick things off today. But the deeper we go into that bracket towards Sunday, I think then that's where we're really going to start to heat things up, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese approach to esports is if you're going to do it, you're going to do it properly. So I'd imagine the teams are probably coming in with the same attitude, the same mentality. And even we just heard, he was also saying towards the end that he hopes that a Chinese team shows up, performs the way that they know they can. So there's definitely enough support that you can imagine there might be a pretty deep Chinese run through the tournament. I mean, look, it needs to be said. Everything, the aesthetic, all of it, the player jerseys, this has been so well put together. I mean, you gotta be feeling absolutely on top of the world if you're one of these players.
Absolutely. Like, basically, I think from the 24 Western players, at least I know it, there have been one, maybe two in China. I personally have been here once before, but that was 15 years ago, I think for Elfage. It's been a couple more times than that, but essentially for the vast and overwhelming majority of people, this is the first time ever in this country. It must be an absolutely awesome experience. We had the rehearsals going on for the players to walk on stage, and they walked on it and they just looked absolutely stunned, stars in their eyes, wide open. I think they're all just so happy.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be not only happy, but I guess at this point also a little bit nervous, right? A little bit of that nerves and anxiety is going to be getting to you. You're going to be thinking about, okay, this is a pretty big stage. How are we going to be feeling coming into today's games? I mean, have they felt like, you know, they've had good practice in the lead up to this one? You know, how's the training been going for all these teams and players? That's another thing that you sort of do have to consider. So, yeah, I mean, it's a very big occasion, as you said, for everyone involved, and that is where. Now I guess we're going to get to see the fruits of that labor, right? This is where eventually, if you've been practicing hard enough and you've been practicing properly, maybe you can get through those nerves and that kind of anxiety and just sort of default back to the basics, and hopefully that will be enough.
I mean, speaking of that mentality, that nervousness, I can imagine for the EU teams, it's probably because these guys are intimately familiar with each other. They frequently play together in the same server, and you were talking about the other day, Kihan, there's a lot of mind games going on because it's a question of how much have we actually revealed to these guys, because they could read us like a book.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is also that should be mentioned regarding both of the EU teams is that both Hit and Run and Opor, they're all Polish players, and they don't even, they don't only know each other because of that, but also because when it comes to 15v15 Clan Showdown competitions, they actually form up and they just, you know, form one team called Indel together. Some of you might have heard that name in the past. So yeah, they do train against each other simply because they do need the best training partners to spar with. So essentially, whenever those two are going to play against each other, which I have no doubt in my mind at all whatsoever that it's going to happen, it will be that, like, well, what have we shown towards the other team in trainings? How can we still surprise them? And even in the trainings already, it's going to be like, hey, let's show this to them to try and mislead them into something else that we can then exploit on stage. So the mind games are definitely going to be there. That all being said and done, though, first of all, we had the Opor against Falcons match. So the nominal EU second seed against the definite Chinese first seed coming up. And those two teams have been playing against each other like 2 to 3 weeks ago, but I think both teams have not shown their fullest potential. There was a win for EU, but I wouldn't give anything on toward that as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just taking a look at it. I mean, 3-1, like, I think there is definitely something that you can sort of take from that one. And it's not just that game between Opor and Falcons that I think you should look at. I think you do just, generally speaking, have to look at all of the games between all of the EU teams and all of the Chinese teams. And there was not a single match lost by the European squads. Sure, Hit and Run 3-2 against Falcons was relatively close, and also 3-2 against Gcat, relatively close if we're really getting down to the weeds of it. But I mean, when you look at it, and it's a sea of green essentially for the European teams, and even in some cases like W, you would consider the third best European team, actually 3-0'd both the Chinese teams. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of reading between the lines, and I'm thinking maybe Hit and Run, maybe Opor were just holding back a little bit, making sure that they were saving, you know, all of their best strategies for the stage today, tomorrow, and on Sunday. And generally speaking, quite a solid display from the European teams would make me believe that there's no world where they will not come into this one as heavy favorites.
But Jordan, the thing is, you got a third place team. They're not here.
Doesn't
so
matter,
just because they got the 3-0, they weren't good enough to make it.
But you look at it and you say, well, Hit and Run and Opor are better than them, right? And okay, sure, they didn't quite manage to beat Falcons and Gcat as cleanly the last time they met, but there's no reason not to imagine that they can at least secure a similar result, if not better, rather than worse. I will not be... Look, I'll tell you what, if Falcons or Gcat win a game against the European teams, I am going to be very, very surprised. I don't know what you guys want to throw a bet out here. Like, you want to throw a bet for me or something?
A great Australian esports competitor once said it is 95% mental. So those maps could mean nothing. It could have been throwaway maps to throw people
Surely that is getting into your head, though. If you've gone, all right, I've already lost to this team 3-0. Everyone else from my country's lost to this team 3-0 as well. We're probably not going to do too well against them.
I meant the European teams. They're just throwing away maps to make it look like they're a bit weaker.
Maybe.
But Kihan, how mental, how invasive do you think these guys are getting? Is there actual mind games going on from EU at the moment, or do you think it's just taken as face value?
I think, obviously, the problem is that we run the serious danger here of basically falling into the trap of creating our own narrative, and then we look stupid because something entirely different happens on the stage. So we need to be wary of that. Obviously, we all have our own opinions as to what exactly and how it's going to happen. But if something deviates from the script, then you know, we need to be prepared for that as well.
Speaking of deviating from the script, you wanted to check out the three of 10 of the Chinese casters have backed the Europeans.
10 Chinese casters, by the way.
7 out of 10 Chinese casters have backed the Falcons to take this. And there's a decent spread of scores. They reckon it's going to be a pretty close contest.
I'm seeing 3-2s. I'm seeing a lot of 3-2s. I'm seeing a 3-1 or 2 in there as well. But no one's gone 3-0, which is funny to me. I mean, look, Luke Bander, you and I went for 3-0, obviously.
I wasn't as brutal.
He would have gone 3-0 if he was not just being a little bit of a nicer guy on the prediction.
So yesterday I was asked, and it took me a bit to figure out what to say, but I went with a 3-1.
The politically correct.
You've got the nice guy and the good cop, bad cop on stage.
Four now.
I'll tell you what, I've always been a realist. You know, when I come in and do these events, like I've been casting World of Tanks Esports since 2016, and the problem is I was always casting Asia Pacific, right? And anytime I went over to an international event, my teams would always suck, okay? So I've become a very realist when it comes to the predictions, and you know, you're not necessarily going to see me have too much fun with them. I think generally speaking, that's kind of just the safe way to play it, right? When you have a massive favorite, and in this case, in my opinion, Opura is a massive favorite in this matchup, you have to lean in their direction. Sure, whether it's a 3-1 or a 3-0 or a 3-2, I think it doesn't really matter as far as they're concerned, as long as they get that win on the board. And that will ensure that they avoid the third place match that, you know, coming into tomorrow is going to be something that means that they can at least stay out of the lower bracket for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, you want to extend that stay as long as possible, okay? And the last thing you want is to, you know, immediately into the lower bracket, immediately getting eliminated there. You kind of want to keep it going as long as possible. Keep the dream alive, which I believe it was Prokarovka that was saying, you know, it's not a crime to dream. You can dream as big as you want, and it's up to you to make it happen.
Yeah, and the other thing I think that we should highlight here is that today is going to be group stage, yes, and we'll have 6 matches, but with 6 teams available, that in turn means that every single team is only going to play 2 matches. So the first one here already for both Falcons and Opura is going to be a very, very important one. That is going to be 50% of the points that are going to be up for grabs for them today. So winning this one is absolutely imperative if you want to put yourself into a good spot for that double elimination bracket tomorrow, because yes, I mean, you know, even if you get 2nd seed in your group, it's not that bad, but lower bracket, I can tell you from the experience that we have with the WOT 7 tournaments, I think we've had 13 iterations now, most of them being run in a double elimination bracket, and I don't think a single team that started off in the lower bracket has ever managed to win the competition.
It doesn't surprise me, right? There's a reason that they're getting knocked down to the lower bracket to begin with, and that's generally that they're losing to someone in the upper bracket, so it's going to be tough for them to make that run regardless.
Yeah, I mean, we had that in ANZ, Jordan, for the first time in how many years the top team got put into the lower bracket and they got absolutely murked out of existence. But look, gentlemen, it seems that our teams are getting ready. They're taken to the stage. They're getting in that mindset, getting in the mentality. So we should be moments away from seeing that pick band come through. And I mean, Kehan, your experience with the European teams, where are you thinking that Opura would like to go?
So the thing is that I actually talked to some of the Chinese casters yesterday, and we were sort of like exchanging a bit of expertise regarding the teams, like what do they like to play, what do they not like to play, where do they see their strengths. And it was pretty interesting to find out that both Opura and Falcons have a similar map preference, and that is Ghost Town. I think that's actually going to be played in between both of those. I am very, very interested to find out what both teams are going to be bringing to the table. And I think even during the interviews before that, it was said that Opura is basically Falcons, but better. Interestingly enough, it was one of the players from the other Chinese team that said that. So 2 teams with similar playstyle is always very interesting to see them go up against each other, because sometimes teams will do very well against a certain playstyle and then completely fall apart against other kinds of styles. So whenever the Indo players are being met with absolute direct in-your-face aggression, that is when they start struggling. In 77, in 15v15 competitions, that is what the now transferred players on the EU server are doing, which is very funny to me, because like Invil or the Polish teams, they're starting to kind of fall apart against the CIS rosters, but do very well against the other established EU teams, whereas the CIS rosters start to fall apart against them. Now, pick and bans though, what are we up to?
Oh, we see Himmels and Cliff taken out early. I can understand that, given the playstyles that you're just talking about. Sand River is going to be our first pick, Jordan, and What's the other one? Where's our other primary map? Ghost Town. So we are going to see Ghost Town coming out.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about this is the exact same map pool as the last time that they played against each other. It went Sand River, it went Ghost Town. Now we'll see whether or not, I mean, obviously Cliff's banned away, so the fact that Cliff was the remainder in that series, which didn't end up getting played, is going to change up. I don't know, again, whether or not that will really make a difference here. Tundra, Steps, Muro gone. But in my opinion, yeah, Sand River, Ghost Town, last time they played 3-1 to Apur. I'd be looking at a 3-1 at worst case scenario for them, avoiding Mines completely, making it irrelevant.
Mines, though. Mines is a very, very interesting decider map. But yeah, I like Mines too. But basically, or normally you would consider, yeah, exactly. Normally you would consider it a hard 1-1, right? And that being the decider essentially means that whoever had the fastest attack is going to be picking the decider map here. So yeah, either both teams are banking on basically being able to win their attack fast, or both teams are banking on being able to finish it off in regular time. So yeah, Mine's definitely always an interesting one when it's being picked in the tiebreaker. That means some teams are confident somewhere throughout the match that either they have something absolutely stellar prepared for that map, or they're gonna just completely sweep through it before that.
And I mean, Keehan was saying, Jordan, you know, Ghost Town a preference for both these teams. But Sand River, I mean, is that where this entire series could be decided? You're not confident we're going to Mines. Do you think it comes down to who plays Sand River best?
Yeah, I mean, Sand River was the 1-1 map in the last matchup, so I guess there's definitely something to be said for that one. If Falcons... Look, at the end of the day, the one thing I will say is that even though Falcons have had a bit of a worse run into this event than what Apur have, theoretically, you know, that does give them more opportunities to learn, right? If they lose those games, they can go back, look at those VODs and say, okay, well, this is where we didn't, you know, quite perform the way that we needed to. We can fix this up and potentially adapt into the game that Apur played previously. The only question then is going to be whether or not Apur is going to bring in something new to the table today. And I would suspect, I would be very surprised if they didn't, right? There's a lot of money on the line. We talked about that. $1 million yuan, which again sort of translates to about 130, 140k USD. You get 50% of that if you're first place prize. So what is that, like quick maths, like 75 grand?
Never do math on stream. You know, it's detrimental.
I just think that's going to be a
There's
tough
a reason we try to avoid it as casters. It just never goes well.
Yeah, yeah. But my point is, obviously, there's a lot of money involved and there's a lot of prestige involved. So you don't want to be coming in with something you've already sort of recycled.
Map stats, though, that is something we don't usually see, but I think it's very, very interesting. Ban rate 54%, pick rate 46%. Now, we'll have to see how that stacks up to some of the other maps, but basically average game time, exactly 6 minutes. That is pretty long, considering we have other maps like Cliff in the pool that most of the time immediately translate into some kind of brawl. Defender win rate 58%. Slightly biased towards defending side. Personally, I'm a bigger fan if the maps are actually offense-sided, which tends to happen recently a lot. Kind of interesting to me. But other than that, basically Sand River is going to be a rather slow one being played. That being said, though, with the recent changes, the tactics that most of the teams applied were basically, yeah, throw everything towards the north and see what sticks. Then second map, Ghost Town, ban rate 38, pick rate 62. That is a lot more popular.
And then, of course, that 64% defender win rate, Jordan, looking like it is much more the favoured side coming into Ghost Town, whereas definitely Sand River looking like a coin toss. This one looks like it is a pretty precision.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, how, again, you know, for yourself and myself, we come from the 5v5 format more traditionally over the last couple of years, and Ghost Town actually in the 5v5 format was a very sort of 50% win rate type map. You could really win on attack or defense, but 7v7, a little bit more defender bias. I think that's reasonably expected, right? It's a lot easier to control the map when you're on the defense, when you have those extra couple of tanks to play with. And this is something that we always talk about as well when we're casting the game. If 1 or 2 tanks get picked off early, and even if it's, you know, it gets brought down to a 6v6 or a 5v5, that tends to open up some holes in the defense a little bit. There's areas of the map that you have to sacrifice in terms of, okay, well, probably just don't have enough tanks to cover the entire area. So yeah, I think definitely makes more sense that it goes that way in the 7v7 format. But look, again, today, I don't know if it's going to need to be so cut and dry. When we've got teams, in my opinion, that are just better than others, we might end up seeing some 2-0s.
Well, gentlemen, it looks like we're getting underway. It's over to you guys. Have some fun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. Opor against Falcons. It is game number 1 of the World of Tanks Championship, live from the Jing'an Sports Center in Shanghai, China. Opor against Falcons. And we do see the lineups coming in. Opor coming with double 277, triple I7, 1 S-Conk, and the T100.
Yeah, a little bit interesting for me to see that T100 LT. I think there's a little bit of a change up when you have a look on the Falcons side of things. They've gone for the CS63, the medium, instead of the light. But generally speaking, it seems like the approach is more or less going to be the same. Lots of IS-7s, lots of 277s, E5 in there as well for Falcons as well. But you've just generally speaking got the 6 heavy tanks set up, and then the quote-unquote 1 scout tank, whether it be the light or the medium, doesn't really seem to make a huge difference. T100 LT, though, straight into the middle of the map here for Ketsai. He'll be able to get a lot of info there. Has already spotted out Fender, Reflection, and Shah maybe just avoiding that spotting run in the CS63.
Yeah, we can see Ansha here also with the low noise exhaust, brings a Bond HP as well as a Bond Drama here, so is going to be able to outspot those heavy tanks. Not a lot else though. That T100 is going to be a crucial asset for Opor moving forward here in this competition. The T100, kind of an unusual pick. The meta has transitioned more over towards fast, heavy tanks recently, especially since the addition of the Bond HP module. That being said, though, lineup-wise, or rather opening-wise, for Opor, pretty defensive, I would say, sticking to their like eastern part of the map. The tank that's furthest pushed up is, I think, one of the that is the S-Conk in the D7 position here, where he's going to be able to spot hold down. The T100 though, Ketsai, he's making an interesting run throughout that northern part of the map. As we see Reflection, he has taken the first shot of damage, but he's going to be spotting out against T-Sec.
Yeah, Ketsai being very mobile at the moment, which is, I guess, what you'd probably be wanting to see from your light tank. But I do like this scouting run from him. You're going to be able to get a lot of information that the north side is more or less been forgotten about for Falcons. They're not really interested in a 2-flag push at the moment.
The T100 got spotted here. Ketsai, he needs to be very careful, because as stealthy as that T100 is and as fast and nimble, he just got spotted here. So he might be in the danger of getting caught out, because he doesn't have a lot of HP. Yes, he does have 1580, but that's like four shots of the 490 Alpha guns from the guns of Falcon here. And yeah, we do see the 277 of Falcons getting rotated back around here. Of Opor, actually.
He does seem to be okay at the moment, and going to get out quite comfortably. Hans Fury with that Super Conk, going to try to take a bit of a peek up over the top. Robin bleeding some HP here as well, so already you're kind of starting to see Opor take the lead in terms of small little HP advantages, and I think that's starting to sort of sow some seeds of doubt here for Falcon.
Yeah, now we see Karolf here, the player that was just swapped in, normally supposed to be the one carrying the water balls. He is now going to be the one holding the A8 angle. Also on the minimap, you can see that Opor, the T100, he has actually made it once again out of that 8 line. So he's not going to be in any immediate threat of being overrun. And yeah, essentially Falcons, they're playing a pretty slow game of Sand River attack.
Very
here.
slow.
I mean, the map is pretty open, but now for Opor, with 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, they seem to have discovered some kind of timing here, as T-Sec is starting to push that K line here. They seem to have seen some sort of opening. The S-Conk from the north also starting to get rotated. Rexar, Piotrix, both of them not spotted at the moment. They're looking to collapse onto Reflection.
Yeah, they've recognized that he's pretty isolated at the moment. It's just the CS63 of Ansha coming across, but no one else will really be able to assist. So T-Sec cops a little bit of damage on the way in here, but only until this point is Rexar and Piotrix getting spotted out, and that is going to be a very dead Reflection. I can assure you of that fact. That IS-7 is not going to be making it out of here alive. 2 shots remaining. It'll be T-Sec and Piotrix to finish that one off. You'd have to imagine that's not going to be a difficult task for them at all. So first blood is secured by the European squad, and that sets them up nicely. 6 on 7 now.
6 on 7, but we did hear the cap siren, so Falcons do have some tanks committed towards the northern side of the map here that are close towards the 2 cap, but the S-Conk of Pansfury doing a good job of rotating away, not really getting over pushed. Ketsai in that middle of the map though with the T100 needs to be very careful, down towards 756 HP, is in a predicament but seems to be able to get out of it. The S-Conk in the northern side of the map now getting over pushed though. Pansfury did start to come up again. Is that going to cost him? It seems like it.
Yeah, I would have to say, I've got to give some credit to Falcon here. They are keeping the HP pool relatively close as you can expect, given that they're down a tank. But the issue is going to be, as they continue to lose members, they just have less guns in the game, therefore less DPM. And unfortunately, they're going to eventually get outstripped by Opur. That's now 3 tanks taken down from Falcon's behalf, and they haven't even picked one back up in response, so Opur doing a very good job of just juggling their HP. 3k damage out from Pansfury, has been in the thick of things so far, and a decisive victory is potentially on the cards here for Opur. You'd have to imagine this can't go wrong from here.
Yeah, exactly. 7 tanks, 7 members of the team still standing for the team of Opur, and for Falcons, it's only 4 and 4k HP remaining. Otto trying to do what he can, bouncing another one onto Karolf as Rexa picks up HR, the Human Resources Department. I've been told he's called exactly that because he was the one selecting every single player on his squad, so definitely managing his team. But he's not going to be managing to pull off a win here as Opur coming into this competition. Clean, stellar, absolutely amazing. They're going to be picking up the first round of the WCI.
Well, EU draws first blood. EU looking terrifying.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't want to say I called it. But I did say 3-0 to Opur, and that is giving me a lot of confidence in the prediction.
I mean, you can see the faces of some of the Chinese players. They just seem stunned by what they just saw here.
And, I mean, shall we talk about the Pansfury of it all? Is there something in the water in Poland? You just refused to die, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
He took on how many? 4 different people? And just kept going, kept chugging.
We'll have to see, obviously, if we get some sort of post-battle stats here, you know, whether he was able to sort of bounce any damage or block any damage or anything like that. But seems sort of illegal that he was able to get out of there still alive. 3k damage or potentially more, right in the thick of things. Seemed like he was in a big crossfire, but for some reason, no one able to finish him off. So.
I mean, that is also one of the things that we have to mention about those Polish players, is that the HP management that they are actually able to pull off has been absolutely phenomenal throughout the past competitions. For some reason, they seem to have that skill that no one else possesses, that mental strength to just stay in the game. They just refuse to die. They refuse to go to the garage. They keep their gun in the game. They keep providing damage, DPM. They keep providing the crossfire. And that is essentially where you see those teams falling apart. That is when they are in the predicament, is when that HP management starts to, not happen. But every single time you see that, and I think this was a perfect example, that is when they are playing to their absolute best.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about this aggression that's coming out of EU as well, the way they approached it. But I mean, Jordan, it almost felt like Opur was sort of floating around that bottom right-hand side of the map. It was a sweeping defense.
Yeah, a little bit. I think they kind of just got a little bit bored in a sense, right? We were even sort of commenting on the fact that Falcons wasn't really doing a whole lot in the initial stages of that attack, and what sort of eventuated was Falcons had started to sort of trend toward the northern side of the map. I think Opur kind of recognized that. They recognized that there was an isolated tank down in the southern side, and they thought, let's just go ahead and pick that guy off. And from there, we can kind of snowball the game, and slowly but surely, the dominoes continued to fall. So again, it sort of did just look like a situation where Opur had a bit of a better understanding of how the game was sort of flowing, and the call was obviously made, and it was made decisively. It was followed quite nicely, and that was that, pretty much. One thing led to another, and game over for Falcons. So interesting to see what Falcons is going to do on the defense here, when maybe the onus isn't necessarily on them quite as much to be the team that is on the front foot. I think that should, in theory, help them out a little bit, but I don't know if they'll have enough to stand up against Opur. That was a very decisive victory for me.
Well, I mean, it was that indecisiveness that really hampered the Falcons, their key hand. They couldn't quite figure out where they wanted to pressure, and by the time they made that decision, Opur had already moved to respond, and that is something that can be crippling on a defense.
Yeah, exactly. Also, it was very interesting to me to see that Opor, for the first time, I think in quite some time, actually deviated to or from what they have been playing recently, and that was basically in the super composition that we saw. They used to play very, very heavy with 60 TPs, a tank that we surprisingly haven't seen yet on Sand River, because normally that tank is being played a lot on that map. But basically how they were playing is that they had a lot of 60 TPs, and at some point in time the enemy would have to commit tanks there, and then they would just overpeak twice and just completely blast with volleys. So complete deviation from that. We see that they have absolutely revamped the way that they are playing this map, and this now means that we are looking at a clean 7-0 scoreline to start things off here in game number 1 regarding tanks destroyed. Yeah, I mean, we saw it directly after the game. Some of the Chinese players were, in my opinion, looking kind of stunned.
And Jordan, after that map of match 1, I would imagine that you are also feeling quite confident about your predictions there. A 7-0 to start off a best of 5 is a pretty big statement to be making.
Yeah, most definitely. Look, it was, to be fair, they probably should have picked up at least 1 kill, but really we're grasping at straws if that's kind of the silver lining that we're looking for. At this point, it was a dominating victory. Like you said, the Chinese players didn't look particularly pleased with how things had played out there, and to be fair, nor would you. It's the issue with the best of 5 format in comparison to things like the best of 7 or the best of 9 is that this doesn't give you a whole lot of time really to adapt at all. Okay, you've got your defensive side of Sand River. If you lose that, you might just be done with the first half of the next map. So I think generally speaking, you do have to be pretty strong out the gates, and maybe they haven't necessarily showed up in that department today. So there's going to be a lot of work to do. Assuming the games continue the fashion that they have in that first one, for them between match 1 and match 2 to try to figure out what went wrong.
And I mean, Kihan, 58% defender-sided win rate. You got to imagine that's not a coin toss the Falcons want to be taking at this point.
I mean, the thing is, right, 58% win rate, I think we should also mention where those stats essentially come from. So those stats are kind of fairly recent. Those are taken from all the regional qualifier tournaments together, then also with the WCI challenge that was run some little while ago. So there is quite a lot of games that actually went into those statistics. Starting from tomorrow, it's only going to be the statistics that are actually from the LAN event. So that's going to be very, very interesting how those numbers are going to change when we see that. But yeah, in the end, I think what we have just seen was the favorite taking a comfortable 7-0 on their Sand River defense. So the favorite taking the round on the favored side. That means now that we are going to see the underdog playing from the favored side, and I think that is where a lot of the lingering questions that we are starting to ask, those questions are, I think, going to be answered.
Going to have to be, really. Otherwise, you're just kind of running out of this series really quick smart, and it doesn't give you a whole lot of learning time. So, yeah, something that they're going to have to figure out pretty quickly. But, I mean, a bit of time in between Game 1 and Game 2, and hopefully they're having a chat in the background there. I don't know, are they even... I'm just having a quick look back at the stage, see whether or not they're changing a player over. Doesn't look like it, so maybe the same 7 coming in again.
You'd have to hope. You kind of want to build some stability, especially the last. You've got to be changing players out this early in a tournament. I mean, that'd definitely shake my confidence if I was up there. But I mean, EU. It just looks like another day in the office. These guys aren't even nothing, no emotion. I mean, it looks like it's just easy as. Looks like they're playing pugs.
He's got a chewing gum. He's mighty fine. But yeah, the Chinese players, you can already see, like, in their eyes, I think, at least I'm trying to read into it, the shadow of a doubt. Hey, have we actually prepared enough for that kind of beast that we're up against here?
Yeah, just nonplussed. Yeah, it's cool. Guys, let's queue up again. We've got another game to play. Yeah, look, I think Falcons, Jordan, arguably have to come out and really make a statement for the remainder of this series, because there is going to be a lot of doubt if they just get swept out 3-0.
Yeah, definitely. I think, especially considering the performance that we saw from them in the last match on Ghost Town, that doesn't lead you to imagine that they're really going to have a good time there. They did get 2-0.
Look, even Carol here on the seat, he's looking comfortable, he's looking good, and after what we just saw, he might as well.
Yeah, look, he was doing his part. I mean, the last-minute call-up and showing up for a massive victory to start off the tournament, I'd be stoked.
I'd be absolutely stoked as well. I've ever only participated in one stream tournament where I was essentially being carried to the victory, and I was being swapped in the grand final, and like it felt good because I didn't have to do anything.
We've had polarizing experiences. I got subbed out way before the grand finals. I didn't last that long. But Jordan, I mean, going into, you know, second half of Sand River, it is likely, well, it is going to come down to Ghost King, to be honest.
Yep.
Do you reckon they've got it? All right, look, let's get into it.
No, I don't.
All right, game number 2 in between Falcons and Opur. Falcons, they have got to do it all, otherwise they're going to be up against a match point. Coming into this one with a singular 60 TP, then we have 4 IS-7s, 1 A5 and a CS-63.
Yeah, interesting to see the bat chat coming out here for Opur as well, something that you don't see every day. Beyond that, it's all IS-7s. I mean, look, there's a 60 TP, but 6 IS-7s is quite, or 5 IS-7s I should say, is quite the number.
I mean, Piotrik's whipping out the bat shot, a blast from the past, certainly, and he's even playing it the OG way, 1800 HP. That means he doesn't have an HP module mounted here. That means either spotting or fighting or both for him. And now, as we do see the opening by Opur, it looks rather south-sided. We see the bat shot being diverted. Piotrik's there towards the southern side. He's going to get those first spots. He should be able to outspot Ansha, who is whipping out the 2250 HP, meaning HP of some sort. Ketsai, though, the team captain, taking the first shot of damage, trying to drive towards the mosque.
Yeah, 540 the roll, not a shabby one, assuming that might have come through maybe from one of the IS-7s. But either way, for Falcon, they do seem to have a pretty good setup for this southern push from Opur. They've dedicated a lot of their units down in that area of the map toward the one flag. Reflection and Ansha essentially on the opposite side of where they were on the attack. And again, they copping a bit of a beating in mid there. So interesting to see what Opur is going to do with this. They don't have any information yet as to where the defense is set up.
I mean,
has me a bit worried.
Yeah, the batchet here. Piotrik's now with a spotting run. He's going to get the spot on towards, I believe, Fenna in that IS-7. So Opur, I think they were just about ready to commit into that southeastern pocket here of the map. But looking at the minimap, Falcons, they seem to be sort of knowing what's up simply because some of the tanks got spotted there in the south. They probably assume that the batchet is pre-spotting for the heavy tanks that Opur has brought. And now we see the Polish team starting to second-guess themselves here, starting to turn around with those IS-7s, starting to drive away. I think that is the correct call to make.
Yeah, definitely seems to be. Probably see a little bit of a slower progression through this game now. I was leaning towards maybe a faster one if Opur had headed in that trajectory, but they've decided to turn around, and so it'll take them a little bit of time to explore the rest of the map here. Just up about 2 minutes of their time so far.
Yeah, Piotrik's here in the one line is going to start driving towards, I believe, A2, A3 from that sort of position at the red line. He should be able to see most, if not everything, that Falcons have been posting towards the northern side of the map. And we, as the all-knowing observers, obviously see already that, well, it isn't a whole lot there.
Really not. The 160 TP up on the top side.
Ketsai, I'm starting to get worried for him. I mean, he's 5 HP of greatness, but that in turn means, you know, he has taken a lot of punishment as well.
Yeah, I suspect he's kind of okay. As long as he's alive, then that's good news for Opur, because he's kind of keeping these Falcon players pretty busy. But yeah, you're right. If they're going to... Look, inevitably he is going to go down. It just seems like it's going to happen at this point. It's just a question of whether or not Opur can set themselves up in a favorable enough position on this north side of the map before that does occur. And I'm starting to question whether or not they're going to have enough time to do that, because he's, well, 2, maybe 3 shots away from death now.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing for Opur is also that the, excuse the pun, wildcard here, the CS-63, his whereabouts are completely unknown at this point. He was spotted at the start of the game, but since then, the CS hasn't been seen at all. And now we can see that Rexar and Karov both, they have been spotted out by HR in that 60 TP is playing the anchor position. And that in turn means that the jig is up here for Opur. Double heavy tank being committed towards the south. That is a big commitment in 7v7. We can see the other tanks for Opur still lingering around in the south. And Opur probably hoping that this commitment of the double IS-7 is going to like spark a reaction, which we do see. The CS-63 there, interestingly enough, boosting the IS-7 towards the top right. but is it going to be enough?
I mean, if nothing else, it's going to relieve some of that pressure on Ketsai, who was certainly taking a beating, but it's not going to have quite as many players to worry about anymore. The trades are going back and forth, and so far Poor really struggling to put any damage onto Falcon. I think at this point we're starting to wonder, okay, was that first round maybe an indication of something more, or is Falcon actually here to play? Because it certainly seems like now that we've swapped side, Falcon is looking far and away the better team. Orchek has been getting farmed as well. Rexar, some damage onto him as well, and the only trade back going one shot in the direction of Jiangshen. So Poor definitely trading quite ineffectively at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, both teams now here 4,000 HP apart. Yes, Indel, once again, they have managed to not lose any guns as of yet. And HR taking another big one. He is basically the emergency reset for the Northern 2 cap. And we can already see also that in A7 there is an ISM that's basically supposed to punish the resets coming through the northeastern part of the map. But other than that, that is not really a lot of pressure here, considering it's only, or it's less than 3 minutes remaining, and the cap itself is 1 minute 30, 1 minute 60. Like, they need one reset, that's it.
Sure, but I mean, they're starting to put a bit of that pressure back onto HR. He's down to half HP. If Piotrix gets onto the cap here as well, and inevitably Falcon is going to have to dump in to get the reset, then you're potentially sacrificing a tank with the Batchat on the other side there. He's decided, though, to go around the cap. Hasn't touched it, so they don't know there's a second tank here. And he's really going to be looking for a killing blow. You have to imagine onto this 60 TP. This could be a deciding moment in the round. First shot doesn't quite connect. Second, third, don't seem to have done too much. But HR at the very least has been pushed off of his perch. And that is going to really increase that cap pressure now with 45 seconds left to go. Otto in the IS-7 has to push forward.
Yeah, we can see now here the 60 TP doesn't get the shot onto what's Karolf, but Otto there with good shots onto the cap. Doesn't get the reset, however, is only going to have one more reload available to him. Ansha now with the CS63 coming in as well. Piotrix is going to touch the cap as well. He's going to provide a shield. There was one reset, but it seems to not be the IS-7 that's actually having the cap points down towards 5 seconds. Otto needs to be providing the resets. They're not coming in. 1 second, 0 seconds. Cap does get reset.
Only just, but have they done enough here, Opor, to kind of push Falcons out of position? HR, surely you've got to dump in over onto that and try to take him out of the game. The time is not quite there for the cap anymore. I don't know, I think Opor might have just left this one a little bit too late. They've got 1 minute and 15 to clean up 7 tanks. They're down 6 on 7 already, and that HP deficit is quite substantial. I don't see them pulling this one off.
An absolutely clutch reset here, saving the Falcons from having to go up against a match point immediately. And instead, Opor, they're having to drive in towards that northeastern part of the map where there's a humongous crossfire set up for the tanks of Falcon that are now just doing what they do best. They're taking apart that Opor team's easy pickings here. Pans Fury out in the open for Ansha. Otto with another good connection. And this match is going towards an equal scoreline of 1-1.
Yeah, 36 seconds left here, Opor. I mean, they're scrambling still. Karolf, if he could finish off Ansha, I don't know, is there maybe still a chance here with 30 seconds to go? Jiangshan coming across. I don't see it. I just don't see the angle. I just don't think there's enough here for Opor. I mean, they're giving it the red hot crack, but realistically speaking, they've lost way too much now. And particularly early on in the game, a little bit too much bleed going in the favor of Falcons. And Opor have unfortunately not left themselves enough rope to play with here. So, I mean, we can talk about it all we like, but as that timer ticks away, 2 seconds to 1, Falcons will secure their defensive-sided victory.
Well, Jordan, yeah, it's not gone the way we hoped it would.
No, but look, I will say, okay, if I want to get on the copium straight away, I actually don't think that was as decisive of a win for Falcons as it was for Opor when they were.
I mean, it was a matter of milliseconds.
It really, like that could have just as easily been a 2-0 scoreline. Someone gets a really critical reset, credit to them, obviously there, but for Falcons to even let it get to that point was pretty scary. So they get through that one by the skin of their teeth.
Well, I mean, it was the second shot, Keehan. There was one sent over the shoulder, just missed, hit the player behind the flag, and then just as it was about to take over, they managed to clear it, and it all just crumbled there.
Yeah, that is actually the thing how it works, right? Is you get 100 cap points and then you need to stay in the cap for 1 more second for it actually to register, for it actually to complete. And that single second was everything that separated Opor here from victory or from defeat, which then in turn started happening. So now we're looking at a 1-1 scoreline, and honestly, like, yes, I'm cheering for you here, obviously, but then again, I also want to see some good games, some good matches, so I'm, you know, kind of happy that it happened from that angle, from that perspective.
Yeah, that was a good one. I mean, that was about as close as you're going to get. If you had a result like that in, for example, the grand final, people would be going crazy. I mean, you already heard a bit of a cheer coming through.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely awesome. Like, when the Risa came in, the crowd was like, oh my god.
I mean, I'll be honest, they had us in the beginning. I thought,
not gonna lie.
I thought as soon as the rotation started happening up towards the north, I thought Falcons just were. I mean, look, despite that early bleed damage, I thought it was all going to be over.
I really thought that the Batchat pushing in to finish off the 60 TP was going to be the difference maker there, but I think some of the shots just didn't quite land when they needed to. Sure, the 60 TP got pushed off of the perch, which obviously had some implications on how the rest of the game played out, but had that 60 TP been down to a one-shot or even potentially finished off, what might that have done to the rest of that game? I don't know, but I guess we'll never know in hindsight, unfortunately.
I think the most important thing to take away from this is that the EU teams can definitely be hurt. Also, I think opening-wise, it was very, very well done by the team of Falcons. I think they read pretty well what Opor was trying to achieve, because realistically, with those ISM singular 60 TP and with that Batchat, you're not really looking at a north commitment, the south commitment being a lot more likely, and they immediately used their CS63 to boost their own heavy tanks, their own assets there into hold-down position to immediately counter that strategy by Opor. And Opor then correctly making the assessment that, you know, realistically driving into hold-down tanks with like 300, 400, 500 meters to cover, and through which you would just take damage upon damage upon damage. That was the correct assessment, but I think Falcons demonstrating definitely that they're here to stay and that they're here to hurt the EU teams.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lot of discussion about what was going to be played in terms of the tanks, and there's a lot of discussion around the Batchat and whether it's still, you know, one of the viable middle picks in the 70 format, Jordan. And do you feel maybe there's an element of hubris here? Opor feeling confident after that first win, they do something that probably isn't considered as meta as other options in that situation, and they get punished for it?
I don't think it's like an illegal pick if that's the argument that you want to be going with. Like, sure, maybe it's not. It's kind of fallen out of meta, but I definitely think you can still find some value out of something like the Batchat. Personally, I felt like the position that he got himself in was a good one. It's just that, again, the shots didn't go through. If he pens 3 of those shots onto the 60 TP, then you'd have to say that's value coming through, but not exactly what ended up happening. So, is what it is. And even if it was the case that they come in with a degree of hubris, like you say, well, that now is going to be getting a reality check, and going into Ghost Town will potentially see them back at full strength.
I mean, your experience with EU, is there an element of ego potentially that could affect these players?
Normally during online competitions, I would say maybe. But the thing is, here we are at an offline. I think there is so many. Like, there is a couple of reasons why I don't think there is hubris going on right now. One, on the big stage here. I mean, look behind you. What we're looking at. You don't want to show any signs of weakness. You're not going to come in with the hubris, simply because anything and everything to most of the players is going to be new. They are not like the old guard that have been doing this time and time again, have been here like multiple times before. No, absolutely not. This is the second round that most of them have ever played on stage, mind you. And the second thing that I actually wanted to highlight is why I don't think they're really trying to save some strats right now, is because the less you have to show right now, the shorter the match goes, the less you are revealing for the later stages of the tournament, actually. So I think they are absolutely trying to play to their best here, both teams, that is. And so far, they've been trading blow for blow, neck to neck, 1-1 scoreline. Obviously, the win for Opor being kind of, 7-0 speaks its own kind of language, but at the end of the day, not only is it night, but also it doesn't matter how you win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty significant swing, Jordan. 7-0 into a 3-6. So, I mean, it's nothing if not a confidence boost for the Chinese crowd and the Chinese teams that, look, just because you have a rather rough match one doesn't mean you can't recover.
That is true. That is definitely very true. Something that they're going to have to take heart in. And then now we move on to Ghost Town, which is going to be Again, a little bit of a question mark, I suppose. This was the map that Apur was able to 2-0 Falcons on in their last meeting, and so, you know, has Falcons been able to come up with something new in the background? That's what we're waiting to see.
The thing is that, as I mentioned already, I spoke to the Chinese casters yesterday, and basically I told them some stuff about the EU and NA teams, and they told me some stuff about the Chinese teams. And I said that basically, you know, sort of Himmelsdorf and Ghost Town are the maps that, you know, Apur is wanting to play. And for Falcons, they told me, like, hey, it's Prokarovka and, oh, Ghost Town as well. So both of those teams looking forward here.
Well, I mean, Ghost Town just around the corner. Jordan, the question has to be asked, are you still that confident that we're not going to see mines, or is there really a possibility that we do see a decider come into play?
Look, if I say 3-0 and the score right now is 1-1, I think I have to stick to it and say best case scenario here for Falcons is going to be a 3-1. I still think it's a 2-0 on Ghost Town, personally.
That's a lot of confidence, Keith. Do you concur with that assessment?
I mean, regardless of what I actually think, we also have to take a look at the cold hard data, at the cold hard stats, and those are that, you know, on Sand River we were looking at a 58% win rate for the defender. First of all, let's head in though. All right, so game number 3 in between Opor and Falcons. Opor coming into this one with double 277, 1 IS7, triple mouse, and the S-Conk.
Yeah, looking pretty happy with things there for Falcon as well. Double 60 TP, IS7, a couple of mouse, and a CS63. So nothing really too untoward getting thrown in on either side, although Opor trending away from the lighter vehicles.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Karolf here selecting the Grouser equipment, so he's going to be trying to go somewhere very quickly with that IS-7. Remains to be seen there, but the thought they're always trying to make here is that just on a map that has a 58% win rate for the defender, we are now switching to one with a 63% win rate. Currently defending is the team of Opor, yes. So nominally we should be looking at a 2-1 scoreline for them, but we'll wait and see what happens as Falcon with a pretty aggressive south opening, I would say, sending double IS-7 60 TP as well towards that K line. The rest of the tanks, mostly the mouses, and another 60 TP centered around the southeastern outskirts of the city. And now Jiangshan and Otto getting spotted out. Pansfury's shot here not connecting into the double IS-7 that is pushing the K4 position.
Yeah, I mean, in response though, you do have Opor taking control of the northern side of the map, so it is a bit of a push and pull going on right now. Both teams essentially seem like they've gotten what they wanted to. Opor very quickly were going toward the northern side, Falcons were very quickly going toward the southern side, so I don't think anyone too disappointed by the initial opening. It's not as if the rock, paper, scissors has kind of screwed one of the teams over. Both have an initial setup that they can be happy with. The Reflection taking a little bit of a bleed there from 60 TP, but all things considered, not a bad start for Falcon. They did take control of the high ground on the southern side of the map, and getting a little bit back and forth with Karolf.
Now the thing that's kind of interesting to me is that Falcon seems to be playing a very slow attack once again, just like we saw them do on Sand River. And just from the experience from the past, I would say half a year on Ghost Town, is that the quicker the attack actually goes, the more chances it has of succeeding. Essentially what we saw there was a lot of commitment towards the 2 cap, sending 3 quick tanks into the cap and then quadruple super heavy tank to farm behind it. That is not what we're seeing at all by Falcons, and I think Opur was kind of respecting that possibility, bringing that triple mouse, because as soon as you have the quadruple super heavy by the attacker, basically farming your tanks, you need to bring some meat, some beef of your own to be able to just start this shootout. That being said though, Opur are kind of trading well here. The only tanks that have taken damage currently are Reflection and Ansha in the 60 TP and mouse respectively. Opur still full HP, all the 7 tanks of them.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you, right? I think this is an interesting setup from Falcons because they're putting a lot of presence on the southern side of the map, and maybe the idea here is to just try to dump onto Karolf in that IS-7 and pick that tank off. But if you were to drive down the hill here, you'd kind to get farmed. There's a Super Conk waiting for that possibility. Obviously, a very high DPM tank. You'd be taking 2-3 shots on the way through there from the Super Conk, and then Karolf as well. You'd be expecting to get a couple of good shots in as well. Not to mention the fact that Reflection is bleeding HP. So this kind of worries me a little bit. I think that's what Falcons is going to go for, but I think they are going to give up a lot of HP for this move, and Jiangshan to lead the charge alongside Otto. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what Apur have set up for. They were well prepared and ready for this. Another shot to go through, and Jiangshan, I mean, he's going to be lucky to make it.
Yeah, I mean, Karolf, the seasoned veteran, he obviously sees that the 60 TPs, the double tank behind him, is going to come into effect if he reverses too far. That's why you see him now driving out towards, possibly towards even Otto, but he's going to be trying towards Jiangshan. He's going to be bouncing one of those shots, but in the meantime, the captain of the team has done it all. He's collected the first kill of the game. Reflection to the grave. Karolf down towards 804. He needs to be careful. Robin aiming at him from the sidelines. He's going to be putting in another one, so Karolf is going to fall here towards Jiangshan. But in the meantime, Opur just reacting perfectly in the city.
I just don't think it matters. I really don't think it matters if Karolf goes down there. Like, what are you going to do with that K1 position? You're just not going to be able to do a whole lot at all. There's 2 tanks, essentially almost 3, that are dedicated to trying to get that pick, and in the meanwhile, in the rest of the fight, obviously Apur has that overmatch. They have plenty of tanks here fighting in the town, and they are going to walk away with the skirmish victory in the skirmish that actually matters.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Karolf did exactly what he was supposed to achieve in that southwestern corner of the map, and that was waste time. He did a good job. Like, he even got the spots out when he needed to, so the other tanks that were supporting him were able to just put out that punishment. So they even got value out of that, and then they simply counter-pushed on towards the tanks that Falcon had close in the city. And now what we're seeing is essentially a mop-up operation by the side of Opur, who are up 4k HP, who are up a tank, who are probably even up positions, you might argue. The 277 in the northeastern part of the map. A non-factor currently here, but he doesn't even need to be there.
No, it doesn't really matter at all. I mean, if push comes to shove, 277 is not the slowest of tanks. We'll get there eventually, but I don't even think it's really going to be required. Getsai for Fender. The Ultrix does go down to Robin, but by and large, I mean, just look at that. Robin's down to, well, pretty much a one-shot. Jiangshan 2. Otto the only one with any sizable amount of HP here available. Jiangshan cops a big shot there as well. And again, Apur's on the defense as well, so they don't actually even really need to be doing anything here. They don't need to be pushing forward necessarily. They're more than happy to allow Falcon to sort of wallow in their self-pity. And at this point, I think we can all see which way this game is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, realistically here, Opur is just waiting to pick it up cleanly. Gcat 4 kills, the team captain, stepping it up here in the mouse, as we do see him driving towards the last remainder of the team of Falcons. It's going to be Otto in that IS-7, who's still holding up the flag of the Falcons, but not for much longer. Ozik there with a good shot into his side. He's going to get moved towards a one-shot, and it's probably going to be Ozik to pick it up. Never mind, T-Sec from the back lines. W for Opur.
Opur strikes strong on Ghost Town, gentlemen. And I mean, look, Karolf could have been criticised for being in the wrong place, getting caught up. But I mean, you look, Jordan, how much attention was he drawing to himself? And then all of a sudden the team collapsed and they find the fights that they want. They isolate so many different members of Falcons and it comes apart.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure what the methodology was there for Falcons, to be quite honest. I think if you're going to go for something like that, you probably need to do it before you've already bled half a tank's worth of HP, and then I think it was like one tank was half HP and one or two tanks were like 3/4 HP, like they'd bled a shot or two as well. So already a lot of bleed goes through for Falcons before they make that push, where they know that they're going to lose so much HP and they're going to have to dedicate so many resources to picking off one tank. And even then, when they do that one tank that they pick off, it's kind of like, well, okay, that's fine, but we have control of the 2 flag. You're not even anywhere near the 1 flag, so you've got no cap pressure, you've got no map control, no presence at all, and I mean, obviously it doesn't work out for Falcons, so I gotta say, I think Apur, they had him hook, line, and sinker. That was a perfect bait, and not too impressed by that one from Falcons, unfortunately.
And not just Karolf, I mean, you mentioned the captain of the team, Gcat. I mean, you want to lead by an example in a match like that. He is leading from the front.
Yeah, definitely. I can tell you during the rehearsals when they were walking on stage, he was kind of looking unsure, like, hey, what's happening? And that is, I think, the case for a lot of those players. But yeah, coming into matches like this, pulling up 3Ks, 4Ks even, that is definitely going to boost your confidence. And also what I want to highlight about this match is that, yes, Karol did get caught out, but did he? Because I think that was essentially the plan. Falcons, they were committing essentially double IS-7 on the red line and also the 60 TP out towards in the open of the map. And that basically made it so easy for the team of Opur to trade for Karol. And as Opur, you don't mind trading away the tank if you get the game in return.
Absolutely. I mean, it was almost, you know, sleight of hand. You had Prokarovka over here, everyone was looking over here. Then all of a sudden, all the attention was coming towards him, and the rest of the team was saying, like, cool, we'll just line that up, wait for them to come. And they just start knocking them down. And now Jordan facing down the barrel of the match point for Falcons. Is that 64% defender win rate going to be enough to carry them to mines?
Well, I guess that's the well, not the $1 million question, I suppose, but it's potentially the $150,000 question. Let's just go with that. The million yuan question. We're not quite there yet, but they do have a lot of work to do, I would say. I mean, they did a pretty good job on the defensive side of San River, so I can't come into this one and in my right mind say, oh yeah, this is just going to be like guaranteed a 4-3-1. I think they've shown enough of they've shown enough to make me think that they could potentially win here on the defensive side of Ghost Town, but I do want to see them do a little bit better in terms of their map control right off the gates. I think they gave up a little bit too much there on the attack. And to be fair, like even when you look at this series as a whole, right? Okay, obviously round 1 looks super solid for Opur. Round 2 was a bit 50-50. You know, maybe we could argue they got a bit lucky to get that reset. Fair enough, Falcons still win. But generally speaking, Opur was still quite competitive in that one. And then
Actually gone to waste.
Yeah, it's, I mean, where are you looking to as a linchpin though, Jordan, to battle up against the European team? Who is the one that you're wanting to lead from the front? Because Jiangshan has been looking like a powerhouse for this Falcons roster.
Well, you know what I actually want to say is I actually kind of want to see Reflection conserving HP a little bit more. I think it was on San River, and then obviously we saw there on Ghost Town as well. He was the player that was half HP at the start of the game. So one of those, it's one of those little things that doesn't really seem like a lot, but when you're in the game and one of your teammates is like bleeding HP all the time, you're just feeling like, okay, we really are. This gets worse and worse the longer this goes, right? If you bleed one shot's worth of HP, fine, serviceable.
It is what it is.
But if you bleed 2 shots worth of HP, if you bleed 3 shots, then you're starting to significantly hamper the chances of your team for that round, and it's happening multiple rounds now in a row. So, look, I don't know exactly how their team lineup works. Is he just the guy that is supposed to be in these positions where he's trying to take these early trades and that kind of thing? Maybe, but either way, need to be doing a bit of a better job of it. Make sure you're not down to half HP before the fight has even started.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You want to be an active member when it comes to crunch time. If you've taken all your HP but 1 shot, I don't know how effective you're going to be in that situation. But for the Falcons, their last chance to pick up a win on, you know, our first match. Otherwise, they go 0-1 to start the day key hand. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah, match point here for the European team of Opur. We can see the Chinese players, they are still motivated. They are still in it to win it. And Ketsai, I mean, have you ever seen a more confident guy here? It's going to be Ghost Town attack, but that's not going to deter them from winning. And yeah, the Chinese team not giving up on communicating yet. They need to win this next round here to even bring it to tiebreaker.
I don't know. 64% is, it seems like a pretty tilted scale, Jordan. But,
yes.
But you're facing down the barrel of match point. You've had a rough couple of maps. Is there enough there?
I don't know. I mean, I think for me, the thing that I'm interested to see is what kind of strategy is Opor going to bring to the table here? Are they going to play fast?
Well, gentlemen, time to jump in.
All right, time to jump into the match point here for the European of Opor. Falcons gonna try to stay alive in this first match here with 1-2-7-7 quadruple 60 TP, a singular 50B, and the mouse.
I like the 50B. I'm a big fan of that one. Opor going in a different direction. Double IS7, double E5, triple mouse. Again, very, very heavy lineup, and that's something that I always like to see on a map like Ghost Town. I think it is a map that, you know, you don't necessarily need to lean toward the mediums or the light tanks quite so much. It's a little bit of a smaller map. A lot of the fights tend to happen in the village itself. So controlling the outskirts can still be done with those faster heavy tanks like the IS-7. But a 50B, how do we feel about that one for Reflection? That is a bit of a throwback to when he was playing in the old EO Gaming roster. They used to love the 50Bs back then, but doesn't get picked up quite as much these days.
I mean, that is a big discussion we still need to have over the coming days. Basically, how the changes through World of Tanks that happened over the past years did impact the meta. And essentially, for me personally, it feels like autoloaders have lost a bit of their edge simply because of the HP module, because of field modifications that you have. That basically, you know, a 50B doing a full clip back in 2017 was a big deal, and now you know, two 50Bs roll up to like a mouse, and every single one of those does all their shots, and then still it is sort of a 50-50 if the mouse survives or not.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that I'm always looking at as well. I'm sort of, I think in the 7v7 format, if you're going to take one 50B, maybe you're better off going for two, just because then at least you still kind of have that punching power, whereas with one, you might just be better off with a single shot.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Either way, we'll see how they go. We'll see what Falcons can do with this one. They are on the defense, so that should, in theory, benefit them a little bit. Otto is going to try to fight control of the southern hill against Rexar.
Now, interestingly, obviously, that Rexar, he's whipping out the IS-7 here. That means that, in turn, he doesn't really have any cupolas to speak of. Otto in the 60 TP will have one, so Rexar will be able to take pot shots at that 60 TP cupola, but we can see Otto is playing it actually very carefully. Interestingly enough, though, by Falcons, there isn't really any tanks that can punish the cross over towards where Rexar is, so they are leaving that approach kind of uncontested. That being said, though, 2 shots of damage make that 3 taken by Falcons already, and only 1 or 2 in return onto Orzek here in that mouse. But Fender down towards less than 2k HP. Kind of needs to be careful not to get caught out here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the argument would be made he's already been caught out a little bit, which is not ideal. What is it? What's the terminology? The chicken is flying the roost or something like that? Something like that. I mean, the issue's already happened, basically, is my point.
Yeah,
again, it's the same thing I was talking about when we were just sort of discussing it pre-match. I don't think you can be allowing this kind of bleed to happen on a consistent basis.
Yeah, exactly. This time it not being Reflection, actually it being Fender instead. That all being said and done, though, Opor starting basically this Ghost Town attack here with about 1,500 HP more. In the grand scheme of things, that is not a whole lot, especially since Falcon, they do have the quadruple 60 TP. 2 shots of those, and the HP difference is essentially gone, as we can see Gcat here in that city trying to secure more control, to secure more angles towards the 2-cap. I think this is also where you know, Opor at the end of the day are going to be wanting to go with their attack. You can see not really a lot of resources committed towards the north of the map, so Gcat trying to get some information here. Also very interesting with the experimental HP, with the turbo and with the rammer here from that mouse. He doesn't get a connection with that shot, but Opor slowly, steadily taking positions.
Yeah, so not quite the same fast play that we were hoping for, but either way, they're inevitably going to have to get in onto that 2 flag. It really does seem like the 2 flag is going to be the point of difference. This might well actually be that committed push.
Oh, Jiangshan there with a shot that does not connect into Karolf, and that's going to be the go sign here for Piotrix, Karolf, Ozek and Pansfury, all of those starting to drive towards the cap. The mouse is angling against a 62P who is taking a shot by Ketsai but retaliating into Pansfury in that E5. Karolf taking another big one into the side of his mouse, and Opur bleeding for that cross on towards the cap.
Yeah, it has to be said though that is like, as far as bleed is concerned, that's really not too bad. It is starting to become a little bit more worrisome, but really they've only taken 2 or 3 shots on this cross. I've spoken a bit too soon though, haven't I? Orchek now really starting to get pummeled. You would have thought for a moment Opur could have gotten those 2 mouse onto the cap into relative safety and almost both at full HP, but they did just stick around for 1 extra shot, and that has been punished. And you can see Falcons, they're not shying away from this fight at all, but as far as the HP deficit is concerned, it's still not looking too bad for Opur. Remember, they came in with a little bit more. 3 mouse on the field is going to do that for you. They've got T-Sec and Ketsai around behind, and instead of capping, it looks like they just want to take the fight.
13 HP remaining on Fender. It's going to be T-Sec to pick up that kill, and now T-Sec is going to be reversing to face off against Ansha, and for Opur, the cap is not really the thing that they want to go for anymore. Ketsai and Karolf over pushing on towards HR, looking for that next kill. Ketsai breaking the 3k damage threshold, and still the cap going, but Jiangshan shutting it down with the kill onto Ozek. Ansha on the other side of the map is going to get shut down in turn, and that means that Opur is going to be left with 6 tanks towards 5 of Falcons. Make that 4.
Yeah, make that 4 indeed. Reflection down to 525 here as well. We'll be able to get at least 1 more shot off. We're back to the 4-on-4. 2 minutes left on the clock. Reflection, this clip is going to be hugely important. I've seen him fire at least 2 shots off. I think he might be on the reload now just based on the way that he is driving, so I can't imagine he's going to be having much of an impact in the next 30 seconds or so. And this is where you really need to see Opur come back into the swing of things. And what's also most important is Ketsai really needs to find a way to get into this fight and use that HP.
Yeah, Robin here with a good pickup onto T-Sec, and that means it's a 4 versus 3 situations now for the Falcon, as Opur still has more HP. They have more to work with, but Rexar is going to be a 2-shot for Otto. He's going to get a good shot. Takes a big one, though, by Otto, moving him down towards a 1-shot. That 60 TP is a very annoying tank to be face-hugging against. That's why he's driving towards the side. Another good connection is going to reduce Otto towards a 1-shot, as Piotrix picks up Reflection here. This one is neck and neck, but the big meaty Alpha Guns of Falcon are once again superior here against the lower Alpha of Opur, and once again the captain here, Ketsai, with 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, has got to do it all, but he probably won't be able to.
No, I don't think so. I mean, you're in a mouse. What are you really going to do at this point? There's just no way that you can win a clutch. 1 minute left on the clock. He's not even going to be able to catch that 277. So again, it seems like we're going to come down to another very similar result as what we did on the Sand River defense, with Opur just not really having enough time to have a proper crack at it. I mean, if Ketsai was somehow able to clutch this one out, it would be an absolute miracle as far as I'm concerned. Robin shouldn't be making any mistakes here. Does bounce the shot, but again, it doesn't really matter. With only 40 seconds left, that mouse is just not a fast enough tank to really cause much of a problem here to Falcons. And yeah, I don't know how Opur have let that one slip. I really don't.
I think the biggest problem was actually the cross off the mouses on towards the cap, where I'm not exactly sure who it was, but I think it might have been Ozek, who definitely overstayed his welcome. He took double shot by 60 TP, and then another one by one of the mouses. That is 2,000 HP down the bin, down the drain, that you're not going to get back, and I don't think he even got a shot of damage in return. So Ketsai, he did what he could, but in the end, it was not enough. It's going to be 2-2.
Gentlemen, we need to have a meeting after the show today, because we're already off the scoreboard when it comes to predictions. None of us are going to get the final prediction right. A couple of them are. The Chinese talent team have definitely got a chance to actually get it right at the moment. But, I mean, again, another very, very close match where it felt like it could have gone either way. But Jordan Robin definitely picking up those 3 kills late in the game. Skewed things a bit.
I don't know, man. Is it a bit of indecisiveness on the behalf of Opur? It's kind of what I'm feeling like. I'm feeling like they're making the right calls, but the execution isn't necessarily there. If we go back to the Sand River attack, the back chat push, it looked like the right call, but it didn't quite get the value that it needed to. Same thing we can say here, right? The timing was really quite good, actually, with the push onto the cap, but then for whatever reason, they decide to all just turn around, take some shots at whoever was behind them instead of allowing the two mouse. You know, when you get into the pocket on the cap, it's a little bit more difficult for those resets to come across. I think there was definitely a world where that situation could have been set up by Apur, but for whatever reason, they just hang around a little bit too long, overstep their welcome, bleed a little bit too much HP, and it starts to kind of snowball a little bit out of control there. So, again, you know, maybe I'm on the copium. I still think Apur looks like the better team, but, I mean, the scoreboard reads 2-2, so, you know, like, what can you really say at that point? You got to give credit to these guys from Falcons and say they are really testing Apur at this point.
I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Do you win 7-0 or 7-6? That is the same kind of point on the board. And yes, we've seen a 7-0 and we've seen a 7-6. One for Apur, one for Falcons. But at the end of the day, it is 2-2 here. It is tiebreaker. I believe it should be Apur selecting tiebreaker side, because I believe the rules say that they kill, or they had less tanks killed by their own. And they killed more, because we have just witnessed 4 defensive victories.
Yeah.
That would be the first one. But we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, the next map going to be Mines. That is a defensive-sided map, if I've ever seen one. So definitely it's going to be important who is going to be able to pick there. That all being said and done, though, I think in the group stage here, you already get points for reaching tiebreaker. So both teams maybe not entirely unhappy.
I mean, you say that, you know, a win's a win at the end of the day, but Jordan, you kind of want peace of mind in a series like this, in a day as long as this. You'd rather get it done quick, and like Kehan said earlier, you want to show as little as possible, so you want to get those 3-0s.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think in the context of how long this event is going to go for as well, every minute that you can spend not on the stage, not sort of exerting yourself, it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Like, oh, you're just playing a video game. You're
no, the studies say there is a pretty intense reaction.
I can assure you, being in an environment like this, even if you're not playing, you know, if you come as a spectator and you're sitting in the crowd, you're like, man, I'm tired. And it's like, why are you tired? You did nothing. But just being in the environment, there's a lot of stimulation, you know, lights, this, noise, that, da-da-da. Not to mention having to keep that mental focus in the game in particular is going to be very draining. So, I mean, the less time you spend there, the better in terms of just keeping yourself mentally fresh going into Saturday and Sunday in particular. But, yeah, I mean, that's not the case for this game. You can see it's been a tight affair, right? Ghost Town goes to 1-1 as well. And we'll take a look at the stats here. Largely, thanks to Jiangshan, 5.1k damage. Take a look at Reflection there, 2.1 in the 50B. Not a bad shout.
I mean, Ketsai really showing up there with almost 6k damage, but realistically, a lot of the damage that he did was done when the game was already over, when it did not matter anymore. But yeah, MVP here, Jiangshan for that round. I mean, hugely stepping up for his team. 5.1k, 1 kill as well. I mean, 0 assists, but realistically on Ghost Town, what are you going to spot on his 60 TP?
Yeah, I mean, Kehan, it was discussed, you know, coming to this event, the Chinese teams, look, there was a perceived divide between EU, NA, and then down to China and APAC. But there was a lot of talk, you know, these Chinese teams have been playing against EU and NA, they've been improving steadily. And it feels like this is a continuation of that. I think we've kind of underestimated how much improvement has been made in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I guess we'll wait and see how this game actually ends up playing out. You've got to remember, though, this is EU 2nd seed versus China #1 seed, so that's...
Then again, like, I want to intersect there directly, because we had a tournament recently on EU. It was the WhatsApp number 13, I believe. And in that one, well, which teams were meeting in the grand final? Well, Hit and Run and Apur, of course. And not only did that one go to tiebreaker with a scoreline for 5-4 for Apur, there was also a huge throw by the side of Hit and Run. But the point I'm trying to make here is that EU first, EU second seed, yes, nominally, but practically it's just...
interchangeable.
Like, it is interchangeable. Who has slept better?
Sure.
Two branches of the same tree as well from EU.
Exactly.
So. But, I mean, look, for nothing else, it's a huge boon for the Chinese fans, the Chinese teams as well. We all thought this was going to be a quick one and done, and China's really shown up the Falcons.
After the first round, especially, you're like, all right, 7-0.
I mean, so, okay, that's interesting. What had the choice? They've obviously, they're going to be the ones to get the advantage going into the.
Well, they're going to choose defense, really.
Well, you'd have to
like,
imagine.
There's no doubt.
I mean, I spoke to some of the Opor players yesterday, and especially also around about that Mines like tiebreaker, and I was like, yo guys, you realize you don't know what's going to happen on the first 2 maps. What happens if you actually go to Mines and the opponent, like the opposing team, gets to pick? They're like, yeah, we're pretty confident in our Mines attack. And I was like, all right. But the voices of angels in our ears have actually told us it was Opor picking the side here.
Yeah.
I mean, is that potentially going to throw off the mentality of Falcons, you reckon, Jordan? You know, learning that you then have to go and attack Mines?
I mean, you put in all the hard work, right, to try to make yourself get into the best position possible, and then you have to go into Mines Decider as the attacking side.
I believe Opor is going to be attacking, actually.
Really?
Taking a cheating a look here at the screen on the right there. I believe it's going to be Opor attacking.
Is that not weird? That's weird.
I mean, Keyhand did say they were
sorry,
they were
defend. Did I say
okay.
attacking? I meant defending.
You did say,
sorry.
yeah, no, it is a poor defending, right?
Opor defending, sorry.
Yeah, that makes a lot of
caster.
sense.
Yeah,
That makes a lot of sense.
He's throwing the desk. He's trying to get the.
No, it was just my mind getting it.
I thought you were setting up this really good storyline. You know, you were sort of saying like, oh, they feel confident about their attack, and we're like, nah, they're going to defend. And then, then you drop the bomb. It's like they're going to attack.
No, it's.
I mean, that's a lot of confidence. You know, we like our attack. Oh, we've been given the choice. Oh, well, yeah, we'll just double down. We'll double down, but. Yeah, look, at this situation, you've got 2 chances to make it into that upper bracket. You want to go with the surefire thing, which, of course, on mine is going to be the defense, Jordan.
Yep.
But Falcons, they've proved, even in the rounds that they've lost.
But they haven't won on attack.
Not that first one, but that second attack, they brought it pretty close.
Yeah, I guess. But the thing is, I don't know, man. You're going into Mines, which is such a difficult map to attack on to begin with. You haven't won any attacking sided rounds in this series so far.
Well, now's the time for it.
Well, now is the time for it. I guess if you're going to break that combo, sure, do it now. But where can we, you know...
Better late than ever, I
like,
suppose.
how do I make this sound doable? You know what I mean? Like, how do I genuinely look at that and say, okay, well, they did this, this, and this, and try to make an argument for it? I personally can't. I think it's a defensive side victory. I think it's a poor 3-2. But, I mean, yeah, stranger things have happened for
Especially since Mines as a map, together with some other maps, has undergone some changes through the last months, which arguably the teams say has made it even more difficult to attack than it was before.
Right.
Some other people say otherwise, obviously, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Obviously, both teams are going to get a bit more time here to set up because they didn't know if they were going to go play tiebreaker, and they didn't know beforehand which side they were going to play. They will have tactics prepared for either side, but it is not easy. I guess we're about to witness it. I can't wait.
Yeah, let's get it done. I don't know, though. Buff, the hometown buff. Is that going to be enough momentum, you reckon, to just carry them over the finish line?
I mean, I think if it starts to get pretty close toward the end of that round and you may be in a clutch situation, you know, a couple tanks versus a couple tanks, then the crowd starts to get fired up a little bit. Maybe that will be a bit of a benefit. And it's a reasonably sized crowd, right? We weren't really too sure what to expect given that it is Friday, right? Obviously, people have jobs. That's fair enough. But pretty much all of the floor seating is full now. So
even the stands are starting to trickle in as well.
Yeah, people are having to fill out into the grandstand, which... Again, I mean, that's a pretty good sign as far as I'm concerned going, especially into tomorrow. And Sunday is obviously the day where you'd expect to see the most people in. But, yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that the Chinese team can sort of take a look at and say, well, these are the people here that have come out to sort of support us, and hopefully we can put on a good show for them. And, yeah, I mean, we do just have clarification there as well, confirmation that it is Opor on defense. Obviously, not much of a surprise. We've sort of already talked about that. But here we go, into Mines.
Get into it.
All right, going into this tiebreak in between Opor and Falcons. Opor bringing their defense here. 60 TP, double I7, double E5, and the double mouse.
Double BZ75, double IS7, E5 mouse, and CS63 for Falcons. So just a little bit more pace available to them. Maybe they want to take control of the hill. I don't know if you saw there, just in the stage graphic, the map in China is called Hills, not Mines.
I think Hills is even the internal name for when the replays are generated. But yeah, Robin here in that CS63 immediately being sent towards the hill. That was always going to happen against a slow lineup of Opur. They're going to take control of that part of the map. He's not going to get punished. He does spot out the double I-7 that Opur is sending towards the island, toward the H2 position, but there is not going to be any punish available. Rexa here seeing the BZ75, but the aiming circle not shrinking enough. We'll see if T-Sec takes one here. Ooh. As he does, big shot by that BZ in towards T-Sec's IS-7.
Yeah, I have to say, that's not traditionally the way that that exchange should go. The defenders you'd want to be seeing normally as the ones to stop the cross, or at least get some damage on the cross. So I think all things considered, Falcons very happy with the proceedings so far. They've got 3 tanks up onto the hill. They've been able to get one shot across onto T-Sec, a big shot as well, it has to be said.
Oh, Robin there with some HE shells in towards the 1-cap, starting to fell some trees, maybe opening up the options for a later cap play. You can just see that he's trying to prepare that 1-cap for everything that could happen in the future. Interestingly enough, Falcons also bringing that mouse that has been known before to make cap shields on that 1-cap together with the house that is available close to it. Something maybe for later. Currently though, Falcons, they are rotating the E5 towards the east, but other than that, they seem to be very, very content with just holding the hill for now. The trades have been going in their favor. That being said, though, Jiangshan in that E5 has also taken a big one.
Yeah, look, I have to imagine this is going to end up being a one-flag push. Fender copping a little bit of damage there in mid. With that E5 rotating down toward the 9-0 line. But you know what is interesting to me is I was talking to the Chinese casters yesterday actually, and they were indicating to me that they actually do see a lot of two-line pushes from the attack on mines, which, I mean, look, we'll see whether or not that ends up getting pulled out. I'm not such a huge fan of it, but it doesn't really look like Falcons is too interested in that possibility just yet. And Rexa...
Oh, Rexa there doesn't even get spotted because the vineyards in the cap, they do actually provide spotting cover. And also heat shells do tend to get caught in those, I guess, sticks that are holding up the vines.
Yeah.
So he does have a pretty difficult time with that heat shell here. As you can see, it does not connect. Jiangshan gonna make his way over towards the cap. We can see Robin in the CS just providing cover fire. Rexa so far no damage taken, but he probably took a lot of, or some bounces at least, so he knows what's up. The E5 Jiangshan, he might be able to start capping, but those HE resets, they could be coming in. Falcon seem to be setting up that dual-pronged attack though. 8-9 line together with the 4 line here. Are they going to commit in Otto and Ansha is the question. Ozek would be on the receiving end, but there's a lot of tanks that could actually punish.
Looks like they're going to go for it. Otto leading the charge, obviously in the mouse, wants to be the one to soak up the majority of the damage, and not so great in terms of the exchange here for Opur just yet. A lot of bounces coming through on their behalf, and they are giving Falcons quite a lot of room to work with here. Finally, Orchek will slide one through. Fender now really starting to cop a beating. Falcon getting some cap pressure on as well. It's starting to kick off now on mines.
Yeah, Pansfury here. Otto actually in the thick of it, getting crossfired both from the island and from the position that Pansfury has available. Ketsai all the way flanked around in his I7 available. That is a very, very proactive play up by the Polish player here. Otto taking damage, taking shot after shot down towards 440. That's a one-shot here as Jiangshan starting to overpush the 2-cap. So actually the Opur tanks now in a crossfire, but they're starting. Crossfire means that you can shoot everywhere and see enemies.
That is true. Karolf is starting to get pretty low. Orchek as well, getting whittled down. But end of the day, you're starting to see Falcon losing members here and there. And even if they were able to keep the HP close, their guns in the game are not going to be able to keep the DPM up in comparison to Opur, who have such a nice crossfire established. And this is why Mines is considered such a defensively sided map. If it wasn't even as bad as it was, then Ketsai around the back is going to make it worse.
Yeah, good baiting here by Ketsai, trying to make that BZ shoot, succeeding. The low pen of the BZ not able to go through the upper plate of that IS-7, and now we can see Opur here, 7 tanks available. Once again, this team of Opur here, their strength is keeping guns alive, and that is exactly what they're doing. Pansfury now on that 8 line is going to get the kill on towards Jiangshan, and then the only remaining bastion by Falcons is going to be that hill here where Reflection's starting to get pushed. He's getting shut down, and Opor on the victory march here in the first match.
Yeah, victory lap really at this point for them, isn't it? HR, the last alive in that BZ75, and it will be Opor to shatter the hopes and dreams of the Chinese fans, as it is a 3-2 victory for the Europeans.
Well, Europe draw first blood here at the World of Tanks Championship International Finals. And look, Kehan, I heard the sigh of relief, you know, breathing soundly that Europe got their win under the belt, but they did not do it unscathed.
No, by far not as comfortable as I think everyone here on the desk expected. I mean, some of the Chinese casters did get their predictions correct. 3-2 here for the line of Opor. That definitely showed more weaknesses than we initially anticipated.
Well, is it a case of weakness? You got to consider all the variables. Yeah, Karov coming in to step into DJ. But I think, Jordan, the big takeaway from that match is there has maybe been some underestimation of these Chinese teams. They're looking a little bit stronger than we maybe gave them credit for.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, look, I still kind of want to see how things develop, right? It is only one game, so I don't know that you can draw too many conclusions from it. And it has to be said as well, a best of 5, as far as World of Tanks formats are concerned, is quite a short format. So if you're really going to see any kind of upset or any kind of interesting results, it's probably going to be in those best of 5s. I think when we get into tomorrow, we jump into best of 7s. Obviously, the grand final is going to be a best of 9. Those are the games where upsets are less likely to happen. So for me right now, there's a lot to say that, yes, they were able to perform well, Falcons, and they were able to push Opor, but don't take too much away from it just yet. I think we do need to see a little bit more. Obviously, we want to see what Gcat's going to be able to do before we can really say that the Chinese teams have definitely shown up in force.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's going to be our next matchup. But, I mean, a win to start the day off for Europe is going to be absolutely huge. I'm sure the fans at home are going to be absolutely loving it. And, look, a little bit of heartbreak, I suppose, for the Chinese fans. You could hear it as soon as they started to bleed that damage, as soon as the first Chinese tank went down. Yeah, unfortunate gasp. But, I mean, look, there's still a lot of positives to take out of that.
I mean, definitely a lot of positives. Then again, I think a lot of the people here in the stadium, as well as a lot of the people watching, kind of knew what was most likely going to happen as soon as it was clear that Opor was going to select the defense on mines. I mean, every single time that the defense on mines gets broken, it's something that is to be remembered just because it happens so rarely. That is also why I was so weirded out by seeing mines as the tiebreaker. That suggests that both teams were actually pretty confident in their mines attack, but obviously Opor with the better end here, securing the first points for themselves. And yeah, a good start for EU. For China, not so much, but obviously it's by far not over for them yet. That's only one match out of 2 that they have to play, and they sort of nominally played against the stronger team of their group so far.
Yeah, I mean, and not just that, taking them to a tiebreaker as well. Jordan, to start your tournament, it's not a win, but it's about as close as you can get to one.
It is, it is. Look, I mean, I guess the unfortunate reality is that the final map itself wasn't super close, though. Like, we kind of started with the 7. He's not very happy. I think he's just trying to take the stream down. The Chinese team lost. Ruined the English broadcast. It's fine. Don't worry about it. All good. But, yeah, look, I mean, back to my point. I think they started with a 7-0. They ended with a 7-0. Unfortunately, end of the day, you know, you kind of like tail-ended the game with 2 pretty dominant maps.
Yeah, and looking at the overall results and all, it's unfortunate for Falcons, but there's signs of life. That's what you want.
Yeah, indeed.
Signs of life, indeed, by the team here from China. But first of all, I believe we have a very, very special guest coming up here. He's going to be joining us in a few seconds, as first of all, we're going to take a very quick look at the post-game stats. We do see them sorted by damage. Yes, the high alpha tanks by the team of Falcons really coming into effect, but on the other side, the DPM tanks, namely Piotrix in that E5, coming in clutch. And once again, Katsai, the team captain, being the MVP here. 2 kills, 3.4k damage, so good stuff by Opor, securing their first win of the day.
Yeah, solid stuff indeed. Look, I probably would have liked to have seen them maybe do it a little bit cleaner, get my prediction right, get a 3-0, but tell you what, end of the day, you can't be too disappointed by getting yourself a dub. I mean, look, they've still got to play against Smile, so that is something that I think is quite relevant given who we've got ready to have a chat with us.
Indeed. A player by Smile PM, I believe.
Yeah.
Welcome to the stage here.
Thanks
Making
for
your team
having
name pro, by the way.
Happy to be here.
How are you feeling?
Feeling good.
Nice. What do you think?
This is crazy. That's all I have to say. It's surreal seeing it.
Yeah, definitely. It's absolutely awesome. That being said, though, first of all, obviously, we're going to be getting expert insights from you because you are, as we can see, one of the players that is also hopefully going to be showing up well in the later stages today. First of all, what do you think about the first match? Was it kind of going according to expectations, or?
No, not at all. I would say I expected Opor to be much stronger coming in. A 3-0 would be my prediction. However, a 3-2. Not as strong as I thought they would be.
Okay, but put it this way, okay? Like, I predicted a 3-0. Obviously, I got that. You know, I still got the team right, but I got the scoreline wrong. But do you think it was Opor having a bit of a bad game or a little bit of bad luck, or was it Falcons actually playing well? Because, I mean, especially going back to that Sand River attack where it really came down to, like, the last half-second reset. You know, I feel like there's definitely a world where that actually could have ended up being a 3-0, and we wouldn't have even been here talking about it.
Right. Yeah, I would say that Falcons is definitely playing very well.
Okay.
I think Opor did make a mistake not blocking that reset, so I think that could be on the Batchat player maybe.
Yep.
So all in all, I think it's a lot closer than it should have been, but I would say both teams look pretty good.
Does that have you worried a little bit about maybe playing against the Chinese teams, or are you guys pretty confident anyway?
Feeling very confident.
Okay, fair enough.
I think we're going to be
totally fine.
Totally fine.
All right, fair enough.
What's your goal actually as a team for this competition here? Like top 3, top 2? Do you want to win it?
Well, of course we're here to win it. Why else would we be here?
Nice. And yeah, all in all, I think it's safe to say that so far we've seen only defensive victories here, like 5 out of 5 defensive victories. Do you think that is the case on all maps? Like personally, from the scrims that you've been doing, is that kind of the meta, or is that just down towards the maps that we've seen?
No, I would say Ghost Town and Sand River and Mines are just all very defensive-sided maps, but I do think we will see attack-sided maps coming up.
Fair enough. All right, well, what's our next match? Is it Hit and Run Gcat? I think that's right.
It is. So
I'm pretty sure it's Hit and Run Gcat.
Well, match 5.
It's in
match
the backwards
3.
order.
There is a lot of printed out stuff, but yeah, it is indeed going to be Gcat against Hit and Run. So nominally the first EU seed against the second Chinese seed, and we also mentioned before that basically Gcat, they were sort of the dark horse. They were considered to be the third best Chinese team, but instead they ended up in their qualification tournament having a pretty impressive lower bracket run to then being able to beat out, I believe it was OBG? Not entirely sure about that, but essentially everyone was shocked when they made it here. How strong do you make them out to be?
They're a good team. I mean, they beat us in the show match recently, so if we end up seeing them later in tournament, hoping to get our revenge, but I do think they're a pretty good team.
Talking about the show match, by the way, I believe I'm not incorrect when I say that your team didn't have the most stellar of performances there.
No, and we're hoping that we can remedy that. And
yeah, so contrasting that with your earlier statement that you said you're here to win it, what has changed since then that makes you confident in doing that?
We've just had more scrim time. We've practiced together more. I think we've gotten a lot better since the show match.
Do you get the sense that like there's a air of anxiety or nerves or anything like that around the players by playing on the stage? Because I know like a lot of you guys probably haven't had a huge amount of experience on a stage like this. Is that a factor at all?
I think we're feeling pretty good, honestly.
Just your team specifically, or everyone?
Well, I think we're feeling pretty good.
Okay.
I can't speak for the other team.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder as well whether or not that is going to be a factor, obviously. I don't know, like, is Opor coming in and you know, on the stage they're a bit like, oh, okay, well, now we're feeling a bit awkward, don't make the same call that you would make necessarily when you're sitting at home quite comfortable and
that is definitely something I wanted to ask, because by the team of Opor, I mean every single team that is here has absolutely amazing players. I mean, we see you here as well, prime example of that. But the thing is, for example, Ozek on that Ghost Town attack, when he was lingering in the cab, when he then took like 2k damage for what felt like nothing, Is that the nerves of the stage showing? What do you think?
I do think that could just be nerves on the stage, making a mistake, not a normal play that someone as good as he would make.
All right, and other than that, I think we have some interview coming up. We'll have to see when that exactly is being shown on the stream.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节。那站在我的旁边的呢是刚刚赢得比赛胜利的 OPPO 的Curve， 来欢迎你，欢迎你。那首先先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Please make an introduction to yourself and say hello to the guests.
Okay, so my name is Carol. I'm a team coach for OPPO. Today I've played. And hello to you all, guys. It's very nice to see you, actually. It's very nice to see a lot of you and such a big audience. So big applause, big round of applause for you guys.
大家好，我是来自这个欧洲战队 OPPO 的一员，然后我是 OPPO 的教练。那其实今天非常高兴能够来到这里来参加这次比赛。那大家下午好。
好了，那首先还是非常恭喜你们今天拿到了我们整个第一局比赛的一个胜利。那其实如果是用一个词来形容你今天的这样的5场比赛，你会用哪一个词汇
？Which word do you describe the game you just played?
So I think that after the game it's just relief, because the first match on the big tournament it's always a little bit of a stress. You don't know how it will go, and it's just relief because we've won. And yeah, with some difficulties, but we've won, so it's okay for us. So a big relief.
那么如果要用一个词来形容刚刚那局的比赛，那我会想说，如释重负吧，因为这是我们时隔多日再次参加这种非常大型的线下赛。那如释重负还有另外一层含义，就是因为我们赢了这场比赛，所以尽管我们经历了一些困难吧，但是我们赢了这场比赛，所以我们觉得如释重负。
那其实今天在整个的5局的比赛当中，尤其是在第4局，其实当时在明小镇上，我一度会认为，当时我们后面来讨论，他们说这场比赛你觉得有可能是哪局会获胜？我当时看到他们站点的就是站他那个位置的时候，我当时一度会认为是 OPPO 有机会的，因为他有很多的所有的坦克其实都已经集中在整个那个区域里面，我觉得他有获胜的可能性。但是最后他们输掉一场比赛，所以你觉得是因为什么样的原因
？So in the 4th game, actually she thought you've already took all your position in the Ghost Town. She thought you will win, but actually you lose. So what do you think is the problem?
Well, it's difficult to say. We would like to know as well, because from our side, for most certainty, it as well looked like we are going to win. I think we had all the proper positions, like we applied pressure as well properly, but it somehow went wrong in the end. So we just need to analyze it and learn from the mistakes, because like they can't repeat that way.
那对于第4局的这个失败，具体的原因我们还要再商讨一下，然后争取在后面的赛局里避免。因为其实我们也认为，我们已经占领了这种条件啊，但是最后我们是输了，所以我们要好好分析一下。
所以刚才呢，我在那个后台跟刚才有一个观众朋友在看的时候，我说这个游戏你觉得最大的魅力是什么？他说是因为一个赛场总是瞬息万变的，你不知道哪怕你站立的有地形的时候，有的时候可能一个指挥或者一个策略或者一个信息，它可能都会导致这场比赛其实是会有一个更好的、更趋向于自己有优势的一个结果。那其实我想问一下，那最后一个问题是说，那今天所有的比赛的队伍当中，哪支队伍你觉得有可能是接下来你的劲敌
？So the last question, which team, in your opinion, is most challenging to you?
Okay, so I think it's Hit and Run, the other Polish team. But yeah, we'll see throughout the tournament, because actually even in this first match we got a little bit surprised by Falcon, because they didn't play that bad, and yeah, I think that they can challenge other teams as well. So we'll see how far the Chinese teams can go and whether they can challenge other regions.
其实我们是认为 Hit and Run 是我们战队最大的挑战和威胁，但其实今天 Falcon 战队的表现有惊艳到我们，那就是我们也很想看他们到底能走多远。
好的，那也是非常感谢我们的 Curve 接受我们的采访。那最后还有什么想要对所有的中国的那个玩家朋友要说的话吗
？So at last, what do you want to say to the Chinese audience?
just I hope that you will have the best of time in here, and from our side that will make it unforgettable experience for us. And yeah, we'll try to give you some positive emotions and unforgettable battles.
那就是最后想对大家说的是，希望大家在这场比赛中能够看得开心。那也希望给大家能够带来很多的正能量。
好，谢谢，再次用热烈的掌声感谢一下我们的 Crop， 谢谢。也是预祝他们接下来的比赛当中呢，可以发挥的越来越好。那本场的环节的赛后采访环节到此就全部的结束了，让我们把画面交还给我们的评论席。
撞点，看到了，快点！他就是打我3发，应该破完了。快点！先翻又打了，看。感觉他们老鼠都是。我去摘这个长血的。不要来了。好。那就别去了，那别去了，卡住。哎，漂亮！
这是我第2次参加线下赛，但是世界赛是第1次，然后也比较期待与这些来自各个州服的冠军们切磋一下。
The first time they are playing an offline tournament on a big stage, so yeah, everybody is really excited and really looking forward to playing on the big stage against the big guys.
时隔6年，我们国服第1次迎来线下赛，每个人都比较开心了，都比较激动，也希望这次比赛能有个比较好的发挥。
I think it's teamwork. We understand each other pretty well, so it enables us to overcome tough situation and always come out on top.
自分たちの戦い方としてはしっかり相手チーム名を観察して特徴に合った戦術を使うっていうところは自分たちが得意としているところなんで、それをしっかり準備していきたいと思います。
Our biggest strength is probably our individual play skill. I think it's pretty strong, and we shouldn't be underestimated.
我们优势最大的地方可能就是这次比赛我们是坐镇主场，
相对比较关注欧服的队伍。
我比较想和黑糖的乱塔，他们是升级版 Prokarovka。
I think it will be hit and run because they are the other Polish team in this tournament, so we obviously want to beat them.
Opur playing very good this tournament, so I hope we're gonna meet them. I mean, you know, it's not ego, but confidence, I would say so.
Pen your shots. We're coming for you.
我想这个冠军就是留在中国吧，让他们国外的选手怎么来怎么回去。
Our response is just that dreaming isn't forbidden. You can dream big, you should dream big, but this dream won't come true for them this time.
カモネットでも積んで怯えてな。
一群老野。
Well, good day and welcome back to the World of Tanks Championship International, of course, here in Shanghai, China, live on stage. It's fantastic to be here. Kihan's still here alongside me. Blue Panda's been kicked out. We've got Cthulhu in for the first time on the show. Cthulhu, how you doing?
Look, doing pretty good. Look, it's been a phenomenal so far kickoff to the whole show, to the whole matchup. I mean, a 3-2 scoreline as well from Falcons. Look, it was a pretty solid attempt.
Yeah, what did you think of that? Do you think it was going to be that close, or?
I didn't expect it. I thought well and truly that after that one round in Sand River, it would have been all it. But honestly, I'm genuinely surprised. But it's just quite unfortunate that the mines went the way it did, really.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, we need to get stuck into our next discussion. Hit and Run up against Gcat. It's a similar story. It's Europe. It's China, although the circumstances do change a little bit. I know you're going to hate me for saying this, but it is Seed 1 from Europe, whether or not that matters necessarily, versus Seed 2 from China. So, in theory, more of a mismatched game.
I mean, we'll have to see. Obviously, Europe, Seed 1, Seed 2, you said it already. It doesn't really matter on any kind of given day. They can beat each other. China, actually not so much. So Falcons, they were the very, very comfortable first seed in their region, and then the runner-up, Gcat here, the second seed, they did kick out the team that was supposed to be here, and that was actually such a big setup that some of the players had expected so much to be here that they had taken vacation before, so now they are here regardless. But just as players, some in the audience, some of them on the Chinese analyst desk, so that was how crazy the setup was, or the upset was rather, that we saw there. That all things being said and done, though, EU still the favorite, although in the match that we just saw, we did see that it can be closer than we all think it is.
Yeah, I mean, I want to sort of pick your brains on that one a little bit, Cthulhu, given the fact that China has already had a pretty decent result. Does that make you look more favorably upon Gcat going into this game?
Yeah, well, to a certain degree. It's still evident in some of the scenarios that obviously there's not as much of the experience with the international competition for the local teams comparative to, say, any of the EU representatives. But I'd say that, yes, so far things are a whole lot brighter than what we were originally described to, and what we saw on some of the, the scrims that the teams performed as well. So, look, all I'm going to say, at least in terms of just how so far overall situation is looking, is that scrims are scrims, but when it comes down to officials, it's a completely different ball game. So in scrims, you could probably, cop a whole lot of L's, but on the official day, if you're not winning, well...
Yeah, I mean, I guess in terms of that context, though, when we do look at the matches that these teams have played, Gcat certainly fared worse against the European teams and the North American teams, the APAC teams, than what Falcons did. So I guess going into this one, if we had our reservations maybe about Falcons in that last matchup, surely we've got to have our reservations as well about Gcat going into this one.
Then again, I would like to highlight the fact that Gcat, throughout their whole regional qualifier, essentially has been the underdog. So, and they are here, which means that they're able to cope with that role. They seem to be quite confident with that. I think they see themselves to be the underdog in this match as well, but they have proven time and time again in the past that that doesn't matter to them. They're here to win it. They're here to take away as much prize money as they can, and obviously this first matchup here today against Hit and Run is the first step to securing basically a good position for tomorrow.
I mean, I guess there's got to be a great deal of pride as well for them playing here against anyone from outside of China in front of a Chinese audience.
Yeah, well, think about it this way as well. We keep on talking about how Gcat are the underdogs. They know that they're the underdogs. So in theory, the mental pressure as well should be a whole lot lower than comparative to, say, Hit and Run, because you look at it from the outside perspective as well. If Hit and Run end up catching a loss here, this would be a very, very much of a problematic case here in terms of just overall the perception of them on the global stage. But say if Gcat end up winning, look, that's a dub. That's great. They get to move on basically. So I'd say overall for Gcat it should be less of a pressure on them. But obviously, yeah, you are correct. Playing in front of the home crowd would certainly add either a debuff or a buff. Depending on how you look at your performances during the actual game.
I mean, have you had any conversations with the European teams about how they're feeling coming into this event, right? Are they feeling confident? Are they feeling like any kind of pressure? And also, I mean, how are they feeling about the stage? Is that something that's been brought up?
I mean, for every player here, it is an absolutely amazing experience. There is so few people that are playing here today that have played on an actual offline stage. I mean, talking about the team of Hit and Run, that would, for example, be Call Me Piotr. That is obviously one of the very, very known names from back in the day, but other than that, not really a lot of offline experience. So for a lot of the players moving into this one, it is just absolutely awesome to be here. I was watching the faces during the rehearsals, as I said. They walked into this one and they were just absolutely stunned by the arena, by the stage, by just everything, by the surroundings. It has been an absolute blast. Like the simple experience of training offline together with each other in a single room is something that those players haven't really had prior to this, most of them at least. So a lot of it is new, and that is where the danger comes in for those teams that are supposed to be the favorites in this. But if there are so many new experiences at once, that can be where, you know, you suddenly start falling apart.
I mean, I think that's not even necessarily a conversation that we can have at the moment. Let's welcome the teams to the stage.
I mean, yeah, the team of Gcat walking confidently here. They seem completely undeterred by what happened in the match that we just saw. But yeah, let's see what they got.
Actually, quick note as well that I just only now realized as well. Looking back at the records for the WCI challenge for China versus EU, funnily enough, for Gcat, Hit and Run was the only team that they managed to actually get some good scoring against.
Yes.
Because you look back at their performance against Opera, that was a 3-0. Against W was a 3-0. Against Hit and Run, that was a 3-2. So they still managed to show quite a few of the decent performances. Mind you, again, obviously you've highlighted, Kihan, that both of the EU representatives didn't really show full strats and whatnot, but it's still, regardless, the results are results.
Yep. Results are results, and you would assume that they didn't show everything. That being said, there was money on the line as well, so they did want a sweet taste of that. Obviously, you can see the team motto for Hit and Run, Veni Vidi Vici. That is Latin for I came, I saw, I conquered. About that last part, we'll have to see.
Yeah, look, I still have my faith. I still have a degree of faith that they're going to be able to get the dub here. We'll see our predictions in a minute. But one thing I wanted to sort of touch on, it was a good point that you made, Kihan, I think it was, that they, you know, these teams haven't necessarily played in the same location. They haven't scrimmed together. They haven't been able to sort of play in the same spot. But more interestingly, from my perspective, is on stage, you can obviously look over at your buddy's PC. You can see what's happening on his screen. You can see what's happening on the guy's screen next to him, which is obviously not an experience that you necessarily get when you're playing at home. So this is even another added little benefit that I think a lot of players probably will be able to take some value out of, instead of saying, oh, hey, you know, where's this guy? What's happening? What are you seeing? What am I seeing? You just look and you see for yourself. It quickly speeds up that communication. So something that, you know, something that these teams over the course of the 3 days hopefully are going to get more accustomed to.
Yeah, I think for the first day it won't be as well pronounced, I reckon, for all of the teams, really. The moment that we get to, I think the second half of Saturday and then the Sunday as well, this is where the teams will be able to take full advantage of this situation. But yeah, you are very much correct on that one, Jordan. It does definitely provide quite a whole lot of just overall buff to the performance. The one thing, though, I still reckon is we've seen quite a fair few of those interviews, though, the pre-recorded ones.
Yeah.
And a lot of teams still also mention that, you know, it's the first time playing on the, on WCI as well, or in the final. So it could be that, look, today will be very much just an endurance sort of race in terms of just who can hold their nerve the best.
That being said, like in a race, it's definitely going to be a race. It's not going to be a marathon for any of those teams, because realistically, the most amount of rounds that any of those teams that are going to have to play is going to be 10, right? It is 2 best-of-5s per team that they will have to play. So mostly the teams will be relegated today to watching and seeing how the other teams are able to cope with the pressure, because we keep emphasizing for the European teams, but essentially, like, even if the Chinese teams have more of an offline experience, maybe they have been playing together before, there is still the pressure of now playing in front of the home crowd with huge expectations. And that was very interesting me to see that whenever, during the match that we just watched, whenever the Chinese team won a round, there was a lot of noise. But when they started losing, there was a creeping silence that was, you know, starting to waddle into the audience there.
Yeah, that one was definitely felt a little bit...
I mean, that's the pressure. That's the pressure. One thing that I want to highlight as well, though, is, I mean, in particular, if we're talking about mental fortitude and being able to stick around. Hit and Run, they're playing the second game of the day, but they're also playing the last game of the day. Okay, so whether or not their game is quick, whether or not they're sort of able to speed through this one, they still have to be here. They still have to be in the environment.
I want to throw in a quick counterpoint there, simply because of how the double elimination brackets on the EU server work and how strong Hit and Run is. They are a lot of times in the upper bracket final, which they then play and win, obviously. And so they get set into the grand final, then some other matches are being played, so they are used to long breaks. I mean, we see the team lineups here now. All of those players, they also told me that, you know, they got taken to a different location and had their photos taken there, and they even had makeup just for the photos, and they couldn't start talking about the experience of having that done. Like, probably for some of those guys from Poland, it's the first time they've ever been wearing makeup. So, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, definitely an interesting experience, I would imagine, for them. And even just the overall international just travel as well, mind you. Remembering I had a few chats with a couple of players talking about, you know, jet lag definitely was a concern, but seeing as the players did manage to come around a few days prior to this event, they managed to actually get this whole under control.
And while for you guys it was pretty okay, I guess, 10 hours travel time for us from Europe, it was like, depending on the layouts, 15, 20, something like that. Later in the day, we're going to see a team that has players from South America, and I've been told that was like 40 hours.
Well, yeah, I mean, not only that, but I would also say that for us, the time zone shift is also not that bad, because we're just going almost directly north, right? So we're kind of, I'm 3 hours ahead in Australia, you're 5 hours ahead in New Zealand, which... you know, it's not too bad, but obviously for you guys, potentially.
I mean, for me, it was 7 hours, and the thing is, I am not able to sleep on planes. So basically, I just made it to 10 p.m. local time and then just completely crashed into the bed. But yeah, as soon as you start to be like on your way for 40 hours at a time, and mind you, you aren't able to have a proper rest. You cannot just, you know, close the door behind you. No, you're stuck at airports, in airplanes that can take a toll on you.
For sure, for sure. We'll talk about our predictions here because they're up on the screen. We've got 3-0 across the board. Apart from you, Gihan, you're just continuing to be the nice guy. I feel like the roles should actually realistically be reversed, right? You should be the biased European guy that's putting the 3-0 up.
You know, I'm just keeping my options on the table here. And I think, like, considering what we saw in the first match, you know, it definitely is funny to say like 3-0, but as soon as the other team actually starts showing up as well, and I think Falcons have definitely proven that the Chinese teams can do that. Yeah, I think you can never count it out, especially on volatile maps. I think we're going to get into the map picks rather soonish, but I feel like the first map is going to be Himmelsdorf, and there neither the attacker nor the defender is supposed to have the biggest advantage. It can go 50-50, and Himmelsdorf, one of those maps as well, with so many angles, with so many things that you have to cover, where one single slip-up can end up costing you.
It's also a whole lot more of a close-quarter map as well, which does allow you to get into more so up-close and personal of a brawl as well, rather than long range.
Yeah. Time for an interview, though. Let's jump down to the stage to see what they're up to.
旁边的话呢是我们的 Gcat 的李文涛，你好，首先欢迎来到，那跟大家先打个招呼吧。
现场和线上的观众朋友们，大家好，我是 Gcat 的指挥小李。
哎，说句实话，刚才我跟他后面在那个蕊稿的时候，我觉得他一直都是低着头就会点头，但是我没有想到刚才这段这么正式的开场，着实是惊艳到我了。我刚才还问他，我说咱们 Gcat 的队员是不是平时都是一个私下里看起来比较沉默的？他说没想到这么高调。那我再问一下你啊，就是如果刚才是一种就是比较正式打招呼的方式，如果再换一种方式，你会用什么样的方式跟大家打个招呼？
换一种，给大家鞠个躬吧，好吧？谢谢大家。
我发现他是有段子手的潜质。那今天呢，在我们的赛前当中呢，我们今天对阵的呢，其实是我们的 Hit and Run 嘛。我们知道之前其实是有过一场那个比赛。对。那今天我们来到我们今天自己的那个主场里面，你自己感觉今天拿下他们的这个概率有多少？
上一次我们是2-3惜败，对吧？但是我们上次第一，我们是在欧服打的，有一些客观因素在里面。第二，今天我们是主场作战，现场有粉丝，对不对？我觉得我们可以加2分，那今天我们肯定可以赢下来，没问题吧？
没毛病。
好，
没毛病。另外我们在我们 对，在我们自己的主场上，然后肯定是信心满满的。然后第三个，我想问一下，就是你觉得在今天主场作战的时候，我们在队内的时候，刚才已经进行过一场那个偏中国队的比赛了嘛？你看完他们在主场作战了之后，你们在主场作战的时候有没有一些小叮嘱？
刚才他们确实是有一点可惜的，对吧？其实战术上都没有什么太大问题，但是现场的发挥可能因为线下的这个紧张的原因，或者说是状态的原因，没有发挥的特别好。那我们这边可能就会要去跟队员叮嘱一下，对吧？放松打啊，这个我们的战术肯定是没有问题的，只要是正常发挥，拿下他们没有问题。
小李说这段话的时候，有一种老李的感觉。好的，那今天呢，其实本来赛前环境当中，我们是不太会去问到大家关于太多战术的问题，但是最后有一个，我们给你自己打打气，好不好？你们自己有没有一些口号？
口号的话，
对，给大家打打气，给自己也打打气。
脚踏实地，保2争1吧，好吧？今天先拿下啊！
今天先拿下，加油！
谢谢，谢谢。
好，那我们现在的采访，赛前采访环节到此呢就结束，我们把画面交给我们的评论席。
All right, there we are. We've got the word on the street.
Yeah, my Chinese has actually gotten a bit rusty since the last time that I tried it, but I have had someone telling me that essentially the host was pretty surprised to see that the Chinese players that she expected to be very quiet in real life coming on here on the stage, looking very confident, looking like they're going to rock the world. And other than that, the Chinese captain essentially expressed his sorrow that Falcons lost. So there is no big rivalry. They're cheering for each other. They want to see the other one winning on their own term. And other than that, basically, like, they are pretty confident about their own strategies. They are coming into this one. They want to see what the EU teams are made of.
Yeah, I guess that's what we're going to get to see as well, Cthulhu.
True.
And are you happy with what you're seeing so far, or do you want to see a little bit better from the European squads?
Oh, look, I'm thinking so far the performance that we got to see from the European squads is just about around as expected. So overall, yeah, look, it's when they're winning the rounds, it's absolute utter domination. But look, the moment you can see the slivers of the overconfidence slip in, this is where it just completely all flops on its head. So, I'd say at this point maybe a slight bit of humility to be sprinkled into the EU's performance.
Yeah, potentially, but what is the prospect going into this game that we're going to get to see a 3-0, right? I've predicted for it, you've predicted for it, Blue Panda's predicted for it.
Although
I'm more confident about this one than I was about the first one, even, by the way. And look, I know the first one didn't go the way that we wanted it to, that we thought it would, but look, surely.
We'll have to see. Then again, in the first match, obviously, we saw a professional content extension. And to be honest, as much as I'm cheering for the Western, particularly the EU teams, then again, like, we're all here, we are gathered to see some World of Tanks being played, and if it's a 3-0, most of the time it's a fairly quick affair.
Yeah.
So more rounds, I don't mind it.
No, certainly not. And I think the Chinese fans as well will certainly appreciate if at least one of the Chinese teams is able to make a deeper run into this tournament. You know, what is the likelihood that both of them end up in the third place match tomorrow? I'm not so sure about that. I think there's a world definitely where one of them takes out second seed. But potentially, you know, you want to be seeing at least a Chinese team in the grand final. That would be, I think, what the locals would be looking forward to. Whether or not that'll be the case, I am looking at the Chinese predictions there. You can see them actually behind us on the stage there as well. Actually, this time they've gone a little bit heavier towards the European side, because if you remember when we were watching that Falcons game, they seemed to have a degree of faith that Falcons could win that, if even in a 3-2 scoreline. But here it's, what is that, 7 out of 10 going the way of hit and run.
Yeah, and also there is, I believe, 8 out of 10 saying there will be a tiebreaker. Only 2 of them going with a 3-1. So no one is actually saying that Gcat will be able to do it in regular time.
Yeah.
If the last match is anything to go by, then it is going to be a tiebreaker as well, because the Chinese casters seem to be having some insights that we don't. But then again, it is like a different kind of ball game in between the teams that we just saw. Maybe there was some nervousness that is not going to be like simply there for the teams that are playing now, or on the other side, there was no nervousness on either team that was playing, and now one of the teams is going to have to deal with issues like that, because we keep saying it again and again, but I think we cannot actually overemphasize how important it is that these players are going to now, most of them, be playing their first game live on stage.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to talk a bit about that, Cthulhu? Because obviously for you, like, I know this is a completely different ball game, but like, this is also the biggest stage that you've worked on, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe even there are some parallels that can be drawn.
Yeah, look, I'll definitely say it's all has been so far very much breathtaking. You know, the whole venue as is quite rather huge for myself. Yeah, this is the first sort of one of those big events as well. So look, to a certain degree, you are correct. The first few games are definitely going to be the ones where you need to get all the jitters out of you. Make sure you stick to your game plan. Make sure as well one of the NA representatives pen your shots as well. Simple as that, you know.
That tends to help.
That tends to help, yeah. Usually the game, but yeah, overall, I'll have to say it definitely feels like that. Just the first round, first game jitters are certainly still coming through, whether it's for the Chinese players or EU players, and I think in this case, this could be seen as well.
I think you can even sort of take some example of that from the interview that we saw from Opur, where they were sort of saying, look, they felt like they got into good positions, they felt like they had good setups, but the game just got away from them for whatever reason. And I would put that down to potentially maybe players missing a shot, bouncing a shot, not rotating as quickly, not making that individual decision quite as comfortably as what you would at home, just because the situation is getting to them.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is going to be a huge issue, and just because it's the second match for us now, doesn't mean it's the second match for the players on stage. For them, essentially, the ones that are going to be playing now, it is just a fresh, clean swipe that they're going to take. It is the first match that they're going to be playing, and I think we're just about to head into it.
Yeah, shortly. We'll have to obviously see what the maps are going to be first, but we'll see how comfortable Gcat are feeling on the stage. They're looking good, looking solid.
I think out of the between them and the Falcons, Gcat actually look a little bit more calm and collected compared to their counterparts.
Yeah, I think that was the point that you were trying to make, that like maybe there isn't really quite as much pressure for Gcat here as what there was for Falcons, who are the top team in China, but Gcat, whatever they do is a bonus, really. So let's jump into the vetoes and see what the maps are going to end up looking like.
Thank God the steps are gone.
Mines, so the tiebreaker of the past match being banned out, and we see Gcat taking out steps. Himmelsdorf is going to be our map to start it off with. Then a hit and run actually saying we are headed towards Ghost Town for map number 2. Cliff and Sand River being banned out respectively. Prokarovka also not going to be played. That leaves 2 more maps, out of which Tundra is one that we are not going to see either. And there we have Prokarovka as the decider. That would also switch it up quite considerably, because I think so far we've seen a lot of the maps where, you know, the action is kind of densely concentrated. Prokarovka can be quite the opposite.
Yep.
Yeah, I definitely think that for the set of map picks here, I'm quite keen to see how open some of the teams can play in terms of just their positionings. We've already seen Opur really set up their defenses really, really nicely on a map like Sand River, where they just spread out rather evenly and then figured out where they could just single out their opponents. I think in this case, Himmelsdorf will be a whole different ballgame. I think this is just whoever decides to basically do a much more concentrated push than the other.
Another thing about Himmelsdorf that should be mentioned, by the way, is that in the patch that just was applied, there was some changes to Himmelsdorf, namely I think to the CD3 position that does spot the 8-line rotation for the attackers. So I would say there is some options that were taken away from the defending team. We'll have to see. I was talking to the team captain of Hit and Run, Monster, yesterday. He didn't seem terribly concerned about it. He said, well, we've not really been playing that position, but obviously for other teams that might be quite different. As we see Monster here currently on the screen behind him, we can see Kubash, and yeah, on the other side, the team that is completely in red here, that are the home team, the Falcons, and in the middle we see in the golden lights the trophy that every single team is going to want to lift.
Definitely keen to see how the approach is overall going to happen, because what I'm curious about as well is the clash of metas, because obviously between the regions, different metas, different setups coming around. Obviously, so far between the Falcons and Opur, we didn't really see as much of a disparity, though maybe I lean heavier towards the super heavy tanks might come around from the defense of the Gcat once we'll get to see it. Whereas on the side of Hit and Run, look, I mean, we got to see so far from Opur before a fair few of the high alpha tanks, so assuming that could be possibly the same case here, just seeing as Himmelsdorf doesn't really enforce a whole lot of long-range battles either.
Yeah, look, I think things are going to be pretty interesting. Again, we'll get to see those little differences between the metas of each region. Are the Chinese teams coming in with a different idea? Well, it's time for us to find out as we will head on to Himmelsdorf for our second game of the WCI.
Oh yeah. Look, I'm looking forward to the Himmelsdorf, really. Just the way... Oh, yeah.
All right, into game number 1 we go here for the second match of the WCI. It's Gcat against Hit and Run, and the team from China coming in with triple 60 TP, a singular 50B, 1 IS7, 1 E5, and the mouse.
Yeah, pretty interesting setup, seeing as the 50B kind of ended up falling out of the fashion for quite a while. It has been quite a powerful pick during the 5v5s, but for 7v7 format, it's sort of a bit of a weird one, honestly, to the point where maybe even a T57 Heavy is a better choice in terms of consistent damage.
It has been used on Ghost Town in the past. First of all, let's take a look at the openings, though. Hit and Run coming in with double 60 TP, triple ice for 1E100 and the CS63, and they are looking to go K-line with that setup.
Okay.
The CS63 being split off towards the hill to gain some information. I believe the IS7 should be spotted momentarily, but that leaves a lot of other tanks that are going to drive through the K-line, and we did see in the loading screen that a lot of them also have low noise exhausts. That is why Cousin right there right now does not spot the rotation over the K-line. That triple ice for that double 60 TP does not get seen, but we do have that. We do see that Gcat has a lot of assets in place to deal with this immediate pressure.
Perfect read as well, but now they just need to start actually hitting shots. First trade of shots actually goes the way of Gcat, though 60 TP of Rico does cop a little bit. But overall, the start of it does seem to be favoring the Chinese team a whole lot more. Though now that they hunker down, things could get a little bit more dicey.
We'll have to see. Rico there barely making a good way, but the punish is also there on towards Marcel in his 60 TP, and I think Hit and Run, they were going into that K-line probably expecting to take to do a lot of damage here, to maybe even get a pickup, but instead they got brutally punished. Now the rotation starting to come out with that 60 TP with that IS4, as Rico now has to angle towards the hill, but I think he is unspotted, so should be okay.
Yeah, with that CS63 on the hill as well, things would be problematic for Rico. But in the meantime, the rest of the brawl is actually going not too shabby. Hit and Run managed to make a bit of a comeback here in terms of the health points. But overall, I mean, you're looking at the spread. Everybody took quite some damage. Rico took quite some damage, maybe Hokkaido as well. The rest are still fairly healthy. Whereas on the Hit and Run, the damage is sort of split out a little bit more evenly.
Yeah, Hit and Run, just like Opor, one of those teams that do a phenomenal job of essentially splitting up the damage taken just to keep more guns in the game. So yeah, indeed, Rico, he will have to be very, very careful. I mean, with a good roll from that CS63, he could even be a one-shot. That's obviously a bit of copium.
That would be a very healthy roll.
I mean, the max roll is 488 on that gun, but yeah, it is highly improbable. Maybe Monster could also whittle him down with HE a bit, but for that, first of all, to happen, Monster would need to be able to spot Rico, which currently isn't happening, and now we see the rotation coming up here. Monster might be committing in on towards that zero line. That might be detrimental, as that, that 50B, they do spot each other out, but it seems like Monster was able to smell out the bait here, as Hokyao in that 8 line is going to be moving back because he's in a 1v2, but the thing is, he will still have to cross G line, which would mean that the 60 TP would be able to punish.
Yeah, meanwhile, overall, the defense from Gcat did manage to slow things down quite a fair bit, stem the bleeding. Don't really engage too many times. Monster, took quite a fair bit of punishment because with Handsome, he decided to just press the things as much as he could, get that clip out, and then bail out, which exactly that's what happened. Though the trade's not as ideal as he wanted it to have, still now on half HP, with Monster just about being 2 shot worth of health points for him, unless he runs into one of the heavier tanks.
Hit and Run here, despite having the medium tank, are up in HP, but the thing is they need to attack, so they are going to be driving into stationary guns. Cousin driving into that 8 line is going to reinforce it because Minairos and Never are starting to commit onto Hokiao. Big shot, 850 together with one by Cousin. Slight roll, low roll here, but the tanks by hit and run, they're bleeding heavily for pushing through that 8 line, and the 60 TP in the courtyard does get pressured by Conrad in that E100. Rico down towards one shot, good hit into Cousin, but it's all over the place. The first kill for Piotr.
Yeah, good peek by Piotr and good run away by Cousin as well. He does not catch the second shot of damage, which is great right now because that means that now there's an isolated gunfight right at the end of the banana, and then the two IS4, sorry, an IS4 and a 60 now gets potentially sandwiched between his 50B and an IS7, but right now Hokayu does go down once again, so things are not looking too pretty for Gcat.
Yeah, Piotr now trading it out against Buhui. Does connect the second shot, putting Buhui down towards one shot. Good connection by Buhui. Tip in the meanwhile able to pick up Marcel. Piotr should have the reload here onto Buhui, but good phaser coming out. Both of them bouncing.
Oh no.
That means that Buhui is going to have to reset here. Handsome getting picked up by Minairos in the meantime. 6 guns for hit and run. Another pick up. Conrad from the backlines with the steel chair. Whips out Buhui out of the game. And all of a sudden, it is 3 players for Gcat against 6 of hit and run. Yes, the HP are close, but once again, the Polish team with the HP management.
Yeah, though Piotr does get ridden off by the 60p of Tip, so that's at least make things a whole lot easier, but the collapse right now onto Cousin is going to be absolutely deadly. Never does take a bit of a damage, but at this point Cousin needs to just hold them back as long as possible and get as much damage as potentially possible here, though not for long in this world.
Oh, bounce, I think, coming out by Minairos on on-connection here onto Cousin. Never there with a good connection. Cousin is turning around towards Never. Cousin does get the pickup, but Monster coming in from the back lines to save it here. Kubash still with the 1v1 against Tup in that one line, very isolated, so that means 3 tanks currently by hit and run, eyeing themselves everybody in the mouse as the next tank to pick up.
Yeah, everybody is going to be well, he's going to be in a lot of trouble really here, trying to bounce things. The 60p may have some troubles, but it doesn't look like the case. Monster takes quite a fair bit of damage from that ram as well. Surely he manages to get at least the kill here, at least on the CS. There we go, there he goes. But the Mineros should have the reload enough yet to get the kill, and there it is. So it's all down to Tip as the last man standing here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tip, that shot into the lower plate of the IS-4 does not connect, but it seems to me that hit and run at the end of this first round here, despite some difficulties, are going to take it home 1-0.
Oh, wow.
Well, indeed, a pretty solid result for Hit and Run, 1-0. And what's interesting is that's an attacking side win as well, which we didn't get to see in our last series at all. So I do wonder, is that the straw that breaks the camel's back, right? Or is it just Himmelsdorf being a little bit more maybe attacker favored than some of the previous maps?
I think in this case, I think it was just the pure case of just the focus fire, because the way how it all was set up, the original receive by Gcat was actually really solid against hit and run, and they received that push onto the railroad really, really well overall. But from there on, I think it's the fact that, well, one of the 60s ended up copying way too much damage around the, was it the G4 spot, where he was trying to hide, and the CS63 of Monster just kept on farming him. The other point as well is that Gcat tried to go for that hit and run sort of playstyle, but the problem being is that instead of going for the bait target outside, and say for example on the park, the squad of hit and run just decided to go for the one that was trying to bait, and actually that was the win scenario really there for them. So ignoring the park bait and just going ahead, whilst still though taking quite a hefty amount of damage, ended up being that big solution as well, at least not for that conflict on Banana. So I'd say overall it wasn't just the sort of, you know, the map diff kind of deal, but in this case it was just focus fire that was the main culprit.
Got any thoughts, Kian?
Well, the thing is, like, a first round like that reveals a lot of the stuff, in my opinion, that how the match is going to go. And I saw a couple uncharacteristic things, actually, by the team of Hit and Run, which obviously I am kind of familiar with at this point. And that is basically that some of the pushes that they did were disjointed. I saw some uncharacteristic bounces as well Piotr in the 1v1 in his IS-4 against the E5. Yes, the E5 frontally is annoying, but then again, normally he does those every day of the week and twice on Saturdays. So it was, I think, overall a very, very chaotic game. On top of that, Monster on the top of the hill with that CS63 taking damage where he normally wouldn't. Then the play against the Mouse where he took a lot of ramming. I saw a lot of I don't want to say uncertainties, but stuff that you wouldn't normally see.
Yeah, but what do you put that down to? Is that just game one nerves, you know, bit of stage pressure, or getting accustomed or comfortable with your setup? Like, because again, you know, when you come and play at an event like this, the table's a different height. Maybe your sensitivity doesn't feel the same.
Yeah.
Maybe the FPS is a little bit different to what you're used to at home. Even if it's better, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to translate to a better experience for you, because whatever you're used to, you know, I've had this experience myself. I've played on a better PC, the better FPS, and I was like, I can't hit anything because it's too fast. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just not used to it. So is that something maybe that these guys are having to deal with? I wonder. I would suspect that is something. If they're having these little things where maybe they're not hitting their shots quite as much, or over-peaking, or this or that, like it.
Then again, but I think simply going up into this, it's not going to be as comfortable as simply, you know, chilling and playing from home. That being said, damage numbers coming in. Yeah, Monster team cap. It's a reoccurring theme here. The team captains for the Polish teams coming in and just pulling high damage numbers. Good stuff by them.
Yeah, I mean, for CS63, this is almost what you would expect as well, to be continuing, well, to pump out the damage, especially when you have that sort of the height advantage too. But yeah, no, you are very much correct. So far, it's been a really, really solid turnaround for hit and run damage-wise. Though for Gcat, once again, a few of these situations definitely felt like they didn't really have the full picture really there.
Yeah, also, I just want to highlight in the tank stats that we just saw, the 50B not really having an impact.
No.
I mean, 1600 damage, that is one clip.
That's a clip,
That's halfway there to basically paying yourself off. You want 2 clips, and everything after that is bonus damage. He just got 1.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, one of those situations where you sort of have to look at the 50B and think, would we have been better off with something with a little bit more consistency? Because I think you can definitely get a lot of value out of the 50B, but you need to have, A, someone who's very experienced in it, and B, you need to have the right circumstances to make it work. If you don't have both of those, get yourself into something a little bit more consistent that you're just always going to get value out of.
I would even argue there's a third thing that you need, and that is luck with the timing. With the 50B, like, they sent him up, like, to go towards the hill, and that against an 1800 HP CS63, he's not going to one-clip him, so I don't know.
That's where I was actually about to say, maybe even just including just the second 50B would have been a much more beneficial idea, because A, you can split the damage from that CS, 2, you can obviously burst it down and completely get rid of it. So it definitely felt like, yeah, just a slight miscalculation there.
Indeed, indeed, but it's time for map 2. Here we go, onto Himmelsdorf once again.
In we go into game number 2. Hit and run against Gcat, 1-0 at the scoreline so far. Hit and run coming into this one with double 60 TP, the M454 being picked. 1 IS4, 1 IS7, 1 E5, and the Mouse to round it off.
An interesting choice for the M454, especially after the somewhat of a recent set of nerfs coming around. Look, I mean, the high alpha is still pretty solid. The mobility on that tank is quite nice as well, but I'm curious to see if it's the small or the big barrel, but...
it should be the big one. Like, if you play the small barrel, might as well play S-Conk, in my opinion.
Not wrong.
But yeah, on the other side, obviously, Gcat coming in with the Mouse, E5, IS4, 50B, double 60 TP, and the 277. Now, the most important thing is going to be how the teams start off. For Gcat, we see triple tank, I believe, on the hill, double towards 8 line, double towards K line. Would be interesting to know if they actually have low noise exhaust to cross over.
Don't think I spotted any.
I didn't think so either, but then again, I didn't look terribly hard, so we'll have to see. And by hit and run, we see the mouse in a C6 position that they've adopted recently. That's actually a good tank to punish the cross. We can see Tup there only having his gun damage, but he's going to be deterred. Marcel driving in towards G2-3. He takes one shot, but that's a good hold down.
Speaking of that 6-6 position, that's actually something that within APAC we've been playing for quite a fair long while, including even during the 5v5 tournament. So it's something that is a very, very effective position, especially to keep on attracting some of the attention and to make some of the crossfires a whole lot more efficient. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Gcat, getting that pressure going, getting Conrad's attention now over to that 277. Plus, speaking with that with the turret as well, will be quite rather difficult to get any sort of penetration either.
Yeah, the thing is that the 277 over the course of the game is going to have good trades, just like Never there, doing a number onto everybody. Good connection by the 60 TP there. But what I was saying about in that B line is that Mouse, it cannot really angle effectively against the 340 heat pen that the 277 brings. It's even like a 60% pen chance if he hits the correct spot. Obviously at that distance not guaranteed, but the Mouse is going to lose out in the long run there. That being said though, Gcat, they have the 277 established in B0, but I think they're eyeing themselves some of that K-line push potential.
Yeah, wow, that is a lot of damage that just went into Hokiao as well. That is quite unfortunate. But I do want to quickly highlight the position of the T110E5, the position where they could actually utilize quite thoroughly to try to wedge the IS-4 maybe just ever so slightly, but as of now it doesn't seem to be the case. Hokiao needs to be a little bit more careful about how he presents himself, because right now with Piotr starting to move around towards a different window to get that shot onto the IS-4, things could get a little bit more problematic, seeing as there's no real other coverage apart from that 60 TP just around the corner.
Yeah, the thing is, the E5 position that you mentioned in like K5-6 behind the church, that is a big asset that Hit and Run have currently. Another shot taken here by the team in purple, but basically that E5, he's going to come as a big surprise, but that asset, it might become a liability at some point. If there is enough tanks by Gcat pushing that K line, he would be the immediate and the very easy focus fire at such short distances. The E5 would just melt. That would just be like, hey, pick me up and, you know, go from there.
Yeah, well, Buhui seems to be just waiting for the opportunity to arrive, but it seems like the rendezvous over at the K6, K7 is looking to mount up some sort of an offensive now that the 60 TP is starting to move away from that corner at the G7 as well. So it's looking like the squad of Gcat looking to push the church and try to isolate either one of the two 60 TPs.
The push starting to get called here, and now Never, he's going to try to hit that 50B on the cross here.
with them as well.
Yeah, 50B doing a good job of staying behind the mouse, but now the shots from the cross starting to come in. The 50B down towards 1400 HP. Minairos actually with the getaway here. Absolute Houdini pulled by the 5 player. He's going to get out of there. He takes one more shot, but crucially, he does stay alive. Good plays by Minairos.
Still, the HP difference is not as bad, though maybe just slight amount of copium from me, but everybody needs to start getting into this safe position. With Rico, once again, man is cursed, really. He's the first one who took majority of the damage in the first round. He's the first to take the majority of the damage in the second round. Things are definitely looking a little bit problematic for him, but that rotation from Never now could make things a whole lot more problematic. I say that, though. Minus 703.
And now Gcat, they're sensing that the mouse by Hit and Run is actually out of the game. That is why the push in the Mercedes area is now going to get pulled off. Marcel down towards a 2-shot here, drops down towards 442.
Oh no.
We'll see Buhui does not roll him. And from the back lines, Chip with a big connection into Never. The 50B, Handsome is the next one on the chopping block for the team of Hit and Run here, as they are ahead 2k HP, but they have the mouse out of the game.
Yeah, Buhui as well is next on the chopping block. Kubaraj does make sure that he won't leave for too long. Tip and everybody are the last two remaining on the railroad here. IS-4 of Hokkaido is unfortunately a little bit too little too late. Meanwhile, there is also a brawl at the C5, but at this point it is very much negligible, as it looks like Gcat are definitely thwarting here.
Yeah, now some more connections coming in from the team of Gcat, but now finally Hit and Run has reloaded. Are retaliating, the 60 TP taken out of the game. That is Rico. Also gone. Piotr shutting him down. Kubash with the flank onto everybody, and it's almost nobody remaining for Gcat here. Still 1000 HP difference, but the guns are the number of the game. Minairos still alive on 45 able to provide DPM. And the problem here by Gcat, they simply don't have the guns available anymore. Hokyao down towards 680, Monster coming in here, down towards 10, down towards 0. It's only Cousin remaining, and Hit and Run. They did look a bit shaky, I would say, but 2-0 in the end is a comfortable scoreline.
Yeah. Look, their overall control of the map has been quite phenomenal on the round number 2, more so than the round number 1, I'll have to say, Gihan. The way how they've managed to handle their momentum, once again, like you highlighted as well before, the ability to handle the damage spread as well has been absolutely stunning. And, well, it left really Gcat with quite nothing really to acquire here. I mean, even now, Mineros being on 45 HP, still alive, still kicking, all courtesy of the rest of the team being able to cover him.
Yeah, now Hit and Run, basically, they know that they have won this round.
Wait,
here.
actually, maybe not.
I mean, anything but that would be a huge upset.
I'm trolling.
Considering they're defending, I mean, 2,000 HP difference as well. But the thing is, I think Cousin is doing the sensible thing here and just driving away towards his own spawn. Yeah, you could say, you know, just drive in, give them the victory finally. But the thing is that, you know, you're now down 2-0 effectively. If you're Gcat, and if you're Cousin, you just want to give every single second possible to your team to just mentally get away from the defeat that you just had. You're probably not even looking at your screen anymore because you don't want to see what's going on realistically.
Just reset,
Yeah, just mentally reset, forget Himmelsdorf ever happened, and now focus one round at a time at what you're supposed to do, which is basically take the first victory in the group stage. It's not going to be easy, but it's not impossible either. It's only a best of 5.
That's true, yeah. Quite limited time here overall on the stage, at least for the first matchup, and it looks like Gcat will only get one more chance to really get any sort of redemption here going into the round number 3 later down the line. But yeah, you are very much correct. Yeah, just spend that extra minute to just stalk out with the team, make sure they recuperate, make sure they just sort of, well, reset themselves mentally, because yeah, right now the mental fortitude is not going to be particularly too great, because if, at least in terms of Falcons, it was a bit of a back and forth, in this case it was very much one-sided.
Well, a 2-0 puts us in an interesting position. Now, somewhere that we haven't been so far yet today, although this is only our second game, but as of this point in the last series, it was a 1-1 scoreline. Now, though, with the 2-0, obviously that opens up the conversation around a potential 3-0 being on the cards, and from what we've seen here, Hit and Run are looking pretty comfortable in this series.
Yeah, I mean, Hit and Run coming into this game, I would say that both of the victories that they just pulled off were not clean, not as clean as the Opur victories that we saw them pulling off on Sand River, especially with the 7-0. That was pretty impressive, but then again, they do have that 2-0 scoreline that Opur didn't manage to get, so good for them. And I think for Hit and Run especially, what they are trying to do right now, trying to create right now, is chaos in the game. They're trying to make it messy. They're trying to make it dirty. They're trying to just overwhelm the opposing team with so many different fires that they need to put out. You know, the opposing team just crumbles, and that is something that we have seen Hit and Run try and do before with European teams, because those players, for both Opur and Hit and Run, you need to understand they have been playing together for so long that they have such an incredible team cohesion that alone sometimes is enough to miraculously somehow carrying them over the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting strategy to begin with, Cthulhu. They were able to take so much map control on that defense. It really felt like Gcat had nowhere really to play from, and they were at a certain point having to retake their own map control initially, and obviously we saw how that went. When you give up so much of the map, it's very difficult to come back.
Yeah, look, that round 2 setup was a little bit of a head scratcher, not gonna lie, with the way how they've decided to just sort of hunker down at that one spot, giving away 3/4 of the map to Hit and Run, which basically allowed them to literally have the free roam there. Not a single bit of contention either around the castle, which wasn't even necessary really. And overall, yeah, I mean, once we saw that set up for just a push out, I think it was just that at that point a Hail Mary sort of play where they realized, well, we don't really have a whole lot of time. We need to do something. We need to get at least some sort of set of kills, and that was basically all that there is to it.
Yeah, as the scorelines here, or rather the post-game data is starting to come in, Himmelsdorf, we just saw that map getting taken 2-0, and that actually was Gcat's pick. And now we're headed over towards Ghost Town, Hit and Run's pick. And while historically Ghost Town hasn't been really played a terrible lot by the team of Hit and Run, obviously they have been training together, or against, you should rather say, Opur, that are a very well-versed Ghost Town team. So maybe some knowledge transfer going on there even. If that is the first map you ever pick to play in an offline tournament, if you're a Hit and Run, they must have something for us.
Yeah,
here.
you've definitely got to have something in the back pocket there. You've got to be feeling confident about it. And quite frankly, at the moment, I'm feeling pretty confident about that 3-0 prediction, Cthulhu. I thought last game, bit of an upset, but this game, it seems like Hit and Run really are here to play.
Yeah. Look, it definitely is a whole lot more decisive of a matchup as well, comparative to what Falcons were showing. And it shows as well that when we were talking originally about the storylines for Gcat as well, they're the second seed technically coming out of China. They're the ones the quote-unquote underdogs. So it is sort of almost expected that for Hit and Run to perform here, they won out their opponent's map pick, which is probably the best indication out of all of it. And yet going to their own map pick, I'm pretty sure 7-0 may even to come around from Hit and Run on Ghost Town.
The only thing I'll say is if they were, I don't know exactly who's starting on attack and who's starting, do you know? I would assume it would be Gcat on defense.
I think
first.
we should have just seen in the asset that was
it
on
was
screen.
It was Gcat on defense.
Okay.
So that's kind of the point that I'm making here is that, like, okay, well, we've seen defensive sided wins be a little bit more prolific so far today. They're going to, again, kind of have to break that attacking side victory, which on Ghost Town, I mean, again, tends to lean a little bit towards the defense, so...
Then again, I want to highlight that historically speaking on the ESO, in like the past 6 to 8 months, there was this commitment into the cap on Ghost Town for it, like 4 attack with triple fast heavy and then slow super heavy to back it up. And for, I would say, a couple tournaments, it actually seemed that no one was able to defeat that strat on Ghost Town attack until someone started figuring it out. It completely fell apart, and then it completely fell out of fashion as well. But the thing is that you need to have all the assets in place for that to work. So maybe it will just be a case of, Hit and Run. They don't really want to show a whole lot of what they've prepared for the future. Maybe they'll just try a quick cap attempt and see if it sticks. I mean, at that point, 2-0 up. Might as well.
I mean, I wouldn't think it's a bad shout, especially if what you're saying is true, that they're the kind of team that can sometimes just default back to their fundamentals and kind of win that way by being a little bit more of a cohesive roster. If you throw a faster play in, end of the day, you're forcing your opponent to sort of come down to your level. It's going to be a messy game. It's going to be quite chaotic. And who wins in those kinds of games? Well, the teams that are a little bit better, more well-drilled, the teams that kind of are a bit more comfortable with one another and are able to sort of act instinctively rather than having to listen to the caller say, oh, do this, do that, because at that point you've wasted a bit too much time. And so, I mean, I think that would not be a bad shout. I've always been a fan of those faster cap plays on Ghost Town as well, personally. So, I mean, I'm looking at this one, like I said, Cthulhu as being a potential 3-0 on the cards, but where are you sitting?
Yeah, look, I think if with the first matchup, I would have probably said that, maybe this is going to be a whole lot of a closer venture after seeing a couple of the rounds. For this one, I'm very much dubious that we will see a whole lot of longevity coming out of the Ghost Town. And I mean, highlighting the fact that both of the EU teams before this event were mostly practicing the focus fire. This is exactly what is actually ending up being the strength.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see what we're going to get, because there is still a chance that Gcat can make this one work. Are they looking comfortable on the stage at the moment? Well, I don't know. I think it's pretty chill. It is still day one. We know that today's not an elimination day either.
That's true.
So that's something that they have in their back pocket. And I mean, if anything, Hit and Run are looking like, all right, let's just get into game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not too much difference actually in the mimic of the players here. Oh, that was a slight smile coming out from Conrad here. He knows it's only one more round that they got to do.
Well, we'll find out whether or not it's going to be a 3-0 right here, because it's time to jump onto Ghost Town.
All right, into round number 3 we go. It is match point for Hit and Run that do come into their attack with double 60 TP, a single i7 double mouse, 1 S-Conk, and the Sia 63.
And meanwhile, on the side of introducing for Handsome an IS-7 with the Grouses as well, trying to get that extra bit of mobility to go. Definitely is talking about the, potential scouting plays. Both IS-7s, yeah, you are correct. I'm curious to see how will Gcat really looking to exploit the IS-7, seeing as the mobility is already out there. Maybe turn it into those fast scout support, I suppose, for the CS63.
I mean, the thing also, if there is a CS63 on the team, that can boost the IS-7s. That's something
True.
the other team needs to keep in mind, needs to respect. We do see that it's not going to be the case here. Instead, Cousin, with that low noise exhaust, does spot out the southwestern part of the map where, well, he doesn't find a whole lot of tanks. Gcat here aiming towards that southwestern part. And yeah, they don't find anyone. That is a lot of alpha that is being committed right now in towards the K1 the direction where Piotr is being sent, but I think that is out of render where he is currently. He doesn't even get spotted, and I think the timing is over. Gcat knows it. That was just a timed opening by them. And instead, Hawkyao in the mouse taking the first shot for advancing on the H line. Not really sure who dealt the damage, might have been Piotr. But yeah, initial setup, never good shot.
Interesting to see that it's the similar IS-7 setup as well for Gcat, similar to how Falcons did it as well on the Ghost Town, which is quite curious to see because last time we've seen it from Falcons, they could not really safely break that K1 position. Meanwhile, on the side of the Hit and Run, very, very concentrated presence right around the 2 flag, which is going to be basically a kill zone really there for them.
Yeah, and now we do see the game slowing down a bit. I mean, historically, Ghost Town, one of those maps where a lot of heavy tanks got picked, but it wasn't entirely devoid of mediums either, because those outside angles on the 1 line, on the A line, on the K line, as soon as you get those angles down, you can really start to nail down the opponents that are trying to move around in the city. Hawkyao, though, in a bit of a predicament, down to 1700, so far, Gcat trying to throw a lot of stuff at Hit and Run, nothing sticking, and now they're bowing out of this southern part of the map, admitting it's not going to be there that they're going to be attacking.
Admittedly, a better decision rather than just trying to stick around that same hill position. Try to maybe reinforce the city, because knowing how the European team so far played the Ghost Town center, it is going to get quite aggressive quite quickly as well. So reinforcing those spots, making sure that you are prepared for the isolation plays. Those will be the key ones as well for Hit and Runs to hit. And for Hawkyao, he just needs to just fall back a little bit, because the moment he gets isolated, well, Tip will take its time to rotate. Rico, yeah, I doubt that he will rotate either here. So things could get rather problematic for the mouse, and you would want to keep the mouse in the brawl just as that punching bag.
Yeah, and look at how clean Hit and Run is playing this currently. They have removed basically half a mouse, then they have taken, they've done a shot of damage onto one IS-7, they've done a shot of damage on towards the 60 TP, even Piotr now moving up in that IS-7 towards the K4 position, so another bit of map control, switching over towards Hit and Run that haven't taken a single point of damage, not even by HE at this point.
Yeah, good timing as well for Piotr to rotate. Interesting to see that Cousin decides to go just into the field to scout out, maybe assuming that there's might be some presence on the flank already. Well, partially he will be quite correct, but it is on the northern hill instead. I believe that is the Super Conqueror that is actually going to be sitting there. Handsome's position, yeah, not bad, but at the same time needs to be very, very careful. Everybody is also now highlighted. Potentially could be the main target, or either him or Hawkyao.
Yeah, Marcel now finally taking the first shot of damage on the lineup of Hit and Run, but we can already see that he, before that, did another shot into Hawkyao, who's down towards 791. Now, though, Gcat coming into the cap number 2 here. Handsome does get tracked. If we do see a double track, that could be detrimental. It's not going to come out. Huge punishment onto Conrad, and this is a cap commitment that was better executed than what we saw by Opur here. Both Buhui and Handsome now in the cap, and there's a lot of tanks to cover.
Yeah, a lot of tanks to cover, a lot of flanks starting to come around. Marcel about to be pressured even more. Hawkyao finally gone as well, but now with Tip starting to peek around, him against Marcel and Monster, whilst Buhui is getting actually pushed even further. Marcel is over the hill. He needs the support right now to come through, but it seems like neither Kazan nor Tip can actually help Buhu here in any shape or form. Marcel finally has the loader down, it seems, but things are definitely not looking too pretty for Gcat as the health disadvantage now in the 4000.
Yeah, exactly. Monster is probably going to win his 1v1 as he does, pulls off the reload, and now Handsome is in a big piece of trouble here as Marcel pulls a number onto everybody who loses 1700 HP in the blink of an eye. Handsome down towards a one-shot, and Hit and Run are making this look easy. 7 players still available with more than double the amount of HP. Piotr with the next kill of the game. Handsome not looking so good anymore as Marcel does get his loader back, and now it is 7 versus 3 remaining tanks for Hit and Run that are looking at a clean 3-0 scoreline. This is what we expected from the European teams, and Hit and Run delivers.
Yeah, they certainly did deliver, though quite a fair bit of a disappointing turnaround from Gcat, really. They had the setups, they had the original aggression really nicely done, but the coverage from there on out was absolutely abysmal, and well, that's the result of it all. Well played by Hit and Run, though. They managed to really handle this whole pressure really nicely, including even the presence of Kubash, who was applying that outside pressure to prevent any sort of, well, walkouts.
Yeah, I mean, total domination.
Yes, indeed, it is a 3-0 total domination is one way to put it. It's Hit and Run who have, dare I say, restored a bit of pride for the European rosters.
I mean, taking a look at the matches in total, we are 2-0, so I mean, yeah, Hit and Run looking good. What can I say? Proud of the boys, but this was only the second match of the day. That was only their first match. There's a lot more to be played.
Yeah, I think, again, and if we would sort of look at the series as a whole, I mean, Ghost Town maybe notwithstanding, because that one did seem to be pretty clean, but Himmelsdorf, it did feel like, you know, there was definitely some levels of improvements that could be made for Hit and Run, so I don't even think they've necessarily hit, like, their peak level going into this tournament, which probably is fair enough. You don't really want that to be happening in your first game of the day. And for Gcat, back to the drawing board, basically, is where they've got to find themselves.
Basically, yeah. Look, I'll still give it to them. The Himmelsdorf setups were definitely looking promising. They definitely spent quite some time getting themselves prepared and everything, but unfortunately from there on, when it came down to applying the theory to practice, things went absolutely down south, and, well, without any sort of way to return back to potential victory. So, look, yeah, for Gcat, I gotta say a little bit more disappointing turnaround comparative to what sort of the bar that Falcon set, really.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that game on Ghost Town, though. It was, I didn't mind the idea necessarily from Gcat. Like you said, they had a bit of a better cross onto the cap, but the issue was it came a bit too late, right? Hokia was almost already dead in a mouse by the stage that they decided to actually do something, and I think if you're going to go for that kind of a setup, probably need to be doing it a little bit earlier.
I mean, what should also be mentioned is that essentially the opening that that Gcat tried to apply, right, it didn't work.
No.
Because they had that CS63 with the low noise exhaust that was supposed to spot the southwestern cross. They had double 60 TP plus a mouse committed, all aiming there, looking for damage, and they got nothing. They got zero return on it. So that was the first problem then. And with those cap strategies that I mentioned, the crux of the thing, the imperative thing that you need to pull off is essentially being quick on the cap to avoid the initial punishment that you take, which you're not able to do anymore as soon as you've wasted the start of your attack with aiming somewhere where you didn't get damage or didn't get to do damage.
No value.
So
Yeah, but once again we see another 7-0 on the cards there, Cthulhu. So I mean, I guess at least for the European teams, they're getting something going, getting something rolling a little bit, and they've got to be feeling pretty comfortable after the first couple of games. At the very least, what we can deduce from the day so far is that the European teams are stronger than the Chinese teams.
Yeah. So far, it's been a fairly one-sided adventure. Though I will say, Falcon so far, I might be keeping my eye out on them. Their performance was really, really impressive. all things considered, given that they were versing one of the Europeans teams, that is the Opera. Whereas, yeah, for hit and run, so far we're yet to see if any of the teams will really give them that challenge, apart from obviously the colleagues in terms of Opera. But anywhere outside of the European region, I am not yet so sure if even the NA or, well, matter of fact, even APAC would give them any sort of sweat.
Well, I mean, it's funny that you should mention that because the next game is going to be Opora and Smile, so we will get to sort of jump into that one a little bit, but look, a conversation that can be had in a little moment. I think what's more interesting for me is that, at least in Opora's case, I wonder if they're going to be able to take anything from that first game to take into this second game, because I didn't know necessarily whether or not we would see such a close result for Opora in game one. Whereas for hit and run, it doesn't feel like they need to take quite as much.
So, all right, I'm going to come in with a hot take here, and hopefully I'll be bringing a lot more, but maybe it was better for Opora than for hit and run to win the first match like that, because now Opora is acutely aware that, you know, they aren't as favored as they maybe thought they would be, and maybe, all right, maybe kind of cold take actually, but they know that they can be hurt, and now they will be even more alert, especially since the up-and-coming match is going to be EU against NA. And I think in any kind of esports, it's kind of safe to say that, you know, whenever Europe is playing against America, it's kind of a spicy one.
It is a bit of a spicy one. It's always a bit of a rivalry, that is for sure. I don't know who generally comes out on top. Well, in World of Tanks, I can say it's decisively Europe more often than not, but...
I mean, NA, some say it stands for North America. Twitch chat.
Near
Twitch
airport.
Chat.
It's near
I didn't
airport.
say. I did not say that.
Well, it's fine. We're from APAC. That, you know, we don't have a dog in this race necessarily, or dog in this fight, I think is the term. But yeah, look, I think today, well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see as to what we get in the server between Smile and Opora, but yeah, based on what we've seen from Europe, again, there's no reason to doubt them. You know, and going back over to the Chinese team for a moment, Cthulhu, obviously for both, they've still got a game yet to play today, but a pretty unfortunate start for the fans here locally in Shanghai.
Yeah, definitely not the start that they wanted to see, though I reckon once we'll get to some of the closer matchups, I reckon the Chinese teams versus the North Americans could be a pretty interesting one. That's one of them. And China versus APAC should be an even closer venture, I reckon. Borderline, I'd say even like a 3-2 venture at least. And look, I'd say the day is not over for them yet, by far. Though coming up against the top representatives within just the worldwide stage in World of Tanks competitive in general, it's definitely a rough gig.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of running it back, right? This is the first live event in World of Tanks esports since...
It's quite a while.
When was the last one? Like, would have been
well,
2018?
if you count the last offline event, I think it was 2019 Tankers Day in Minsk.
Right.
That was actually coincidentally the last one that I was at as an analyst, and it was kind of, you know, a very interesting one because I did like 5 minutes analyst segment before the stream. Then it was 5-0 that the CIS team won, and then 10 minutes after analysis because there realistically wasn't a whole lot to analyze. But
all I'm going to say is you guys in Europe are lucky the CIS teams aren't here because they were always the best. So at least you get to enjoy your time at the top for the foreseeable
I mean,
future.
we do have a lot of the transfer teams that do spice up our tournaments, so there is a lot of that going on. It is very fun to see, but obviously none of them here because the old guard from the EU server, namely the two Polish teams, have prevailed, and they have made their way here.
Yeah, well done. I was going to ask, actually, was that just a European event, or was it global?
Which one? Tankers Day Minsk? That was just a show match in between CIS and EU.
So, I mean, I guess at this point, obviously, what I'm trying to get at is that this is like the return to
I think
global...
I think the last global event that we had was actually the final battle in 2017.
Yeah. I think, was it 2018? I want to say it was... Oh, no, it was no, you're right. It was the end of 2017. That's right. Yeah. Like December 2017. So it's been a long time. It's been like what? I mean, it's now the end of 2023, so it's been 6 years.
Yeah, and it's still good to see some familiar faces. Like I think Piotr, for example, was there. Karolf was there. Yeah. A lot of others were there, obviously, but those players have actually, you know, stayed at the competitive top. So it's crazy to see them after all these years because in esports, 5 years, 7 years, that is an absolute eternity.
Yeah, and I don't even know what my point was as to why I brought that up because we've gone on that conversation for so long. But yeah, it is cool. And, you know, obviously I would love to see more of it. I think, you know, having the global tournament is a lot more appealing than you know, just having these regional-based tournaments. Obviously, we've been casting the ANZ-based tournaments for the better part of 2-3 years, and one of the things that I was always saying is like, guys, we really would love to see the ANZ teams play against the Japanese teams, for example. That would be really cool, and then potentially going further from that, see what the APAC teams would do against the teams from Europe and from North America, and well, obviously from China here as well. So something that we're still sort of waiting to see whether or not, obviously, Mori-Chan can pick the dub up for Asia Pacific. I do have my reservations as to whether or not that will be the case, but hey, I mean, that's the beauty of competition, and this is where we're at this point. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how the rest of the day plays out. But it's going to be a big one, guys. It's only 2 games. We've only done 2 games. We've still got 4 more to go. So yeah, big day.
Big day, absolutely. But look, I'd say today will be one of those as well big warm-up days. I don't think all the teams will really bust out, you know, the flashiest of their strats. Highly doubt that is going to be the case, unless maybe more so for teams like Mori-Chan that are coming into this that just want to get as much progress as possible, get as much of that experience as possible. And whereas, yeah, the EU counterparts, the NA counterparts, yeah, I'm more so thinking we sticking to, well, pub-ish sort of strats as much as one could call them pub strats, really, and just more so focus on the basics, like the focus fire, like trying to just coordinating the attacks and whatnot. From there, look, I'd say tomorrow is going to be the one where we really get to see the strat book to be fully opened up and us getting into the thick of it, because we're already seeing the T100 LT from Oper as well on Sand River, which look, admittedly raised my eyebrow a little bit seeing it.
I mean, the way that the meta has recently been developing is that essentially you want to pick heavy and super heavy tanks, and
yeah, HP
with
rules.
that, yeah, exactly. And with that meta where you have a lot of HP, a lot of alpha damage as well sometimes, and a lot of armor, a light tank has a hard time paying off, in my opinion. There is a couple maps, Sand River being one of them, Prokarovka sometimes as well, but even on Prokarovka, if the if the defending or the attacking team, if they are picking a setup with like a lot of 277s, IS7s, but maybe some CSs, and we'll get into that one in a second because there is interesting interactions there as well, that can just nullify the light tank as a factor in 7v7. And now talking about the CS tanks as well, since the addition of basically Commander's Vision System, low noise exhaust, all those kind of shenanigans, basically a CS63 can sit in a bush and just chill there, and the T100 will only proxy spot it. And by that, it just makes the T100 on Prokarovka, for example, less useful. And then instead of half a combat tank, you rather take a CS, you put full like spotting modules on it, but at the end of the day, you still have more DPM, you have a better gun with higher pen, higher alpha, you have more HP, and you even have more armor.
You know, it's a far cry from what we used to see in World of Tanks Esports back in the 768 format. I mean, that's a real throwback at that point. But you used to have the RU251 was like the go-to, and then sometimes the AMX 1390 as well, depending on the map. But those two tended to be like the 2 scouting tanks.
I remember playing 416 on Ghost Town.
Yeah, yeah, and every now and then you'd have like an Arty in there for the sort of the 8 tier points for that last tank. Very, very different time, obviously. But yeah, I think we're in a better spot now. I was always a fan back then of potentially pushing it to 770. I never really understood why it was 768. It didn't really make much sense to me, but eventually we got there. We got there to the 770, which I think is definitely better because, you know, end of the day, one of those tanks was semi-irrelevant. But anyway, what we have to say is irrelevant because we do have an interview ready on the stage. So we'll jump down there and hear from the players.
Hopefully.
好的，欢迎回到我们的赛后采访环节。那站在我旁边的话是刚刚赢下比赛的 Hit and Run 的 Monster， 欢迎。
Hello, I'm Monster. Nice to see you here, everyone. Thank you for your support also. It's really a pleasure. Oh, like that? Okay, thank you so much for the advice.
大家好，我们是来自 Hit and Run 的 Monster， 然后很高兴能够在这里看到大家，欢迎大家为我们拍下一些美好的照片，谢谢。
好，那其实今天我觉得这场比赛呢是拿到了一个非常大的一个比分嘛，3-0。那这个比分的话，会在你们之前的预想当中吗？还是说他觉得有点超乎预料？
So today you defeat the other team by 3-0. Did you ever predict this result?
Oh, what can I say? Like we didn't really thought about the result in the very beginning. Like we just played our game. We were focused on the game. So result we didn't really pay attention to that one.
所以其实，在比赛一开始之前呢，我们是没有想到会有这么大的比分的。我们就是全神贯注的专注游戏，然后就是自然而然的拿下了比赛。
那其实我有关注到，在今天的那个第二张图的时候，就是 Ghost Town 里面，他们其实因为我看到今天的比赛大部分都会选择是权重的嘛，但是这场比赛他们会拿到了一个唯独的一个的中甲。我想问一下，这个是有什么特殊的含义吗
So in Ghost Town, most people will choose or the heavy tank team, but for you, you choose one medium tank. So what was your thoughts?
What can I say? Our players are confident on tanks like mediums, so we are open to pick tanks like this. That's why we are picking it. It can have an advantage in some situations, so that's why we picked one medium instead of 7 heavy tanks.
所以因为我们在中坦方面是相对游刃有余的，所以我们有很充足的信心，能够选择中坦，也能够很好的进行比赛。
好，那其实我还有看到最后一个，因为这张图在我看来它有点像是就是易防守，但是比较难去攻。那今天如果这场比赛的话，你们是拿到了进攻方，你觉得你会用什么样的方式去打破这样的一种困局，或者这场比赛用进攻方的方式怎么样做可能会做得更好？
So in the last map, it's easy for the defense side. But if you were the offense side, what would you do to make some breakthroughs and win the game?
Oh, that's a very hard question. But what can I say? If you want to win on the Ghost Town attack, you need to do something to surprise the enemy defender. So that would be my strategy.
就是这个问题有点难回答，但是我只能说呢，你需要就是要准备一些惊喜给到对方，就是要打个措手不及吧。
所以是在时间或者是在某一个是时间上，第二个是不是有可能在战术的配置上，就是在那个配置上会有一些小的一个惊喜。
So when you mean surprise, you mean the surprise in team cooperation or the time arrangement or anything?
You can surprise them by, let's say, going on the angle where they are not expecting you. So, for example, you are doing fast push from the other, just by one side, like on one side. Maybe you will surprise them. Maybe you will win, convincingly.
有可能是采取一些对方没有意料到的一些角度进行攻击，或者是全面推进，就是打他们一个措手不及这样吧。
要不就是快，要不就是在过程当中不断的拉扯，然后寻求这样的一种战术上的可能性。好的，那非常感谢 Monster 接受我们的采访，也预祝你在接下来比赛当中可以打得越来越好。Thank you very much. Thank you.
这是我第2次参加线下赛，但是世界赛是第1次，然后也比较期待与这些来自各个州服的冠军们切磋一下。
The first time they are playing an offline tournament on a big stage, so yeah, everybody is really excited and really looking forward to playing on the big stage against the big guys.
时隔6年，我们国服第1次迎来线下赛，每个人都比较开心吧，都比较激动，也希望这次比赛能有个比较好的发挥。
I think it's teamwork. We understand each other pretty well, so it enables us to overcome tough situation and always come out on top.
自分たちの戦い方としてはしっかり相手チーム名を観察して特徴に合った戦術を使うっていうところは自分たちが得意としているところなんで、それをしっかり準備していきたいと思います。
Our biggest strength is probably our individual play skill. I think it's pretty strong, and we shouldn't be underestimated.
我们优势最大的地方肯定就是这次比赛我们是坐镇主场，
相对比较关注欧服的队伍。
我比较想和黑糖的乱塔，他们是升级版 Prokarovka。
I think it will be hit and run because they are the other Polish team in this tournament, so we obviously want to beat them.
Oppo playing very good this tournament, so I hope we're gonna meet them. I mean, you know, it's not ego, but confidence, I would say so.
Pen your shots, we're coming for you.
我想这个冠军就是留在中国吧，让他们国外的选手怎么来怎么回去。
Our response is just that dreaming isn't forbidden. You can dream big, you should dream big, but this dream won't come true for them this time.
カモネットでも積んで怯えてな。
一群老野。
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back here to the caster's desk. And we have gathered for Game 3 of the group stage here. And it is two teams that should be fairly familiar to all Western viewers. It is going to be Opur, all the way from Poland, against Smile from the Americas. Guys, what's your take?
Oh, look, the classic EU versus NA derby really should be a pretty interesting matchup, given that both of these regions are fairly well developed as well in terms of their strategy. They have quite a fair few competitions as well going for themselves. So I reckon, look, this could be one of the tighter matchups. Though, look, EU so far has been looking fairly promising, though it is Opur that had a bit of a rougher start.
I mean, you could argue a cold start. Now they're warmed up, ready to go. I was, chilling in the back room, watching the games, checking out Twitch chat, see what was being said. A lot of copium coming out of North America, if I'm being honest.
I mean, we'll have to see about that. There is a lot of memes, obviously, going on in between Europe and North America. I think most of that down to the fact that, people in Twitch are going to understand what the people from the other continent are going to be writing That all being said and done, though, going into this one, I think we should all agree that EU is the favored team, but there is the potential of setups because I think during last year's December, there was the Winter Invitational that we were running in the Western region, and there it was in the semifinals 2 EU and 2 Americas teams. The finals consisted of 2 American teams.
Yeah, look. All I'm going to say is I think in the case of this matchup, if say EU versus China, it was sort of, yeah, you could say that EU are favored quite heavily. Going into this one, I'm sort of the opinion, whilst yes, they may be slight favored, but instead of it being say 70-30 in favor of EU, this one is going to be more so like say 55-45.
I don't know, it's a little concerning that you have to go back 12 months to find a result which favours the North Americans, but look, I understand they've been doing it rough. I know that there's a lot of passion out there, there's a lot of people backing them, and look, this is a region that doesn't get the opportunity to shine like this all that often, so I know for a fact these guys are going to be hungry, they're going to be determined, so that could play into their hand, especially given that Opor, to be honest, looked a little bit weaker than considered.
I mean, we had PM on stage here before, but first of all, let's take a look at the intro. And other than that, basically, I think the important thing to mention here is that there is a big difference in between both of those teams that are coming in here right now. And that is not only the server or the continent that they're going to be coming from, but there is the other difference that Opor, they have played a match already on that stage. And they've won it. Yes, it was quite close, but I think it is kind of a big drawback here for the side of Smile that they don't have that experience yet. Yes, they do have Dodoma in their lineup that has offline experience, but that one is from years ago. And on the other side, you have a team that comes freshly off a win, essentially.
Well, to a certain degree, you could sort of take it as a double-sided coin, really. On one hand, yeah, you are correct, not warmed up, a little bit on the rougher side, plus for Smile, that thing's been a little bit rougher in terms of their rostering as well, since it's not a full core lineup that was back in NA. But on the other hand, Smile got to actually take a look at how Opor really perform, how they played out against the Chinese counterparts, and so they at least have a pretty decent idea as to what to expect even here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in between both of those teams, it will be a very, very interesting kind of matchup. I know that the American team especially also has been scrimming against some of the European teams, so they do know what to expect. There is one thing that should be highlighted, though, is that a lot of the players that Smile qualified with actually are not in the team that's currently here.
Yeah, it's a pretty unforgiving situation. You know, the real world, unfortunately, your boss isn't always going to give you the time off. You can't get away from your everyday commitments. So, yeah, look, you're going to make do what you can.
I mean, now the team that has already won under the captain that does even give a little wink to us here, Opor, they are coming into this one, and they are looking quite comfortable, I would like to say. Carol there, the one that earlier gave the interview, the team mummy that got switched in for DJ for today, all of those, they know what's up. And now, for the first time on the stage, is going to be the team from the Americas. It's going to be Smile.
Yeah, Smile looking to be still, well, to be here to put up a show. They did manage to get quite a fair few scrims, quite a fair few practices, so it's not like they're completely green going into this one. But look, I'm expecting that a few of the performances might be a little bit rough on the side of Smile, but I'm still hoping to see a fairly tight game as well.
I mean, one of the things I'm most excited by, you know, Sebastian Fluky, these Argentinian players. I love Latin America when it comes to esports. They're some of the most passionate, some of the most hated players that will, you know, ever take to the stage. But we're also, you know, we're in China. Chinese players are heated. Polish players obviously quite heated as well. So whether that Argentinian flame will be enough to carry them over, we'll have to see.
Exactly, we'll have to see. And now, in between both of those teams, it is going to be some mind games as well. Both of those teams, they were training in kind of the same location, the same internet cafe, at least here in China physically. So probably some kind of banter going on in between both of those teams. And basically, when we told them about the map changes on Himmelsdorf and Prokarovka, Himmelsdorf especially, the Polish teams of Opor and Hit and Run, they didn't seem particularly like, oh my god, that's going to change the world. But the North American team, when we told them, they were like, oh.
Yeah. Look, to a certain degree, I would imagine that, you know, the setups can be quite either quite strict or quite fluid. In terms of Smile, maybe it is quite very strict, and they are very much just sort of trying to base their performance and their gameplay off that just tightly locked strategy, and then trying to stick by it as much as possible, really.
Yeah, I mean, it is still kind of hard to gauge how Opor are actually feeling. We saw them on the stage very stoic, you know, not showing a huge amount of response, even after that victory. And, you know, even Prokarovka was saying, yeah, look, we won, there were some mistakes there, but we got there in the end, whereas we haven't had a chance to gauge that response from Smile yet. So this is, you know, their first chance on stage. We'll get to gauge, you know, how they respond to a loss or a victory, depending on how the match goes. And look, it's very much a litmus test for them.
I mean, overall, it is a new experience for both of the teams, and I do still stay by my initial assumption, I would say. You can fight me on that one if you want, but basically, I think the teams are not going to play the same maps that Opor already played, and other than that, Opor now has this experience of having been on stage already, and for Smile, it is the first time for them, basically on this, I mean, I have to say, awesome stage that has been built by our partner 360 here. But the thing is, the more awesome the stage is, the higher the expectations, I think, that you set for yourself, and the stage fright, I think, might be a real issue.
Yeah, stage fright could definitely be still a problem. Yeah, we were sort of touching up on that early on today as well on the desk, that, you know, the early game jitters could still be a thing. For Opor, yeah, this is going to be a perfect opportunity to really capitalize on their position, because this being their last game of today as well means that if they win, that's their top seed going into the into tomorrow, into the weekend, and from there, look, who knows how beneficial or how heavily beneficial that will be for them. Whereas on the side of Smile, yeah, look, I mean, we all predicted so far a fairly sort of one-sided venture.
I mean, the first time I am coming in with a 3-0 for myself, just because I am from a U and Smile is from an A. But that being said, I think there is the potential for any of the scorelines that we see there, 3-1, 3-2, 3-0, for either team, actually. Because historically, the North American teams have shown that they can hurt the European teams and that they can take matches. But the amount of preparation, I think, that has gone into this for Opor is quite substantial, and Smile has the problem of having recently substituted a few players.
Yeah, I mean, look, unfortunately, a bit of confirmation bias. You know, Cthulhu, you and I watch a number of different titles in which NA and the EU compete, and for the most part, it is very much the EU show. So, yeah, look, I'd like to see NA show up. I'm here for the underdog story, but if you look at it on paper, Opor looking strong. Yeah, a bit of a hiccup earlier, but they got the job done.
All right, so overall, how do you think this match is going to go? I believe I'm already looking into my little cheat sheet. First map is going to be Himmelsdorf. I believe then we're going into Tundra, which I think is the first attack-sided, or some people say attack-sided map that we're going to see this tournament, I think.
Yeah, look, I gotta say, I'm not particularly a fan of going on to Himmelsdorf here, or at least, well, in terms of how Opor at least showed themselves. I reckon that in terms of the rotations, yeah, look, on their own attack, they would do absolutely phenomenally. On the defense, look, things might get, actually, no, sorry, the other way around. Defense will be fine. The attack is where we might see a few hiccups here and there, because I think Smile would be able to really punish them. But on Tundra, look, it's been a bit of a roulette, really, at least within the APAC region when we were watching it. So not sure how things will really go here between NA and EU, but suppose it will definitely be relying on quite a fair bit of mobility as well for Tundra. So say 277s, IS7s, maybe even a BZ to spice things up. Yeah, look, that would be a pretty decent idea. The moment we'll see, though, something like an autoloader, ooh, I'm not particularly a fan of that one. Not at least in this meta.
I think that's kind of the theme of the event so far, is that we haven't really seen the autoloaders completely like pop off. But yeah, first of all, let's head into an interview.
战队的 Vova， 欢迎你，首先跟大家先打个招呼吧。
Please introduce yourself to the audience first.
First of all, I would like to say thank you to each of you here. Without you guys, this thing would have never happened. So thank you. My name is Vova. I'm from Team Smile, from North American region.
我们选手说非常感谢各位观众，感谢各位粉丝，因为如果没有你们的存在，这场盛会是根本不可能完成的。然后呢，他叫做 Vova， 然后是 Smile 战队的成员，来自北美赛区。
好，那其实今天呢，我们是刚刚进行了2场比赛，结束完了之后，因为很多人都说嘛，线下比赛跟线上比赛打的时候，其实稍微会有一点点的那种实力上的一种落差。那你今天看完之后，你感觉到他们现在目前发挥出来的实力能到多少
？Well, you've been watching the past matches, right? So, do you think they're playing at their full capacity or not? Like 80%, 70%?
Personally, I don't think any team is going to show everything they're capable of yet for the group stage. I think everyone's going to try to hide some better strats for the playoffs. But yeah, everyone, I think Oper and Hit and Run are looking strong, but Oper struggled in the first game and they were big favorites, but yeah.
我们选手认为哈，其实不会有队伍一上来就会一下展露全部的实力，大家最开始都会先怎么说韬光养晦一下，对不对？把全部的这种杀招啊、大招留到后面再来。比如说像 Oper 和 Hit and Run， 他们确实今天打得很棒哦，但是我觉得他们肯定还有更大的招在后面。
那我想问一下，那 Smile 战队你们自己，你觉得你们在线下比赛的时候属于那种越打越兴奋的那种，还是说你们可能在打的时候相对在前期会做的比较保守，可能在第4到第5局的时候才会去做一些战术上的调整，去爆发一下？
Well, do you think you usually do much better than offline tournaments? Like you just get excited more and more as the match proceeds?
This is my first offline tournament, so it's a new experience, but I'm very excited, and I think we'll do well as a team.
I believe so. 我们选手觉得这次是他们第1次来打线下赛，所以当然是非常非常激动了。然后相信自己在后面一定会越打越强的。
好，那我想问一下，因为我们的战队的名字呢是叫做就是 Smile 战队嘛 ，Smile 其实我觉得它是一个非常有能量和有智慧的这样的一个词汇，所以我觉得这样的一个名字和一个战队名字对你来说是不是也会有某种特殊的一种意义或者一种能量在里面
？Well, that's something about your team name. Why did you choose like the Smile as a team, as the name of your team? Is there like special reason or something?
I think smile, just the word smile brings positive emotions out of you. So, yeah, I think that's the biggest reason.
我们觉得可能最大的原因在于 smile 微笑这个词哈，会带出很多正能量，它非常的有这种正反馈。只要我们讲这个词，只要我们笑出来，就会很有能量的感觉。
所以我们看到他的定妆照也是这样的一个充满着笑的这样的一个姿势，其实是这样的。那接下来呢，我们也希望你们带着这样的一个smile 的这样的一种心态，然后 smile 看待所有的事物，不管你是遇到任何这样的问题的时候，都有这样的一个很有能量的这样的一种方式，来刺激你们在下的比赛当中打得越来越好。希望这场比赛你们能够发挥出自己100%的实力。
Good luck with all the matches following, and I wish you could be the champion.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Well, I would say a very modest Vova here before his first match of the day. And I want to quickly pick up on one of the things he said, and that is thank you all for being here, because realistically, like, we're also enjoying watching the games, but without you, obviously, all of this wouldn't be possible. And that being said, Vova being modest in his interview, is that going to translate in towards how they want to play this match?
To a certain degree, I want to say yes, given that, yeah, for Smile, this is not the most ideal situation in terms of their roster, so I think they don't really have the grounds to really let the ego speak as much as, you know, we've grown accustomed to for the North American teams to really, you know, trash talk, to, you know, show a little bit more confidence. I mean, even looking back at Monster with his interview, very, very confident, talking about just, yeah, look, we're not afraid of anyone. So I think in this case, yeah, it might have a chance of just showing that modesty that it will be translating over to the performance as well. A bit of almost like a shy start.
It's bizarre. It's a North American team, and they're not smack talking. It's something that I haven't seen ever. I would have thought between an EU and an NA team, there would be plenty of smack talk going on. I'm hoping there's maybe a bit of trash talk on the stage, depending on how these go. But it's worth mentioning. It might be an NA team, but they have representatives from Latin America, North America, Europe as well. So they're sort of an everyman team. They sort of represent a little bit of everyone.
Yeah, maybe a bit of, you know, fanboys all around the world for them. I mean, it's also super sympathetic. I personally just pick the name Smile and say, like, hey, it brings positive emotions, why not? And if you can basically transfer or convert that into round victories, that would obviously be the ideal solution. That being said, I mean, we see the pick and bans behind us right now by the by the Chinese, the predictions by the Chinese casters.
Yeah, very heavy Oper presence.
I would say
well, I mean,
so,
the consensus is if Smile wins, two people have gone for Smile. If Smile wins, it's going to be a hard-fought victory.
Yeah, exactly. That being said, obviously, Opor, the fast favorites. What do you think is the biggest difference here in between the teams gameplay-wise? How do you expect mostly Smile to come into this match? Because we've seen Opor already.
Well, Oper are really... For Oper, they will be hoping that Smile will be very brash in terms of their decision-making and in terms of their rotations. Because with the way how Oper set themselves up, especially on the defense, was that they first set up quite a wide net, really, across the whole defensive positions. And then once they see one of the positions that gets abandoned but not fully abandoned, that's where they collapse onto it and turn basically the defense into offense. On the side of the attack, look, things could be a little bit dicey. I think here they definitely will be looking once again at just playing that sort of single-out game to get their own momentum rolling. And I think the main case for Smile, they just really need to get the very decisive but very quick rotations and make sure that once they bait in the big push, then they could run away, all coordinating the attack onto a different flank. And it's just being able to commit to just bail out and not leave anyone else behind.
And now, coming into this second match of the group number one, group stage essentially, that will be Oppo trying to secure, obviously, their first seed from the group. How do you think that plays into what Oppo are going to do regarding how many strats they want to show? Because Vova said he doesn't think that all the teams are going to put all the effort in.
I think it's that what we discussed earlier, Kehan. You know, they wanted to get it done in a 3-0 in that first match. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. Now this is what they can do. They can slam the door shut, get it done, nice 3-0, secure that first seed, and heck, they can go recline, chill out, watch the rest of the matches for the remainder of the day, and they don't have to stress too hard. So I think that is what they're going to be aiming for. So yeah, they're probably going to be bringing full force to bear. Whether or not that works going up against Smile, well, it's on the Americans.
On the other hand, them having switched a lot of players, I mean, most of the time you would say it is kind of a bad thing, but on the other hand, I think it also makes them a bit unpredictable. Because yes, like the WCI Challenge, they didn't really look that good, but basically that might have been the wake-up call that they needed. They said they trained a lot, but how much does training in like 2-3 weeks realistically do for you? What do you think?
Well, to a certain degree, it still offers up quite a fair bit, because first things first, well, there's still communication with the original core team. That's one. Two, their callers still had some of these strats prepared, so it should be still a fairly workable situation.
All right, so now we do see the players' faces. What can we make from them here? Obviously, the Opor players coming into this one looking, I don't want to say bored, but I would say they have developed some kind of routine. And now here, Fluky for the team with Smile, still trying to figure out stuff.
Well, yeah, your poor team, they just stone-faced. It's so hard to gauge what's going on in their heads at any one time.
Very stoic.
Very stoic indeed. Map pick and bans, though.
Yeah, look, so far seeing Cliff in the Ghost Town out of the equation is a pretty solid one. Himmelsdorf once again making a return, which feels a little bit, well, almost weird now that we're getting to see it even more. Look, yeah, like you highlighted, Himmelsdorf, Tundra being brought in as the first two picks is not too shabby whatsoever. Yeah, again, mobility will be key here.
Mobility will indeed be key on Tundra if there is no immediate commitment on towards one of the two sides. I mean, then Steps, Moro, Sand River Mines, all of them getting banned out. And for the second time of the day, Prokarovka would be our tiebreaker if we get to it.
I mean, Opor have been there once. Who's to say it doesn't happen again? I think they will avoid that at all costs. But, I mean, it's interesting. You look at the maps. You go from what can be quite a claustrophobic map in the 7 versus 7 to one that is, well, arguably very, very open. And there's a lot of those long angles that you could use. And then we go to Proc, of course, which is like a staple of the competitive environment. So it is a decent array of maps. This will really put Smile through their paces.
Exactly. I think Opor, we all know what to expect from them now. Yes, they did struggle a bit in the first match that we saw them in, but there were maybe some easy fixes that were to be applied. I mean, the problem is always when you lose rounds and you don't know why exactly that happened, which is what rang a bit of an alarm bell for me when Karol said it. It was like, yeah, we were, you know, we felt like we were winning. It all felt good, and all of a sudden, you know, it didn't feel good anymore.
Yeah.
But
as soon as you're able to pinpoint the issues, then you're actually able to eliminate those. So let's hope that, for Opor's sake at least, that they were able to do that.
I can kind of tell you what happened. They hedged their bets. They second-guessed themselves. If they had just committed, yeah, look, there's still a chance they would have lost, but it was that hesitation, it felt like, that ultimately cost them so much.
Exactly, and that is one of the core truths of World of Tanks competitive as well, is that if you do a bad push, but you do it well, it is always going to be better than if you do a good push, but you do it badly. That being said, though, the game in between Europe and North America, in between Opor and Smile, is about to begin. Guys, I hope you have a blast casting.
Well, Cthulhu, it's time to get into match 3 of the day. Europe min-maxing a little bit. We went the full 5 rounds in the first match, and then, well, hit and run got it done a little bit quicker here. Jumping into Opor versus Smile. A lot of 60 TPs there for Opor. We're seeing a decent number of, those heavy hitting high alpha tanks.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the side of Smile, a very interesting occurrence of the 705s actually coming around, which is looking to be pretty interesting. And then, oh yeah, pardon me. Switch around.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bait and switch.
Bit of a switcheroo.
Now we got it 360 TPs on the side of Smile. So yeah, look, in the right position, those can hit like an absolute truck.
Yeah, 705s will be quite problematic as well to deal with. Overall, though, I'm curious to see how Smile really performs here, sending the 60 to the hill, which means that they are trying to set up maybe some sort of an, some overlook from that up high position. Not as much control. Once again, no attempt to contest even the railroad, which seems almost weird.
It's almost the polar opposite of what we saw at Gcat, who just really didn't utilize that hill whatsoever. So
at least some emphasis. Yeah,
that's what I was saying. It can get so claustrophobic with 7 men down the bottom. So right now, early shots going out to Doma. Going to cop a bit of punishment, but still healthy enough that he can get involved later on. But yeah, look.
That triple shotgun,
though. The shotgun, the triple shotgun of the 60 TPs are going to have a pretty straight beeline over towards that 2-flag position with just a single E5, it seems, to keep coverage.
Not as much of the crossfire will happen. Orzik, though, is in a lot of trouble here between the Doma and Fluky as well, which will be problematic for the 60 TP player to go further in. No support to come through, but finally 705s are starting to rotate, but they are unaware of the presence of what I believe is a mouse.
Yeah, but there's still the 360 TPs about to make their way over towards the 2-flag while all this noise is being made through the mid portion of the map down that 7-8 line. Yeah, so the information is there, and you got to wonder at what point does the panic set in, because you now have to pivot back. You've also got the 60 TPs coming in through the back of Banana, and this could turn into a bloodbath for Opor if they're not careful.
Yeah, Fly needs to start rotating as quickly as possible. The Doma is going to be the first point of contact and the first one to go for the kill, which is going to be quite the problem. Lop needs to dish out as much punishment as possible. Orzik as well to double up on this one. 600 HP going down, and all of a sudden Opor looking like they're slightly stalling out here.
Is giving as good as he's getting right now. Orzik is still in a horrendous position, especially with the 60 TPs coming in from the back. You got lots of damage, but it's Rexa to pick up Dodoma first. Right now, Opor in a position to flip this and get some big advantages. Smile are losing out in a big way, but they need to get those tanks in position to contest this.
Perfect frontline play really here, and the rotations of the 60 TPs as well to rendezvous with the rest of the Park team really here. Apart from that, once we did get those 2 trades coming around, the Orzik for Dodoma, this is looking a little bit more calmer, though Lop taking a little bit of a punishment. And yeah, as you highlighted as well, the 60 TP rotating around. I believe that is OP Hacker. Sebastian starting to take some damage as well, which is not particularly really great here for Smile.
Yeah, the big problem, Smile has been a lot at this point. The tide is slowly starting to turn. 5 minutes left on the clock. Yeah, the E5 has no idea that he is being hunted at the moment. 60 TP in the back. If that is OP Hacker, he might have a huge opportunity there, but he needs to start pumping that damage out. The shots just aren't connecting for Smile.
Not at all, yeah. And in comes the rotation of the double 705 and the E5 to try to push Sebastian, which is going to be a problem now that he is on a reload, so quite a fair bit of a burst to come through. Instead, it's actually the focus towards the IS-7. Gcat about to get the better of him as well, and Sebastian all of a sudden is all alone. Actually, mine doesn't matter. It doesn't, well, said the wrong one. Vova and OP Hacker, though, they need to get rid of that E5, though.
Unfortunately, it feels like the momentum has shifted back in the favour of Opor because they've taken down a key player in the middle of that fight. They're all now in that choke point, but they just haven't got the guns to be able to punish this Opor roster. Vova and OP Hacker trying to isolate their one if they possibly can. Prokarovka's on the run. He's wasting time. This is brilliant from him. He might have stepped in at the last minute, but he's already done 3k damage in the map. 4 versus 5. Smile have tipped it once again. If they can get those team shots on, they might just salvage this.
The HP difference as well is quite rather crazy as well. No matter how you look at it, really, the 4v3 is not looking particularly too great. Tissac is the next one on the chopping block, and it's all down to Pan's Fury to try to do any sort of damage. But at this point, OP Hack is still kicking. Pan's Fury is now trying to run away from Lop and Fly, who are still fairly healthy. And Vova now, well, just about one shot HP, well, worth of missing. Will be coming around to Rendezvous too.
Lop is just pumping out the damage there onto Pan's Fury. He maybe had a chance if he'd gotten the distance, run up the hill, but yeah, look, Smile managed to salvage it. They get it back into a favourable position. They just start whittling away at the numbers. And Opor, who did just eke out that win in the first match, looking a little bit shaky here against the Americans.
Yeah, this is definitely looking a little bit shaky, a little bit unfortunate here for Opor. But look, it is the defense on Himmelsdorf. It can get quite shoddy sometimes is probably the best way to really describe it. As surprisingly, Pan's Fury is surviving this for a lot longer than we've expected. Vova might take a little bit of an extra damage, but that is basically about it. That's all that could be done. And look, at this point, yeah, for Opor, that's just need to draw time and maybe talk it out as to what exactly happened. How do we stem the bleeding?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I mean, you got a little bit of time left. You're not quite going to lose your tank just yet. Use that time, waste time if you can. Just talk, chat. Look, I think Tissac is just going to farm some extra damage for the fantasy points, and you know, it's just built into every single Tanks player. You want to pad the stats, you want to pad the numbers, but realistically, a phenomenal start for this North American roster as Tissac has fallen to Vova. And I mean, coming in without your core roster that qualified and pulling out a win in the first round, that's huge.
Yeah, I quickly have to check my script here, guys. North America 1, Europe 0. I can't find it.
Yeah, look, maybe check the bin as well.
Yeah, that was one of the other versions. I guess that was canned for later. But yeah, good stuff by Smile. Coming into this one, no sign of stage fright whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, the resolve they showed was truly impressive. It looked like for a moment Opor had tipped that scale back in their own favour, but then they just choked up into banana. The shots were ringing out all over the place, and yeah, look, unfortunately, that aggression that we've seen out of EU wasn't the play.
Yeah, wasn't the play here. The team of Smile coming into this one, and you gotta feel confident after round number 1. Completely, or not completely, 50% new roster, but storming on towards this stage. And we all have to keep in mind, it's best of 5. It's not going to take a lot of rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I have to say the fact that how mobile they've played their 60 TPs from the hill was actually one of the biggest boons that they could have played out, really, because one, they've managed to force the engagement like we've highlighted before on Banana. That was the first one. And after that, the 60 TPs that they originally highlighted on the zero line, instead of trying to use them to apply pressure on the flag, rotated them over, get the as well the flank around to get the surprise peek as well, and that worked out flawlessly really there. So Smile really coming into this really well prepared, which honestly it's to a point where I don't think I've expected it to be as good, because we were looking at closer to the conclusion of that matchup, and it just looked like they were well and truly in control of that pacing. They still had an ample amount of HP to really play around it, even if they would have taken a few extra shots. And even then, it was, yeah, very much their game.
And yeah, I want to keep highlighting on towards that team of Smile that just played their first round on the stage here. I know I need to keep repeating myself with that, but I just want to emphasize the point once again, how important that is, and also what that does with you. And now I'm going to reveal to you guys one of my favorite words when casting and analyzing rounds, momentum. And I think that is right now with the Smile team. They're feeling on top of the world, probably.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the other side of that coin. Momentum is huge, but a shake-up like that for a team like Opor, whose confidence is already a little bit shaken after only just being able to edge out their first match of the day, and then coming up against the North Americans, who everyone is saying, oh yeah, that's an easy win, it's not their core roster, EU should have this dead to rights, and then that happens. Opor, I know they've got a couple of veterans in that roster, and they're the ones that need to be talking out, keeping the voice of reason, keeping the team grounded, because as soon as your mind starts turning and it runs away with it, that's when you can lose games.
All right, so after having seen this round number 1, where Team Smile just, I guess, with a better setup, with the answer towards the questions that Opor were asking, do you think Opor is now going to switch it up, or are they just going to keep it old and trusty, like all-out aggression in your face, overwhelm the opponent? I mean, it hasn't worked once. Are they going to try again, though?
I think it may be the last try for them. They might give it a try one more time, seeing as, yeah, look, it was a little bit shoddy there at the beginning of the matchup, and sort of they were almost forced into that engagement. So they will probably try to redo it again, but take the engagement on their own terms and work their way from there, because the idea here for them is they just must not tilt. And the moment they start really rotating some of the strats, it shows a little bit that they are starting to become a little bit more uncertain in their own ability to play in their own strats. And that is something that you want to avoid, especially on a day 1, especially when you're starting to show a few shows of weaknesses. Maybe use it better yet as even a way to bait.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's the cynic in me. As much as, yeah, that was an impressive win from Smile, I think the reality is there were a number of fights in that round where it could have gone either way. I think Opor was in a position where they could have turned that around. Unfortunately, it just didn't go their way in that round. I think realistically, there's nothing wrong with the way they approached it.
Keep in mind, actually, the positioning of the E5 from Opor has been sort of almost as a bit of a throwaway spot, really, because if the 60s would have pushed into the flag, that's E5 to receive all solo against the triple threat. If the 60s rotate over to Banana, E5 is too far away from the whole gunfight. That and a few of the other positions, I mean, the 705s genuinely didn't feel like they were in their comfortable position that they were intended to be in. So I think it's more so about just how they react. They definitely need to look after how they react at the situation that Smile sets them up with.
Yeah, and I think that is also something that Opor showed problems with, is that whenever Smile was doing something unexpected, I mean, we've only seen 1 round, obviously, but, you know, they are a very experienced team, but that also means that if you show them something that they've never seen before, it can actually come to sort of hurt them, because they come in with the experience, and they come in with the assumption as well that whatever the other team does, they've seen it before. And when that assumption does not hold true anymore, that is sometimes where players start panicking.
I mean, on top of that, that's the issue. You should never be coming into a round saying, oh, they are 100% going to be doing this. They're going to be approaching this way with this tank. But as soon as you get into that mentality, you are locking yourself into one of 2 circumstances. Either you win or you lose. And chances are, if they do what you're not expecting, you're going to lose it, because all of a sudden you're flustered, you don't know how to handle it. And it's not great.
Yeah, all of that being said and done, though, obviously, it is early days in this 3rd match of the day. That is going to conclude the first half of our day here. Yeah, Opor showing signs of weakness. Once again, they are showing that they can bleed, and you know what they say about things that bleed, right? On the other hand, Smile so far a 100% win record after 1 game, mind you, but they're looking to extend their lead.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Like, I think it's weird. You know, it's one of those hallmarks of a real hero. When your folk heroes, they're humble. They stay humble. They don't let their ego get to them. Smile are living up to that at the moment. Yeah,
It's all
humble
smiles.
Yeah, they're happy to be here. They're having
Look
a good
at him,
time.
I mean.
They're humble. They're not saying, oh yeah, we're going to come and steamroll this. They're saying we're going to give it a crack. If we win, we
Oh.
win. Awesome.
I'm sensing a dark presence in Katsai right now. Look at him. He
Katsai
does
is battling
not
his
look
inner
happy.
demons.
Oh yeah, he's fighting something internally. All right, that all being said and done though, round number 2 in between Europe and North America. Opor against Smile. Let's go. Himmelsdorf, round number 2.
Okay, it's that time. Do we find out whether or not Hit and Run are the sole bastion of hope for Europe? Or will Opor join them in a victory at the moment? Smile are putting that into question. Look at that setup for Smile. Again, the triple 60 TP lineup coming through from them. The 705 investment, 3 of them for Opor and 3 of the E5s as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, I'm not too sure about that one choice of the 50B once again to be brought out by Smile. Once again, yeah, it's great to have that burst damage, but you have quite a hefty reload time on that French tank. So, look, yeah, maybe things will go a little bit differently, or otherwise, yeah, that triple 60p plus the 705 and the IS4 and a mouse are definitely going to be quite rather deadly. I'm looking, though, on the side of Opor. They saw the E5s. Yeah, look, great. Let's jump on that bandwagon. Triple of that, triple 705 and a 62 boot. They are looking to go extra heavy on that one.
I mean, you look at it, it's a 6-1 split. They are definitely approaching things different from Smile.
1-2 line.
Cut there. Yeah, down the bottom side of the map through that K1-2 line. They're going to be looking to push up towards the 1 flag. They've got a soul tank up the left, right-hand side of the map on that O line coming in from the back. But, I mean, look, again, the Smile defense is a fairly congested one. They've got position to pivot if need be.
Problem being is that right now Fluky will be the first person to have a lot of trouble. Though, good thing that we've managed to spot some of the presence on the railroad, so they got a little bit of a hint as to where could the problem start happening. And we are starting to see some of the rotations to now go towards the 1-3 line. The 60 is already there to cover. IS4 is now basically served as a bait, but the problem being is just how concentrated Opor are right now.
Tisek could be in trouble. That 50B is storming towards his position right now. If Fly can get some big damage out, definitely make sure that Tisek can't have much of an impact later on in this round. They're about to go and meet up on that hill, but the rest of the team, at the moment, both teams standing off over towards that left-hand side of the map.
Fly already took some damage without any repercussions to whoever is on the hill, which is quite rather unfortunate. That's not what you want, especially with the 50B, a very feeble heavy tank as well, so certainly not the most ideal situation, but for the time being, it's a bit of a stalemate. Fluky has the ability to sort of poke around, try to get some sort of a cheeky play, but Orzik is looking to start applying pressure from his spot. Though the Doma, his position is going to be quite crucial, and that's, I think, where the E5 is going to start playing to try to force the 705 out of the position.
Yeah, just trying to deter Opor getting that aggressive play, the positioning. Tisek right now, great position in this Overwatch. And the 50B is backed right off. Fly doesn't want to commit to the fight up on the hill.
Not at all. I mean, understandably so. Don't really want to risk any further HP, and given that the brawls will come soon. Fluky is actually copping quite a fair bit of flack right now, but thankfully for him, majority of the shots are bouncing. Though, well, just as I said, that's 623 shots, damage to come around. Rexa might be onto something, but yeah, the main problem is that, well, E5 is currently overlooking at the 705 of the Doma, but the Doma is playing the tank that can tuck in, so there is no actual theoretical damage to come through. So the main problem now being is that IS4 in the park.
Yeah, he's in such a tenuous position, and copping another shot there means that his position is basically forfeit. He's just going to play his life as best he can as he cops yet another shot. Fluky will just have to try and pump out as much damage as he possibly can. It's not a great spot to be in. You just have to play your life here.
Yeah, the Doma as well now start being forced really to move around. Cops the HE shell and then the shot from the E5 on the hill. So right now for Smile, this is not particularly favorable situation. 3,500 damage differential right now is not great at all. Fluky as well with a damaged gun. finally some damage is starting to fly back towards the Opur, but as it stands, it may be the story about too little too late, really.
4 minutes and a bit of change on top left on the clock, and Karov, yeah, the only one having taken. So Doma is just getting pummeled right now. They are just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him. Luckily, he's still alive, but the biggest problem, Smile, is not getting those shots back onto Opur.
Sebastian is actually starting to move his position over to the hill without being spotted as well. This is perfect to get the E5 off the back of the Doma, which is going to be quite perfect to keep on providing the overwatch. T-Sac completely unaware of that ramp presence, which is going to be quite rather huge. Some attempts at the pressure from straight through the middle on the 5 line is coming around, but finally it seems like the commit to try to get rid of Fluky is coming through.
The 60 TP hunting his prey here on Himmelsdorf. T-Sac none the wiser. Cocks his shot, now he knows. And this is where things could start to unravel a little bit for Opor. They don't have the overwatch, and Smile, if they can just hold those positions. Fluky, yeah, unfortunately out of the equation. Opor are starting to bleed that HP. More shots coming through. Smile have stopped the bleed for the moment. Now it looks like we're going to see the brawl.
It almost looks like a whole wall of Opor starting to flood in. The Dome is in a lot of trouble. Another shot to come in. High roll will be it. No, it still gets to live. Ozek, though, will be the finisher of it all, it seems.
How is he still alive?
How's he alive is beyond me, but there is the finisher by Ketsai. All of a sudden, Vova still sitting around. Fly goes down. Yeah, look, for Smile, this is looking to be just a bit all over for the Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, unfortunately, just that early bleed coming back to bite them quite heavily. As soon as that trigger was pulled by Opor, they get into the positions. Yeah, the contest up in the hill really hasn't achieved much for them in the 4 versus 6 now. And 2 players on. Vova's going to get one back onto Pan's Fury, but 2 players crack the 3k damage mark. Opor is hitting their stride here in the second round. Yeah, look, round 1, bit of a hiccup, but you recover, you keep moving on. 12k HP to the 5 with 3 tanks remaining. Opie Hack is down. It's just Vova and Sebastian. Opor are going to take it. There's just no doubt, unless some miracle clutch happens.
Yeah, unless a miracle clutch happens, this is going to be very much of a 1-1 situation. Though I do have to say, Himmelsdorf was Opor's map pick. So to see it go 1-1, well, it could be leading to a couple more problems. But overall, look, not the end of the day. Matter of fact, far from it as well. So for Smile, there's still plenty of opportunities. Matter of fact, if they get at least one more round, we can go into the tiebreaker, and from there, well, who knows what happens.
Mildly concerning, though, for Sebastian. He went for that contest. He's finally got the job done, but he was whittled down to, you know, negligible HP by the end of it. So, look, yeah, Opor heading back.
Well, Opor once again trading blows with the opposing team. Now the question obviously being, have Smile poked the bear?
Yeah, look, I'm going to be honest, I think that is probably the case. Yeah, Smile gets their 1 round, whether or not it's the only round that they see today. Yeah, Opor definitely seemed to be a little bit perturbed after that first one.
Now, obviously, after the first round, people that are cheering for Opor were looking for a reaction. That one definitely came. What do you think, Cthulhu? What changed?
Look, I think the main thing that changed is for Opor, they went for a little bit more of a consistent lineup. That's 1. 2 is that they've managed to really start applying some pressure from the hill. That E5 on the hill by T-Sac definitely started providing quite a fair bit of work, really, and getting rid of, I believe that was Fluky. That was the I-7 in the park. With him being there, it was sort of like the best leverage that they could have really got. And I think for the overall presence, Opor definitely looked a whole lot more confident than they were on the defense. So I think for the attack, they're the ones that would be sort of the kings of the attack, whereas on the defense, it's a little bit sort of dependent on the map, dependent on the situation and the opponent as well.
All right, so Blue Panda, overall, who do you think looked stronger so far in this first map?
Look, it was a great start from Smile, but I wouldn't say it was a decisive win by any stretch of the imagination. They were just the ones to come out on top, whereas you look at that second round, Opor sort of default back to what is more a standard approach to the 7 versus 7 meta. You look for an opening, they found it in Fluky, and then they just collapsed and went for the fight, knowing, look, we've got an advantage, there's a player at a position. They just went full force.
All right, and obviously in these kind of matchups, especially on iconic maps like Himmelsdorf, let's be honest here, I'm always looking for those pictures that, like, after the tournament you can take and sort of make into some social media promotional stuff for the next tournament, where you can be like, hey, look, that is the cool stuff that happened. And to me, the moment when Opor actually started crossing over the courtyard with like 3-4 tanks at once, like the cohesion, the coordination in that team, it was just so obvious for everyone to see, and that can be very, very scary. And now, once again, my favorite question, momentum. Do you think it has completely shifted, or is Smile just like, well, you know, that was maybe a fault with the tactic that just cost us the round?
I'd say the momentum is still not lost. Matter of fact, I think it is just back into the neutral position. Because before we've seen, yeah, look, Smile had the momentum, they had the good confidence. Now going back into this, it's sort of, well, everyone's game. Because the 1-1 scoreline does still open up the opportunity for that, the tiebreaker map. That's one. Two, we are going into Tundra, which is a complete switch around of the overall just play style as well. It's a much more open map as well. So it requires just a slightly different approach. Even back in the, remembering the 5v5 metas that were played back in the APAC as well, it was a lot of just sort of trying to bait out some of the rotations, go for the flag 1, then rotate back to flag 2, then back to flag 1. So I think in this case, this is going to be a similar approach, at least to a certain degree. So just playing that almost a game of roulette as to where your opponent is going to go, especially when you are defending versus either one of the attacks. It's going to be very much of a guessing game.
Now, obviously, we have seen the map pick by Opor. Now we are heading into the map pick of Smile. So, supposedly, the map that they should be more confident on. I mean, it is their pick. They wanted to definitely play this one. That all being said, Tundra is not a 50-50 balanced map. It is, or at least it was supposed to be slightly attack favored, or pretty heavily attack favored. Recently, though, with the introduction of, like, for example, Mino, I mean, not that recently, but you get my drift, and with the 60 TP becoming ever more prominent in the meta, I'm not sure anymore, so I'm currently very interested into how exactly that's going to go. That being said, are we going to see TDs at all? Because I don't think they've been picked so far.
I'm doubtful that we'll see TD on map like Tundra, because whilst it is an open map, the positions where a tank destroyer could comfortably sit could be very limited, so maybe something for Prokarovka to save for.
Prokarovka, obviously the tiebreaker later. That being said, I mean, I was mostly looking at TTs like Minotauro.
Yeah.
That essentially function like a heavy tank.
We haven't seen a lot of luck from the Minotauros at Apex. Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, we're not expecting to see it, but I mean, I think the thing that does enable attack so strongly on Tundra is the ability to pivot. The way the map is set up, you can just sort of sit a couple of tanks through that river position, you pull that trigger, you can pivot down, you can pivot up. There's just so much flexibility.
All right, now a lot of smiling faces that we just saw finally on the team of Opor, and yeah, we just saw Dodoma. He seemed a lot more focused. I mean, the Opor players here a lot more relaxed after the first round that they managed to pick up, obviously. But I think both teams now know after the first map that, you know, it's not going to be an easy one. That all being said and done, map 1 has been concluded. It was split 1-1. Let's go into game or map number 2.
Zulu. Map number 2, round 3 between Smile and Opor, and we are reset back to 1-1. Looking at the lineups and the shotguns back, a 5-tank lineup for the 60 TPs plus the double E5, yeah, double Mouse, and then of course the 1 E5 and 4 60 TPs, so 9 60 TPs on the map.
Oh, look, yeah. The 60 TP supremacy seems to be the case, as Gcat highlighted before. Look, yeah, I'd say maybe if you would have played like a tank destroyer around the sort of the E8 E9 positions, maybe that's where you could maybe find some success with tank destroyer like a Stridsvan. But apart from that, yeah, look, maybe Prokarovka will give us a little bit more, well, better opportunity for that. In regards to this specific matchup, I'm surprised to see that we're not seeing as much of a setup for the southern position. Very heavy emphasis on the northern side with the double 60p almost hidden away.
Yeah, I mean, also remembering we're used to the 5v5 format.
That
You've
is
got
true.
2 extra tanks on either side, so on the attack it makes it a little bit harder to conceal your entire roster with those 2 extra tanks, but it's a double-edged sword on the likes of Tundra because that's also 2 extra guns you're now facing down in attacking. So, look, you can see a little bit of a tentative push from Opor through that top side over towards that 1 flag, but you can see their positioning. It's not a full commit. They still have the ability to pivot south if they need to.
Absolutely. Yeah, this very much reminds me of the ye old days of NZPL as well with the setups. Minus the E5 and the 60p at the K8, but everything else definitely speaks of that very similar setup. You applying some of that pressure. Tundra is by no means a quick map. Let's start off with this. This is a map where you just poke at your opponent as much as possible, and once you see that one teeny tiny crack, this is where you absolutely send it.
Yeah, much like that last round of Himmelsdorf, I think that's going to be the approach. You sort of gauge the waters, test the armor, see where the weaknesses are, and as soon as you identify it, as soon as you get an advantage, you pull that trigger, you go for the full commit, you collapse, and you start that brawl.
Interesting how the rotations of Fluky and OP Hacker starting to come around. They're hoping to not get spotted and just more so play close to Sebastian to receive some of that push. Tisak starting to get a little bit more cheeky on some of those peaks, trying to get maybe the damage into Fly.
I'm pretty sure he connected onto Lop. They were exchanging blows, and now Lop's copped the shot.
Yeah, Lop unfortunately caught a stray one. But overall, the flag number 2 seems to be a little bit more dangerous, though I say that Orzek about to be in for a very nasty surprise.
Opor getting very audacious here. They are moving that front line up towards the 1 flag, and in fact, they're going to push onto it, I think.
They're not spotted.
What do you...
They're not spotted.
That's huge. There's 4 tanks here, and all of a sudden they're going to start to reveal themselves. Orzech is realizing that he might not be secure, and then Pad's Fury sends them all scurrying away.
Yeah. Now that they've revealed the plan, actually, I'm pretty sure that OP Hacker didn't get spotted amongst it all, so they know about that 1 extra 60p, which now will have to fall back. The 60p of that is in the B5, that is...
oh my gosh.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, Lop is not particularly feeling too well now in the village, but the northern push so far seems to be a little bit more stalled now that they've revealed that extra bit of firepower up there.
Yeah, nothing like a Mouse with the consistency of a light tank to defend your position. That is going to be hugely detrimental. A lot really just needs to avoid fights from this point on. He's played so much HP that if they do commit for that brawl over towards his position, he is all but going down.
Yeah, some unfortunate peaks starting to come through. Smile. I can't really justify the double mouse pick really here. Just looking at some of the positionings just feels a little bit off. 1 mouse, yeah, definitely feels like it, but for the position in the village, you almost would want to even bring, you know, the Madhouse special, bring in the light tank just to hide and get the early spots and then bail out.
Yeah, look, I don't know if we want his special. His special has been flipping his tank before the gunfight starts. So, yeah, maybe don't take a page out of his book. Shout out to the ANZ guys. I know they're all watching him in their watch parties at the moment. Maybe next time they can try and qualify. Because right now, they're not here.
Yeah. Instead, it's the JPL counterparts coming around. Well, so far, look, yeah, the poking business is not particularly working too well. It is the pressure onto the 2 flag, though, the double E5 to come around, trying to get some harassment done. The Doma stuck in his position at G1, and in the meantime, this will be forcing some rotations from Smile at 2 cap, 50 seconds remaining, and for 60s, they need to move now.
I mean, this is feeling like sheep herding at the moment. They corralled up so many of those Smile members in towards that 3-4 line position on the D mark. And now they've pushed over towards that 2 flag. They've got in position, 36 seconds, and they're going to get it done. They have the ramp, they're not moving off that 3-4 line. They need to move. They need to get in position to get the reset.
At this point, Lop will need to be the scapegoat here to just send him to just slow down the push because Orzek is not going down as quick. 20 seconds remaining. The Doma, you need to stop peeking out. Yes, the damage will will be taken, but this is the last one of your problems, really. 13 seconds to Doma. This is your one and only chance to reset. Gotta aim. Yeah, there we go. Okay, reset is perfect here, but it forces the push out.
Can you justify the amount of HP that he lost there? And now Opor are going to commit to the fight. They've already got Smile corralled into a horrendous position. The bleed has happened throughout the entirety of this round. With 2 minutes 30 on the clock, Opor are going to commit to that brawl. Right now, Smile still have the guns in play to potentially make this happen, but your two heaviest tanks in the forms of the Maus are sitting with a combined 2k HP.
Yeah, that is not good at all. Lop is nowhere to be seen either to even commit the gun to the gunfight here either. So that is your northern flank completely now borderline lost and abandoned, really. So from here on out for Smile, they need to start pushing out. They need to coordinate their fire. The focus fire is not looking particularly too pretty from them. It's all down to Fly being full HP. It's once again the same situation. Fly was full HP in the previous matches on Himmelsdorf as well, and we didn't get to really see him get amongst it too early.
The insane thing is there is still a possibility that this somehow goes Smile's way. A minute 45 on the clock. If they could just keep wasting that time, get a couple of resets off, it might happen. But you can see two players positioned onto that flag. They're going to look to run down the clock if possible. Pansfury and Piotrix. There's just no one in position to reset. There's a 60 TP coming up the one line, but that is so telegraphed. They've got no HP to work with. Opor have cracked this Smile defense wide open.
Yeah, bit of an unfortunate turnaround for Smile, really. OP Hacker looking to try to do any sort of damage, but the moment he steps into this crossfire, he is going to be cooked. Yep, and there it is. 24 seconds, nobody even remotely close. Orzek does fall, but at this point, it does not even matter.
Now it's just a desperate scramble. They need to get someone in position to get the reset. I mean, still, again, it's not impossible. The biggest problem, the biggest hurdle being Pansfury with a full bar of HP. Five players within territory of going down. It's about to tick over. Can the reset come through? No, not to be. And Opor will take themselves a second round. That is unfortunate and heartbreaking for the Americans.
Well, 2-1 the scoreline. EU now, after being down 0-1, managing to get 2 rounds in a row. And, well, to be honest, it was Tundra attack. So normally that is supposed to be the favored side. But I have to say that, at least to me, watching that round, it looked like Opor was very much in control.
Yeah, Opor definitely had very much the foot on the pedal there with how they performed. I almost want to say that in this scenario, it was less even of Opor just having the control over the map. It's the fact that from Smile, not a lot of incentive to really do much, because Lop, took a whole lot of damage, but then after the actual pressure started to come around, after the collapse onto the southern flank started coming through, he didn't manage to even get amongst the whole gunfight. Stayed within the village, got farmed, and basically not really a whole lot of movement from him. Then you look at the northern flank. The pressure coming around, already just about 20 seconds remaining. They're still battling and trying to get Orzek on the north side. So it just felt like Smile were so severely tunnel visioned and scared to take opportunities into their own hands that they just sort of let the whole round slip through their hands.
Now, obviously, there is a severe lack, I think, of, activeness on that defensive side. Where does that come from, do you think?
Well, that's the thing. They were about to pull the trigger with a 4-man push. Pansfury sends one shell over them, and they scurry back into the woods. I think, honestly, it might have been them in with a chance. If they just committed to the push, overwhelmed Orzek, they would have got the advantage, because there's 4 of them. They would have absolutely whomped them out of existence, and Pansfury may have got off 1, maybe 2 more shots, but that's 4 targets. I think they single-handedly threw that round themselves, just not going for that push.
So are we at that stage where the problem of the team of Smile then is that they're starting to second-guess themselves, or where do those issues come from? I mean, they looked so good coming into round number 1, and then, round number 2 was just well played by Opor, let's be fair here. Did that already break their confidence, or what are we looking at?
Well, you were talking about the momentum early on before we went into the Tundra, and before it felt like, the momentum is in neutral. This one definitely felt like we shifted basically from the 100% confidence on Smile to almost a negative 100% confidence from them, because yeah, that is a stark difference from what we've seen during the Himmelsdorf. We got to see you know, a very decisive, very confident smile from them, and then you look at the Tundra, they had the energy of a Chihuahua. All bark, no bite whatsoever.
Yeah, like I think on top of that, I don't think Cthulhu was quite on the mark there. It wasn't a momentum reset. In fact, I think Opor overswung on Smile there with that win, because you look at round one, scrappy, tenacious. Everyone was just sort of hoping for the best. Round two, Opor much more decisive. They took control of the round, and then that, I think, carried over into that first round of Tundra. They know that they're in the driving seat now.
Yeah, although I have to say, even that round here, it looked a bit scrappy. Then again, I think in the end it was cleaner than it looked, simply because the cap, like, Opor did such a good job of screening away any kind of enemy tank. I mean, OP was there, but essentially as soon as he tried to commit in, he just got shot out of the match there. But now we are switching it up. It's going to be the Tundra attack 14 Smile, and that is going to be the last chance that they have at making it to the tiebreaker. But it is the favored side. So maybe a silver lining here for the NA audience, and obviously Opor, they don't want to go towards the second tiebreaker. They were here to play 6 rounds. Instead, they're already playing their 9th.
Yeah, that could be very much the case. I mean, look, in fashion of this event as well, you could say they get to relive the Tundra right now with the round number 2. But in all honesty, look, as long as they don't play themselves and they play Opor, they should be okay. They should be still on the road to at least push this into tiebreaker. Because if they keep on just sitting in their own heads and just double guessing, that's, yeah, look, they'll that whole loss is going to be entirely on them. Not even you can't even give credit to Opor at this point. Smile just hands in the dub.
I mean, at this point, also, Ketsai stealing the team name of Smile there with what he's doing currently. I mean, he looked like he was fighting his inner demons. It looks like he has overcome them. Let's see if Smile can overcome the match point that Opor has here. Round number 4, let's go.
After a great start, unfortunately, 2 straight rounds for North America being crumbled, overrun by the Polish push Cthulhu. We jump into it, Smile, 60 TPs there again, double IS-7 and a super conk, whereas you look at Opor, now heading over the defense, 60 TPs still there, but they add a bit of heft to their roster.
Yeah, a bit of heft, a bit of mobility as well on top of it, the 277 and the IS-7 to come through for Opor. That is basically your rotation force plus, well, extra HP to go with it. Orzik on the mouse, look, I'm going to be honest. I am personally not sold on the mouse on the as like the anchor for Tundra. Matter of fact, you know, you could introduce even just yet another 60 TP and enjoy that. Despite the fact that, yes, I understand, the bullet sponge is the mouse's role, but not on the open map like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. The bullet sponge is great in the likes of Himmelsdorf on Ghost Town, where you're meant to sit there and take damage. But on a map which is so vast, there's so many long lines of sight, and especially we saw Tisek and the boys from Opor just throwing shots downrange. You can't afford to be getting hit by those, so you probably want something that can test a little bit more comfortably over range.
Absolutely. Interesting to see that it's a triple lineup on the river to try to catch some of the rotations off of guard. But this is a little bit more than I've expected. Well, partially, well, apart from the IS-7 on the B4, courtesy of Tisek as well. Apart from that, yeah, this is what I would have preferred to see more. The mouse, if you're already committing them to a mouse play, use it for the front line. Instead of being the anchor, use it for the front line. You're the one that would need to soak up the damage and the aggro.
I mean, you say that we saw this group up in the last round, and as soon as the shots started coming out, they scurried away. It was almost Scooby-Doo-esque as the way they were running over each other. And right now, OP Hacker takes the first shot. They're getting punished. Yeah, they're going to force Opor back from their position at the moment through that 3-4 line, but it's just to get better positions to get those shots on.
To be honest, same but different, really. Smile losing such a huge amount of HP is kind of a bit of nutty really. And then you have the Super Conk on Lop, but it feels like Smile are playing more so a defense on their offense. And once again, stacked and scurrying around, just sort of not really knowing where to peak. They force themselves into a crossfire.
It's the momentum issue. Again, if you were going to commit to something, commit to it. Don't just hedge your bets. Don't stall out, because then as soon as you stop moving, it allows your opponents to reposition. That's exactly what Opor have done.
Again, you're already seeing quite a fair bit of bleed to start coming around from Smile. Not a single bit of damage. Finally, to Rexar, the damage comes in, but it is way too late.
You've conceded 4k HP collectively before you get your first shot on your opponent. That is absolutely horrendous. Despite a phenomenal start, it has just been all downhill since Smile. They still have the chance to redeem themselves here. They still have the opportunity. They've still got plenty of health to work with. But that extra 4k could have been huge going into the late game brawl.
Absolutely. From here on out, look, I'm going to be honest. I'm not even too sure what next.
NA near airport. It's definitely feeling that way right now.
Yeah, look, definitely engaging in some speedrunning tactics here after that first round. I gotta say. Once again, slightly disappointing, really, to see how things so far are looking. Yes, I understand Smile is the roster that sort of been crippled because it is not the full core, but at the same time, basic mistakes.
Yeah, Tisek, he's just working his way out, looking to get a shot. Pans just soaks that like it's nothing, shrugs it off and just holds his line, holds his position. Fluky is floundering. Fly is doing his best to try and cover. And yeah, the shots are just not going to find their way into pinnable spots for Opor because Smile just aren't willing to take the fights.
And here's the problem. So from here on, Mouse gets spotted, 60 and the S-Conk
Look at the
get
positioning.
To punch him.
It's like sheep herding.
Yeah, exactly that. So the two tanks will be now distracted onto the Mouse. The rest of Opor will rotate around to get rid of either Fluky or Fly, and that is exactly where the push is coming from. Yeah. From here on out, the last remaining three are the 360s, and they're not going to do anything.
Well, it looks like this might have to be the start of that redemption arc for Smile. If they want to make it into that upper bracket, they're going to have to pull up in the next match, because right now they have next to no chance. Fluky's already out of the equation. Fly is not long for the world. They are just pummeling shots, and Ketsai might be in a position where he can be taken down, but it's Fly alone against the world, and he's not long for it either. Unfortunately, Opor just tipping that scale, fully identifying that Smile had stalled out, and they are just going to collapse and crush whatever resistance is remaining.
Exactly that. Now starting to wrap around and flank. OB Hacker is the next on the chopping block, which, well, look, that position ain't gonna hold for long. Sebastian and Lop finally starting to rotate over towards the bridge, but even then, it's a little bit too little, too late. Vova, less than 1,000 HP remaining. They're trying to play for HP. The Doma trying to block as much as possible, but the wraparound is already there. It is not for long. Orzik finally falls, but my God, it took so long to get rid of that Mouse.
It's in the name. You know, Opor's tag phrase is, where is resistance? And where is it? Because unfortunately, the North Americans are not bringing any shred of resistance. Yeah, they got Orzech, but that's much of a muchness when you've got 3 players remaining. One of them is one shot. The other 2 aren't much further behind. It's just down to Sebastian and Lop. They are just going to get farmed. Yeah, Lop gets his 3k, but what does that matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter at all. Very much of a negligent damage. And yeah, look, for Smile, that is it. That's GG. That's the first loss. Unfortunately for them, they had the opportunity to keep on pushing. But yeah, I think the last 2 rounds...
Speaking of pushing, I think Sebastian might be going over the hill now. Okay, Karov's going to take it. EU shows up, and Opor will take their second win.
Well, once again, for the 3rd time of the day, the European festivities continue. It is 3-1 after 4 rounds in this best-of-5. Opor securing already the first seed for their group. And for Smile, and also for the other team in the group, that is from China, it's going to be do or die almost in the last match there.
Yeah, very much so. It feels like it. Look, I'm not even too sure what to make of really anymore with the Smile roster, because we saw the Smile that we saw on the round number 1 and then the Smile that we saw throughout the remainder of the game felt like two completely polarizing teams, really. The way how they performed, the way how they handled the pressure and the situation, it just felt like they've exhausted all their energy really from the first round, and from after that it's just all dry.
Yeah, so now after this, obviously, like I started touching on it already, Opor is going to be confirmed first. There is 2 more teams in that group. It's going to be Falcons, which is the Chinese first seed, and it is Smile. And now we have seen both of those teams play against Opor. Falcons with the better end, 3-2 loss against Smile's 3-1 loss. But like, what do we make of this now? Because obviously Opor, in the end, like, yeah, they struggled some rounds, but I would say they delivered as expected in the grand scheme of things. What do we make of it for the rest of the group?
Look, I'll preface this by saying the North Americans are lovely guys, but there are 2 certainties in esports. Number 1, North America will always import players from better regions. And number 2, it doesn't matter. It's not going to be enough. When will you guys learn? And unfortunately, Water Tanks is not immune from that issue. Yeah, look, having the Europeans and the rest of the Latin Americans, it wasn't enough. It was a flash in the pan. Look, yeah, a win's a win on stage. You take that where you can, but now this is when the hard work really begins because, yeah, like you said, their next opponent is Falcons.
Yeah, exactly. Falcons being the number 1 seed coming in. And other than that, I have to say, like, apart from the first round, Opor did step it up a notch, I have to say. Like, the cohesion, the gameplay that we saw, and also, like, the amount of simply being ready to punish. And especially in that last round on Tundra, I thought it was astonishing to see, like, how much damage Opor was able to inflict on towards the team of Smile. I don't know if there was every single player on the team of Smile just being careless, being reckless, losing HP for no reason, or if it was just the players by Opor creating damage out of thin air, just, you know, making the magic happen.
Oh, look, I think magic was all courtesy of Smile here, I reckon. And the way how, yeah, look, Tundra definitely didn't feel like it was their map pick at all. Because we were hoping that, you know, oh, yep, Smile picked the Tundra, yep, it's a open-ended map, yep, should be good. But in reality, I think Himmelsdorf was a much more of a comfort pick than it was the Tundra. And even then, look, for Himmelsdorf, the moment we went over to the second round, they started to dial it back a little bit. The moment they lost Fluky, it ended up being almost like a similar curse that it was for Gcat, actually. They always had that one person that would just start continuously losing the HP, and then they basically base their whole sort of return strategy around trying to recover that one player. And from there on, it was just a downhill performance. I mean, you even look at the damage output. For Fluky, it was just an outright 0.
I mean, the person that was switched in, Carol here, the team's mommy, coming in to carry his team. 3.7k damage to his name, 2 kills. So we were wondering earlier today, is that actually a suitable replacement? Well, he is answering. He's answering big.
You can't doubt the World of Tanks mums. I mean, they've been a big part of the ANZ scene. I know, shout out to JS and his maternal figure, of course. But, I mean, Karov coming in, I mean, last minute as well, and stepping in and playing the way that he has today. Look, I'm sorry, DJ, but you might be the water boy now.
We'll have to see. Obviously, all the best to him, and we'll hope that he will feel better tomorrow. But it certainly was not a downgrade. I think that's fair to say at this point. And other than that, congratulations to Opor. I think we're going to see them during the first match of tomorrow in the upper bracket semi-final. They are going to play against the second seed of the other group. That's basically how it works, and the third seed goes into the lower bracket. So all of the teams, regardless, even if they lose all matches today, we are going to see them tomorrow. And actually in the group that we are talking about here, right, Falcons, Opor, Smile, that means that one of them is going to go out without a win today. It just remains to be seen if it's actually the team that's fighting here on home turf, if it is going to be Falcons, or if the Americans are almost going to get sent packing by the people that live here.
Look, I reckon the way how we've seen Falcons perform, even on their debut match, this was a pretty solid performance. Like, when they saw the crack in the overall positioning of their opponents, of Opor, they actually managed to perform it almost flawlessly, really. The way how they've managed to really just pack themselves up, go go for the push, commit to the bit.
Yeah, I mean
that's exactly.
It was almost like watching two polarizing teams. As confident as Opel were, that's how scared Smile were. I mean, you look at that last round in particular. I have never seen a Tundra that is a 50-50 contest up through the middle. Usually it's the defending team locked into the left-hand side, the attack just sort of scouting around. No, Opel, I think by the end of that round, had the majority of the map control.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, as soon as you start that victory march over the bridge, that just shows how confident and how dominant the round was by the team from Europe there. Because, you know, they didn't do it because they had to. I mean, they were defending. After all, they did it because they could.
Yeah.
That's basically the case. Yeah, look. Enough of, well, hopping on the NA. Look, they already have it rough as it is. Only one representation, and even then, the airport
could have had two if they win the WCI wildcard.
Could have had two, but now look. All I'm gonna say, airport is looking a little bit way too cozy, way too close for the Opel. Though, look, well played. A stellar representation of their skill, of their ability to play. Yeah, look, slightly rough on a couple rounds, but I think in this case, this gives them a whole lot more ability to really play out their abilities, to really play out the all the preparations and make sure that they nail, say, any sort of hiccups that they had. So, for what it's worth, comparative to hit and runs, what could be a flawless performance during day one, I'd say for Opel, they got everything all ticked on their checklist.
Yeah, I think so too, especially considering that they now also, like, that is once again, maybe slightly lukewarm take by me. But the thing is that hit and run, yes, they did have a very good showing, 3-0, right? But Opel, they actually already now have the experience of having, you know, lost rounds and even having to go to tiebreaker. And I think that is kind of invaluable moving forward. And you better get that experience now before you actually start failing in the later stages of the tournament, where arguably, I would say it matters a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, it's like pancakes, right? You get your bad ones out of the way first, and then all the rest are just brilliant. I think, yeah,
basically,
today has been great for the likes of Opel. They've gotten all those, you know, kinks and wrinkles out of the way.
That all being said and done, though, I think we've got a winner's interview just about lined up. It probably is going to be with Karolf again, but maybe they're going to surprise us. Let's see the interview.
来，欢迎你。
Welcome. Please make an introduction.
Yeah, hello, I am Rexar and I play for Opel. Yeah, hello everyone, and nice to see that such a big audience here.
我们的选手是来自 Opel 战队的，他叫 Rexa。那他很高兴能来到这次线下比赛，也很高兴能够见到大家。
好了，我站在旁边的时候，发现耳朵稍微有一点红，可能稍微有点紧张和害羞。大家有点掌声来给到他，好不好？那今天呢，其实非常开心的是，Opel 战队呢是2场的比赛呢都取得了比赛的胜利。那今天也算是给自己的一个战队画下一个非常完美的一个句号嘛。那可以我们来去想一想，那今天这场比赛2场比赛当中，他怎么样去评价一下他们自己队伍的表现？
So you've won the 2 games today. What's your comment of your today's performance?
Yeah, I think we can play better. We can play better next day, because today, for most of us, it was like first match on the big stage. Yeah, it was first offline tournament for us. So yeah, I think tomorrow will be better than today.
所以我们的选手他说，因为他们今天是第一次参加这种大型的线下比赛，所以他们觉得明天的表现一定会比今天更好。
对，你能感觉到，因为今天的整个的一个4场比赛当中，能感觉到他一点一点慢慢的感觉到更加进入到 Opel 的节奏，而且越到后面的时候打的速度越快，然后很多的决策做得更加的果敢了。我想问一下，他现在是否自己也慢慢能感觉到自己的状态相比今天上的第1场感觉到更放开了一些？
So compared with the first round, the second round is like more your style. So what's your comment of that?
Yeah, I think first match, to be honest, was more hard for us, because like Chinese style is totally different than American, and yeah, I think second match seat better for us. Yeah, because American on the second map play very passive, so we very like to play like we can do everything what we want, and that's why I think first match was much harder than the second one.
那我们的选手认为，就是第一场他们打的其实是有一点吃力的，因为他们认为第一场的比赛风格会有一点点的被中国队带过去了，就有一点点中国化了。那第二场他们打的就比较的轻松了。
好的，那今天呢也是最后的一个问题是，我想问一下那个 Rexa 他自己是第几次来到中国，以及对中国的一个印象。
So this is your first time come to China. What's your impression of China?
Yeah, I'm so excited, and what can I say? I hope I have enough time to see everything in Shanghai. Yeah.
那我们的选手也是第一次来到上海，其实他现在非常的紧张。那他也希望能有机会去看看上海的风景啊，逛一逛什么的。
好的，那我们再次把掌声送给我们的 Rexa， 谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
好的，那我们稍事休息。
And we're back. Got a player joining us on the desk. You've made the step from player to talent now. Of course, you're one of us. But Monster from Hit and Run, of course. I mean, how's it feel? You're in Shanghai. You played. You've got a win on stage. How's it going?
Actually, hello everyone. I'd like to say, the view is stunning here. Really, on the stage, the atmosphere is literally killing you inside. It's perfect. I can say everything went well. So we won 3-0, and we are forward to play the next game.
Okay. Look, we were talking early on the desk about some of the first matches and having the first match jitters about having the rust off, having some of the nerves. How much was it impacting you guys on the stage? Since you just mentioned that it's quite breathtaking.
Like first game on the stage was very stressful, especially for me. So basically, the next one around should be easier as emotional. So yeah, what can I say? Right now everything is going well, but at the very beginning, when we played the first match, it was really we were really stressed. So yeah.
Yeah, and of course, I mean it's a long way coming from Poland to Shanghai and representing not just yourself and the team, but the country as well. I mean, what does your family back home think of it?
Oh, the journey here was very, very long, and also we were very tired after that, right? It was like 11 hours flight.
Yep.
So actually, I don't want to come back home to Poland. There is so cold right now.
It was quite similar as well for us as well. We were flying from New Zealand, 11 hours as well, flight for us too. But yeah, look, I wanna pick your brains on what the matchup that just happened as well. So we've seen the performance of Smile as well on the Himmelsdorf and sort of how they ended up falling apart. What do you think ended up coming down to it? Do you reckon it is their sort of mental that ended up crumbling, or just fundamentally just their positioning that has been an issue?
You know what? Like I'd like to say also some additional info that the DJ is not playing the main player of Opur.
Yeah.
So that's really also that's a huge impact, right, to the team.
Yeah.
But actually, if in the second game of Himmelsdorf, Smile would react better, right, with tanks going on the hill, they would probably win the game. I don't know what happened, but the call was wrong.
Yeah, look, we said some similar things along that line, but I mean, the team at the moment, obviously confidence is high with a 3-0 victory. I mean, obviously it's been a standout day for the Polish players. So far, you're 3-0, one more and you get the full clean sweep between you and, of course, Opur. But is there anyone other than them maybe that you are concerned about facing in the tournament?
First, Smile, they are looking really reliability. So basically, I would say Smile. Also, Falcons are very dangerous. Like as you could see, they made that was a tiebreaker against Opur. So you never know, right?
Yeah, definitely. Now, one more question on my side. So the next matchup, I believe, for you guys is actually going to be against the APAC representatives, Mori-Chan.
Yeah.
We've heard so far fairly polarizing sort of thoughts about from our the Western colleagues as well. From your perspective, seeing as for Mori-Chan, they firstly come out of the slightly different meta, being a 5v5 rather than 7v7, and from a region that very rarely gets to interact outside of itself, is there any concern about them being sort of that wild card, that unexpected team to pull out some of the random strats or not?
You know what? The thing is that if you are playing against teams that you never met, right? It's the thing is that you don't really know what they can do in the game. So that's their strength, right? Basically, we are. I hope we are prepared. Maybe we're gonna play good against them. I believe that. So it's very difficult to play against teams like this, especially if you never met and you don't know what they are able to do.
So I'll just quickly pitch in as well. So would it be also more so a case of just you wanting to play just your own game and focus on that rather than the counterplay? Is that right?
Exactly. Yeah. We're just gonna play our own game. We won't let them, win that easy.
Okay.
Won't let them win. I like the choice of words, but I mean, look, I'll put it to you, Monster. If you had the choice of any team to be facing, going into that elimination bracket, who would you most want to play off against?
I mean, we would like to, in the upper bracket, we would like to meet Opur, obviously. Polish, let's say, Polish match will be...
Alrighty. Thank you very much for coming around here.
Thank you, guys.
Best of luck.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, Cthulhu, we are making our way through it. We've got more matches to come, of course, when we come back after the break. Time to jump into some more World of Tanks.
这是我第2次参加线下赛，但是世界赛是第1次，然后也比较期待与这些来自各个州服的冠军们切磋一下。
The first time they are playing an offline tournament on a big stage, so yeah, everybody is really excited and really looking forward to playing on the big stage against the big guys.
时隔6年，我们国服第1次迎来线下赛，每个人都比较开心吧，都比较激动，也希望这次比赛能有个比较好的发挥。
I think it's teamwork. We understand each other pretty well, so it enables us to overcome tough situation and always come out on top.
自分たちの戦い方としてはしっかり相手チーム名を観察して特徴に合った戦術を使うっていうところは自分たちが得意としているところなんでそれをしっかり準備していきたいと思います。
Our biggest strength is probably our individual play skill. I think it's pretty strong and we shouldn't be underestimated.
我们优势最大的地方可能就是这次比赛我们是坐镇主场，
相对比较关注欧服的队伍。
我比较想和黑塔的乱打，他们是升级版 Prokarovka。
I think it will be hit and run because they are the other Polish team in this tournament, so we obviously want to beat them.
Opur playing very good this tournament, so I hope we're gonna meet them. I mean, it's not ego, but confidence, I would say so.
Pen your shots, we're coming for you.
我想这个冠军就是留在中国吧，让他们国外的选手怎么来怎么回去。
Our response is just that dreaming isn't forbidden. You can dream big, you should dream big, but this dream won't come true for them this time.
カモネットでも積んで怯えてな。
一群老野。
这是我第2次参加线下赛， 但是世界赛是第一次，然后也比较期待与这些来自各个州服的冠军们切磋一下。
The first time they are playing an offline tournament on a big stage, so yeah, everybody is really excited and really looking forward to playing on the big stage against the big guys.
时隔6年，我们国服第一次迎来线下赛，每个人都比较开心吧，都比较激动，也希望这次比赛能有个比较好的发挥。
I think it's teamwork. We understand each other pretty well, so it enables us to overcome tough situation and always come out on top.
自分たちの戦い方としてはしっかり相手チーム名を観察して特徴に合った戦術を使うっていうところは自分たちが得意としているところなんでそれをしっかり準備していきたいと思います。
Our biggest strength is probably our individual play skill. I think it's pretty strong, and we shouldn't be underestimated.
我们优势最大的地方可能就是这次比赛我们是坐镇主场，
相对比较关注欧服的队伍。
我比较想和黑塔的乱塔，他们是升级版 Prokarovka。
I think it will be hit and run because they are the other Polish team in this tournament, so we obviously want to beat them.
Hope we're playing very good this tournament, so I hope we're gonna meet them. I mean, you know, it's not ego, but confidence, I would say so.
Pen your shots. We're coming for you.
我想这个冠军就是留在中国吧，让他们国外的选手怎么来怎么回去。
Our response is just that dreaming isn't forbidden. You can dream big, you should dream big, but this dream won't come true for them this time.
まあカモネットでも積んで怯えてな。
一拳老野。
As we pass on over through to the second half of today's Playday, match number 4 is upon us, gentlemen. We now have officially the all OCU desk, all to ourselves. And so, lads, so far, first of all, Jordan, welcome back to the desk.
Thank you. I'm so pumped to be here.
Still pumped to be here. That's great to hear. Look, first things first, NA versus EU, thoughts?
EU's better than NA. I mean, as expected, right? I think I did say 3-0 though for EU, so a little bit disappointed by that one. But in the end, Paul got the dub. Bit worried after that first game.
I mean, much of a match this. You could probably. Yeah, look, they were first round as a bit of a coin toss.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it. But now we do get to go into the depths of it. We got Gcat versus Mori-Chan. Another one of those matchups where one map, or rather one team already got to play, got to warm up a little bit, and then the other one is just stepping into the ring.
I mean, you say warm-up. How much of a warm-up is a 3-0 loss to the likes of hit and run? But yeah, look, I mean...
Or at least get through the jitters of the stage.
Yeah, they've been on the stage once already today. They sort of know the feeling. They know the atmosphere of the stage. Whereas, and I'll correct you, it's Mori-Chan.
Yeah, okay.
There's always one more, yeah. It's fun. But the players like to make our jobs easy, so to speak.
Of course. Look, I mean... Yeah, there's not much really to take away from that 3-0 loss really by Gcat.
No.
Considering that they had almost the issue of sort of committing to the big, wasn't it?
Yeah, look, I think for me personally, Gcat, Mori, I'm just going to go with Mori-chan. I think that's the easiest way of doing it.
That's probably the easiest.
Triple MC?
Yeah, triple MC, but I don't know, who cares? Anyway, look, for me, this matchup is very much the decider, obviously, as to who walks away in second and who walks away in third for this group.
Yeah.
And for the Chinese fans, obviously, they don't want to see their squad go through as the third seed because, in theory, that means they could be one of the first teams eliminated tomorrow, which is really not ideal at all when you've got the local fan base kind of cheering them on. So, in saying that, obviously, we're looking at Mori-Chan and saying that they're the only representation from APAC. So, hopefully they'll do well.
Yeah. Panda?
I mean, look, you want to breathe the copium of the masses as an APAC fan. Clearly, you and I, and Jordan as well, over the last 12 months, has known how effective APAC copium can be, which is not at all, unfortunately. But I mean, looking at this team, Gcat, it was a 3-0 loss, but I mean, we even saw yesterday during the rehearsals, the vibes were pretty high with this Gcat team.
Yeah.
Everybody was getting hyped up, ironically, by the team as well.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, look, I mean, for what it's worth, Gcat might actually have a pretty solid choice, all things considered, against Mori-Chan here. Seeing as, well, for Mori-Chan, to a certain degree, they've kind of been crippled for quite a while playing the different format. The 5v5 is a whole lot spicier than the 7v7, but it also brings the almost the efficiency, really, with them in terms of that, the ability to know where exactly to play. It's a whole lot tighter format, isn't it, Jordan?
Yes, it is. I don't know. I feel like you can make less mistakes definitely in a 7v7 than what you can in a 5v5 because you do get punished a lot more. In saying that, though, you've got the benefit of being able to play a little bit more across the map, right? You don't necessarily have quite as many holes, particularly on your defense, as what you do in the 5v5. So there's a bit of column A, bit of column B. I think still quite a learning curve for this team that we can see on our screens here with Mori-Chan still kind of very much like in that 5v5 mindset probably still. It was really only, 6 months ago when they were still playing 5v5 and now they're back here again in 7v7, which to be fair, you know, for the vast majority of the history of World of Tanks, esports has been the format to play. So something that I think it's not a bad transition to go back to, but it is still a learning curve.
Absolutely so. Yeah, look, we now get to see the Gcat roster coming around, all looking very much all tuned in, it seems, going into the match number 2. Still curious to see how will they really, or rather what maps they're going to go for. Meanwhile, I'm curious to see how will Mori-Chan really come out, whether there's any nerves on their faces. But yeah, it seems like the spirits are all high.
Well, I mean, it's a vastly different attitude that you're seeing between the two teams. I mean, Gcat, they're representing on home soil on the first tournament in 6 years.
Can't really show any weakness.
And then you've got Mori-Chan, whose mantra is winning while having fun. They're just here. They're happy to be here. They don't want anything more than that. And I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, that in and of itself can be quite a potent combo. This is a team that has nothing to lose because they've already gained all they want.
Yeah, and that could actually be a huge weapon as well to utilize. The fact that they don't really have much to lose. Jordan, we've seen some of the storylines across multiple titles as well, where when you don't really have much to lose, when you don't really care about the outcome, things could get rather funky.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously we do have to say it's not that they don't care necessarily, it's just that they don't come into this one with the expectations of being one of the top teams. In fact, generally speaking, when we're talking about APAC, and this is not exclusive necessarily to World of Tanks, but certainly it is true when it comes to World of Tanks, historically speaking, the APAC teams have been the weakest teams. The region itself is the weakest globally at the events like when we would go back to the Final Battle or the WGL Grand Finals back in 2017, which were the sort of the last two big major World of Tanks esports events that featured global teams. And if I remember correctly, at the grand final, the best placement from an APAC team was of a Chinese team, which was EL Gaming, and they got knocked out in the quarterfinals, so they made top 8. Team Efficiency got knocked out in groups, and in the final battle, I think it was a very similar kind of a story where the APAC teams didn't really quite impress at that event either. So whether or not we see Mori-Chan improving upon that here at this event, I guess remains to be seen.
Yeah,
but if they do manage to make it into the top 4, it would actually make the argument that that was the best result of an APAC team in the history of World of Tanks Esports.
Yeah, I think in this case, this is definitely going to be more so about just how much of an endurance run this will be for Triple MC, rather than where Gcat want to actually get the win. They are, like you guys highlighted, in front of their home crowd. Now, going, for MMC as well, I just wanted to quickly point out, for the WCI challenge that was between APAC and China as well, it wasn't actually Mori-Chan that came out on top of from the APAC side. It was actually Brick, who was
we don't talk about those guys. They're ANZ.
Yeah, look, but regardless of that, it's still almost amusing, seeing as during the qualifiers, it was Brick that were right under Mori-Chan. Meanwhile, going into the challenge, Mori-Chan sort of bowed out fairly early into it. And going into the predictions as well, I mean, so far we have a bit of a split one. Both me and Elfish on the APAC Copium. Blue Panda, you joined our German counterpart. Thoughts? Why?
I mean, look, I feel my choice has been reinforced, given how the earlier result did go at the hands of Hit and Run. Gcat were looking pretty dicey, if I'm being perfectly honest. So I think if there was any team in this competition where I think Mori-Chan would give a run for their money, it's likely going to be Gcat. But in saying that, it's still that home ground buff. Mori-Chan are coming in. Yeah, look, they're just here to have a good time. They haven't got that killer instinct these Chinese teams are bringing.
Yeah, Jordan?
Look, I did say earlier on that I tend to be a realist when it comes to my predictions. But if there's going to be one where I will go in a different direction, it'll be obviously for my home region, which is, of course, APAC. Not that, I'm necessarily too in-depth with the Japanese World of Tanks community, but by and large, obviously, we feed into that server as well, and so we do sort of have a degree of camaraderie with the Japanese players, and I would like to see them performing well. So, yeah, and I actually think that as far as the matches that they're going to play are concerned, this is definitely the winnable one, right?
Yeah.
I don't see them beating Hit and Run.
Could you imagine?
but
that would be a show.
I don't think that Gcat looked particularly indomitable or even particularly scary necessarily against Hit and Run. And you can probably say, okay, well, that's down to Hit and Run just looking so much better. And Gcat didn't get to really display what they can do. And we may well get a bit of a rude awakening here in this game.
Well, it looks like the two of you are the only ones that had any confidence in Mori-Chan because the Chinese casters do not.
I mean, there's no surprise there, is it really? But as far as confidence is concerned, I wouldn't say I'm like hugely confident about this one, but I'll be happy to be proven correct in this case if it ends up being a win for Mori-Chan.
Yeah, I'm very much with you on that one. It would be a nice thing to see the APAC representatives to get some dubs under their belt. But yeah, overall, this will be sort of the best chance, the best opportunity. I am definitely quite curious to see how will the maps really also show up, because that would be quite important to sort of figure out where the pacing is going to be. I mean, remembering, Yuhei, Ally Tank as well, has been quite prominent within the JPL league as well as, pretty sure,
if I remember correctly, 4 of the players from Mori-Chan played the last stage of JPL.
Yeah, and then you have players like Ponsky as well, who has been basically a veteran of the local scene, whether it's, the clan battles, whether it's any sort of other competitions. So, in my head, in theory, this should be a fairly almost level sort of, combat. But I suppose we'll see. Now,
I mean, we did think that about EU and North America.
Yeah, true. But then with Smile, it was that caveat that it wasn't a full core. So take it as how you want it. Whereas with this one, both teams are running full core for the matchup. So from here on out, sort of realistically speaking, who do we expect to sort of meet potential losers of this matchup at the
So what you're saying is you're wondering about the third place matchup?
Yeah, third place matchup. Where do we see this go?
I mean, I think that's actually quite an interesting one. I want to make the argument it's probably going to be Smile and the loser of this.
Yeah.
Who the loser of this will be, I guess we're about to find out. For me, hopefully it's Gcat. For the local fans, hopefully it's Mori-Chan. But yeah, I think for me, based on Group 1, the initial games, Opora is going to go through in first. There's no doubt about that. They've won both of their matches. And it's just down to that Falcons-Smile game. And I think we saw a little bit more from Falcons, personally, than what we saw from Smile. Now, whether that translates, you can't really say necessarily, but at this point, that's the prediction that I've got.
Yeah. One more thing before we do go into all the nitty-gritty of the actual map picks as well. Between Gcat's sort of almost a fairly pre-set up strategy and then slight lack of the focus fire and more chance, sort of almost quirky, the goofy rush plays, do we expect this to be affected by the map picks at all?
I don't know. I get this feeling, it just happens to be the case for all of these APAC teams around, across multiple titles, which is just embrace that chaos a little bit, lean into it, knowing full well that you don't have control. And especially going to the likes of Proc and Tundra, I could see that possibly work it out for them. It really just depends on how Mori-Chan or Triple MC want to approach it.
Yeah. Jordan, so far Prokarovka, Tundra, Prokarovka being sort of almost a staple map pick within APAC, whether it's ANZPL or JPL.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think, what can you really say at this point? Cliff is the decider.
That got me excited, honestly.
Yeah, look, I don't know if it necessarily leans me one way or the other. Personally, I don't think that we're going to see super fast games out of a Proc Tundra pool, though. That's probably the one thing that you'd have to say. If you wanted to see faster games, you'd be looking at like Cliff, maybe Mines.
See, I'm of the opinion that we could see a few quirky plays from Triple MC on Proc with, the 277 IS7 rushes, maybe down the 1-2 line. But that is, apart from that, I'm very much with you. Panda, any sort of ideas so far?
I mean, again, it's coming from that 5v5 mentality, I could agree with you, but there's 2 extra guns on the field, which is a heck of a lot more damage. So those plays that would have worked in a 5v5 format get that much more heavily punished in the 7 versus 7. And it's like I said, these maps start to feel a lot more claustrophobic in the 7 versus 7. You've seen it on Himmelsdorf already. Proc, I'd imagine it's much the same because there are going to be 2 extra angles being covered at any one time.
Yeah, look, well, with all that said and done, Cliff could be the decider should we need it, but I mean, I'm sure the ex-Sentinels members would have already shared at least a few of the strats going into some of the preparations for this. Apart from that, look, arguably one of the most leveled matches of the whole of the Friday is right up upon us. And, well, with the first map being Prokarovka, it's all up to the teams to really decide who gets to stay to keep on kicking and which one gets to stay behind.
Alrighty, well, here we go into the 4th game of the day. Gcat and Mori-Chan rolling out onto Prokarovka, and doesn't look like anything too untoward here. IS-7s for the majority. We've got a couple of CS-63s, though, on the Gcat behalf, which is maybe a little bit sort of off-standard. I guess you'd normally expect to maybe just see the 1 rather than the 2.
Yeah, it seems an interesting decision, potentially sacrificing some much-needed HP that I mean, a heavier tank would have brought to the battlefield. But as we get into it, obviously Gcat on the defense playing that northern side, it seems like a fairly even spread from Triple MC on that south side.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that we do have to sort of bear in mind as well is that the last time these teams played, it was a 3-1 in the favor of Gcat. So Mori-Chan will have to step up on their last performance if they want to take this one the distance or potentially even get themselves a dub. Want to start that on Prokarovka, of course.
And lines in the sand being drawn at the moment.
Very much
stand off the 2 IS-7s in mid.
It's not as if either team has necessarily had the run of things in terms of the map control. It's very much, okay, this is fairly standard defensive sort of setup, fairly standard attacking side setup. No one's getting away with anything necessarily just yet. As you said, very spread across the map, although Gcat having a little bit more presence toward that 2 flag, that in itself will probably be something that you'd expect to see. It's a little bit easier to go back over to the 1 flag rather than come over to the 2 flag if necessary. So good to have a couple of extra tanks set up on that side of the map.
Definitely feeling like it is going to be a slower map, a slower round, especially given just how many lines of sight can be contested at any one point. So both teams just going to be looking for that opening, that one shot that could make or break the setup, and from there, I imagine the collapse would happen. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, Rico on the way up to the zero line hill will start to get a bit of info as he progresses his way forward. Masunatsu been spotted, but in a fairly safe position there. Hull down with the IS-7, shouldn't really be bleeding any HP. Is just trying to act as a spotter for Mori-Chan. But even then, doesn't really look like they're going to try to put too much of a presence on this side of the train tracks, actually, and they're moving their forces down through the southern side of the map, back over to the west.
One concern, though, with the setup from Triple MC is, I mean, at some point they're going to have to pull that trigger. They're going to have to make the aggressive move as the attacking team, because if they stall out for too long, I mean, it really is just going to have to come down to a brawl. They're going to have to force the issue rather than playing for the flag.
No, definitely. I mean, this is starting to get me a little bit interested, though, that IS-7 of Masunatsu has been basically left high and dry on the zero line. Is going to try to isolate and maybe even keep a couple of tanks over there. And what's happening elsewhere is that there's been a bit of an exchange of fire. IS-7, CS-63 copying a shot apiece. Not really much to talk about there, but yeah, I just wonder how many tanks Gcat are going to dedicate to kind of keeping Masunatsu busy, or how many he's going to be able to keep on that side of the map, because that's largely, I think, where they're going to be able to find their advantage here, Mori-Chan.
The big problem is Ali Tank, being scouted up that one line at the moment sort of indicates that there might be a little bit more pressure that Gcat weren't aware of, and we can see that now. Ponsky being spotted, Hector and Ali Tank as well. So the game is sort of up now. We know that this is going to be a Triple MC push towards that one flag, but given how long they took, Gcat have already rotated a lot of their resources that way.
Yeah, they certainly have, but so far so good. I mean, they've actually covered quite a decent amount of ground without even being spotted so far, so they are going to be able to get quite deep without sacrificing a huge amount of HP, and that's already sort of the first piece of the puzzle. Only now are they starting to get spotted. You can see the CS-63 of Cousin wrapping around the map as well, but look at how far these IS-7s have managed to get. The issue, though, is going to be when did they get to start doing damage, and so far unable to do anything. That CS-63, by the way, is still not even spotted, and Yuhei has already been picked off. So really this strategy from Mori-Chan hasn't really looked all too exciting. It was a big send, and they haven't really been able to convert much off of the back of it. There's the first kill going the way of Ally Tank, but generally speaking, this is just looking a bit too good for Gcat.
Gcat set the trap. They knew exactly what the game plan was going to be. I mean, obviously not seeing someone is just as important as seeing someone on a map like Proc with so many players on the board. And so as soon as they realized they weren't seeing people on that eastern side of the map, they knew, there's going to be a gamble coming up that 1-2 line. They set themselves up with 2 players deep in the corner, an IS-7, I believe it was, and a CS-63. And as soon as the 3 players cut deep, it was just all over.
Yeah, I mean, what do you really have to say about that one? Mori-Chan, they just ran straight into the crossfire and got farmed. There wasn't a huge amount of nuance to it. And as you said, their motto is winning while having fun. I'm sure that they're upholding one part of that, but I'm not so sure about the other. I'm not sure about the winning.
I don't know, would they really have had that much fun in that round? I don't think so. I mean,
holding the W key, I reckon it's fun.
I feel like maybe if they got a couple more shots off, maybe they've been a little bit more aggressive, but they're sitting around and then the play happens. I think, maybe a little bit more proactive play from MMC. Honestly, I think they should just commit to the APAC play style, go for a bit of a full send, see what they can make happen, because sitting around waiting isn't working for them.
I mean, if you're going to go for the full send, it's actually generally not a bad idea to do it straight away before your opponent is able to properly set themselves up. But in this case, Mori-Chan did take a little bit of a while to sort that one out, and you'll expect to hear a bit of a cheer as the Chinese squad does pick up the first round in their game against Mori-Chan.
Alrighty, well, this is the first round all done and dusted for Mori-Chan. Look, the Grouses were a pretty decent idea overall, but the way how it all was executed felt like more so like a friendly clan battles scrim rather than the actual WCI gameplay, isn't it?
Yeah, look, It almost feels like their positioning in sort of the global rankings. It just feels like Mori-Chan are just a step or two behind the rest of the world, and we very much saw it there. Gcat read them like a book. They knew exactly what the game plan was going to be because of how telegraphed the play was. They had players set up. Mori-Chan thought they were in with a grin, and then all of a sudden the trap was sprung. There was 4 guns trained on them, and they just started pumping the damage in.
Yeah, look, it definitely felt quite rather polarizing, really, seeing how much of a trap that was set up. But yeah, well played by Gcat. That was definitely a really well-organized defense. Now, going on to the offense for Gcat and the defense for Mori-Chan, do we expect to see the similar amount of that mobility plus aggression, or do we finally dial it down to, or try cooking with something like maybe even a Stritzman on the A0?
Well, I don't know about that one, but I would expect that we're probably going to have a little bit of a slower game in the second round once Gcat moves over to the attack. Didn't really get to see them do anything too overly aggressive in that game against Hit and Run. It felt like they were more than happy to sort of play slowly as well. And in fact, in some cases, they're just completely giving up some map control. So something that we might be looking at again from them. Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see them go for like a YOLO push like that one from Mori-Chan. Certainly not unless it was like a last-ditch effort, right? That really felt like they just decided, all right, we're going to go for it, I guess. But they had so much time to play with their Mori-Chan. So I'm not sure exactly why that ended up being the choice. Did they feel like they had a timing? Did they feel like they had some sort of info that maybe there was more tanks on the eastern side of the tracks than what there inevitably was? Because, I mean, the setup was there. There was a lot of tanks on the eastern side of the map initially for Mori-Chan to, potentially go into. But, yeah, I just think, Gcat's probably going to take it a little bit more of a nuanced style when they come onto the attack here, whereas Mori-Chan just full send, YOLO.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely felt almost too weird, really, seeing them even rotate the Super Conk as well from the right side of the map all the way to that 1-2 line, which ultimately didn't really do much of it. Really, better yet, poor Yuhei got bullied to all heck, and well, after that, it was just all problems galore. So, look, going into say after this, we wrap up with the 1-1 scoreline. Going into Tundra.
Someone's on the copium.
Look,
wishful thinking, definitely.
Wishful thinking, yeah. Look, okay, fair enough. Let's go to 2-0. We go to Tundra. Is there plans? Do we reckon there's any plans for Mori-Chan, or are we looking to bow out at 3-0?
If they're passively that slowly, I don't see it going much differently on Tundra. It's a map that, we've seen it played passively. It doesn't work. We saw it from Smile. They hedged their bets. They hesitated. They just shied away from any sort of resistance. If Mori-Chan do that, look, it's going to be a quick exit from the tournament, and the damage speaks that. It's this unfortunate curse that Japanese esports seems to be stuck in, where they are just that far behind the rest of the world and they can't get out.
Yeah, they look flashy in their own region, but then really nothing much to happen outside of the region. Now, well, everybody being able to farm up 4k damage.
It's nice that they give everybody the MVP.
Yeah,
everyone gets to have
a real team atmosphere.
I mean, to be honest, everyone is MVP on this broadcast. You guys are the MVPs. The audience here and the viewers as well are the MVP.
Wasn't there another guy?
Some tall German guy?
I don't know. You're German, though.
Never seen him.
Not tall.
But look, I mean, now that we'll quickly fall back on on Kihan's favorite question, momentum. How does it feel? Good? Does it feel right? Well, actually, matter of fact, we're just about to get into map number 2. Boys, enjoy this one, because round number 2, maybe Copium will continue going, and then we'll send it over.
Yeah, look, I don't know if there's going to be a heck of a lot of momentum. It felt like a cold start on a winter morning.
I tend to agree. I mean, if we're talking about momentum, does it feel good? No. No, sir, it does not feel good.
Sir.
It feels bad. It feels pretty bad as someone from APAC, but hey, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do indeed? Well, look, round number 2 may just be upon us. And look, Prokarovka, being the absolute wild derby that it is, maybe Mori-Chan will decide to say, defense, what is that? We know only of the offense, and send another, 7 IS-7s just down the line. And, then we will find it out. But for the time being, round 2, ladies and gentlemen, is up on us. Boys, take it away.
So off we go into game number 2 between Mori-Chan and Gcat, and there's certainly a lot to be said for Gcat and not a lot in the other direction. But let's have a look at what they're rolling out with. Again, it's the double CS63 from Gcat and a similar approach from both teams actually. Again, IS-7s being the go-to for the majority. A couple of E5s in there, a couple of Super Conks. And the CS63s
Honestly,
as well.
just give in to the voices, give in to the chaos. You're Mori-Chan, you're a Japanese team. The way you played it the last round didn't work. Try something new. Throw the strat book out the window. Try something fresh. Craft it up now, because no one's going to be expecting that.
Well, the benefit is at least they're on the defense, right? So they don't necessarily have to be the ones to make the decision as to where the fight is going to happen, whether that's a good thing or not. I'm not too sure, but you can see Gcat. Well, they very much seem like they've got a bit of an idea as to where they want to be going here. And they've already spotted out an IS-7 and a CS63, which have dumped over into the river. Are they just going to keep going here,
Yeah, this
Gcat?
is a full court press. Gcat have said, yeah, look, they just played it too slowly. Let's get up in the thick of it. Let's force them into a fight.
Well, what I'll say right now is that it really doesn't look like Mori-Chan had the tanks in the position to actually deal with this. Like, how are these guys driving around in the middle of the field and not even taking basically any damage? One more shot onto everybody. It's 2 shots connected onto Gcat, and they will literally
only got shots under 3 players, not everybody.
Well, they've been driving around in no man's land for like 2 minutes, and they barely took any damage. So that seems like a bit of a error from Mori-Chan, but I don't know, Gcat, they decide to turn around.
Oh, Ali Tank is dead. Ali, there is no way he walks away from this.
True, but they are doing a lot of damage here. Actually, Mori-Chan are trading more effectively than Gcat are at the moment.
No, Gcat have just changed target. All of a sudden, they just stopped shooting at Ali Tank. Yeah, look, they've got to reload, but they had prime opportunity to swarm him, get those shots in, finish them off, and move on to the next one.
It's
I
a
think
bit messy.
Gcat have fumbled a little bit here.
I think they've really fumbled the bag, quite frankly. But I mean, Yuhei's going to go down in just a second here. If Tokyao drops shortly after for Mori-Chan, then they're still kind of in this conversation. This is a very messy game from both teams, I will say it. But Gcat are looking a little bit better.
Would have been nice to get another shot out there from Ali, but unfortunately, it's just not the way the game goes. But the fact that Masunatsu is not being contested here, he's got another CS63 in proximity, so Type or Cousin might be up on his Cousin. But Cousin's got full. Just push and get him.
Well, the thing is, Cousin's got other tanks that he needs to be firing at as well, so they're both kind of like having this gentleman's agreement on the hill that the tanks down in the field are the ones that they want to be farming rather than one another.
Yeah, but Cousin's not farming. Masunatsu is.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, Gcat, 5-on-5. They have a slight health deficit. TYP, Tip in the CS63s, getting on the move a little bit. I think if they could ideally isolate Masunatsu out of this,
looks like, yeah, that's the attempt.
That is really where they're going to be able to find themselves a big old lead. Is there a ram in here from Cousin? I don't think a ram would be a bad choice, actually, at this point, just to try to get that CS63 out of the picture quicker, but either way, they'll get rid of him. And now we've got the numbers deficit for Mori-Chan. But still, Rico, Hui, and Tip quite low on the HP. So Mori-Chan could still actually turn this one around if they juggle the aggro nicely and if they're able to keep Matcha alive. That's going to be the big difference maker.
This is a big advantage, though. Gcat still have 2, 3, 4. Wow, okay. They just have everything going for them at the moment. 1,400 HP, 2 tanks and a dream. It was, again, a bit scrappy, a bit chaotic, but Gcat's the ones forcing the issue with Heck the last remaining. Yeah, he's going to farm up, he's going to get himself a kill, but it's just padded stats at the end of the day.
Indeed, indeed. Help me, Cousin. I'm stuck. I'm stuck behind the house.
Yeah, look, he's stuck and cleared out, unfortunately. It's not looking good for the APAC representatives.
It was looking not very good at all, but hey, 2-0 for Gcat.
Wow, wow, wee, wah. Look, a bit of a demolition there from Gcat, though that start of the round definitely was dicey, is probably the best way to describe it, boys.
Messy. It was
very
messy. It was messy across the board. I mean, Gcat, I thought that they were just going to full send, then they decided that they wanted to turn around, which is kind of like, okay, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
And then they didn't get punished for it, and then they drove into a big crossfire, and then they started getting booked, but then they started trading back more effectively. I don't even know. I think if you're Mori-Chan and you're not winning that round with the way that Gcat played it, I don't think you're winning any rounds, unfortunately.
Yeah, very much with you on that one, Jordan. I was, you probably seen me, I was huffing the copium rather heavily there, probably gone through the whole tank within the matter of one map. But look, what do we even do here from here on out? For Mori-Chan, you basically nailed it. If they can't win these sort of rounds, what can they win?
Scrapbook out the window.
Yeah.
Just something fresh. I don't care what it is. I don't care how quickly you come up with it, because whatever their strats are, it's not working. It's not allowing them to be reactive. Jordan, you nailed it. They were in the middle of the map, getting to position, and Gcat was up on them, and they still couldn't win that round. Everything that could have lined up for them to win that round did, and it still didn't matter.
Wasn't enough. Yeah, I mean, for I believe it was for Matsunatsu. He was the ammo rack was damaged for the majority of that round as well. If not for that, I reckon there would have been quite a different turnaround, just in terms of the DPM output, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, I think regardless of that, my point is that it shouldn't even really come down to that.
That's true.
It should have just been a lot cleaner. I mean, the initial setup from Mori-Chan, like nobody there to punish a push like that. All it takes is someone sitting on the railroad tracks at the back of the map, and they have clean firing lines on all of those tanks that were just milling around basically in no man's land for Gcat, and they ended up getting out of there with like 3 shots taken after having driven around for 30 seconds and then stopped and turned around, and like only by the time they were already on the way out is when they started getting shot at, and it's just like, what's the setup here from Mori-Chan? Like, okay, I understand that maybe you have a setup on the other side of the map, but do you not at least have one tank in like the prime firing position that you, like, we used to see that all the time in ANZPL in the 5v5. There was always a tank there, just in case something happens, and I just think, like, okay, why are you not having that be the case here as well?
Yeah, I was about to just point out, it's not like they haven't tried this strat ever before, so...
And it's not as if you don't have the tanks available to allocate towards as well. It's a 7v7 format, so I think you can definitely have one guy just sitting there making sure that there's at least someone being able to get shots out if something's happening, rather than everyone driving all over the place.
I mean, that's the problem, though. It feels... everything from Triple MC has got scale. It's outdated. The way that they're approaching the game is one that doesn't currently work in the meta in the 7 versus 7. You can't be dawdling. You need to be getting to position as quickly as possible, and you need to be covering angles.
Yeah. Well, enough of hammering on our, comrades from APAC. Let's talk about Gcat. stuff that I could see even here so far. But for some reason here they're not bringing it out. Is it more so a question of the quote-unquote copium and saving strats, or is it just the nerves?
I think it's just they're defaulting to what they know in a competitive environment. Yeah, look, in scrims you can do some weird and wonderful stuff, but in a competitive environment you're going to default back to what is comfortable, what you know works. But I mean, I don't know what it is going to take for them to potentially bring this back and get a win, because I mean, honestly, this is the second round where they've had an opportunity presented to them on a silver platter, and they're 1-1 on those opportunities, which is a little bit scary.
Right.
True. And also the other thing to say is that Tundra last time was a 1-1 between these two teams. So even then, in your previous best case scenario for Mori-Chan, that leaves you with a 3-1 loss in this particular matchup. So they're going to need to go better than what they did previously against Gcat. And hopefully that defensive side is going to be kind to them, because that's where they're going to be headed.
Yeah. Well, there's opportunities still to redeem themselves, but yeah, those opportunities are very rapidly running out. And well, after that, no matter what the ending of this matchup happens, they still get to play against the Polish team of Hit and Run. So that one is going to be a rough venture as it is.
Yeah. I mean, that's just straight up a 3-0.
Yeah.
Like, really, let's be real. They are just going to get absolutely dumpstered in that.
I don't know, maybe again, I want to see them, maybe the word is regress, but I just want to see them embrace the chaos, do something unconventional, do something unexpected, throw the strat book out the window, make something fresh, just bring some wild tanks and go for gold.
Well, here's hoping for that as the final chance to push it into the tiebreaker upon us. Gentlemen, take it away for round 4.
So here we go. Again, it is do or die for Mori-Chan. It's going to be the case for the entire series, and hopefully they're going to be able to make it go through to Cliff. We'll see whether or not that is the case as we jump into our second half of Tundra. 60 TP for Mori-Chan, rounded out by IS7s and 277s. 60 TP is also the big pickup for Gcat. Again, very heavy lineup on their behalf, though they have brought themselves a super conk in the mix as well.
Yeah, we saw how impactful that was in that last round. Mori-Chan and their captain, I mean, he did, what, 30% of the team's damage in that super conk on the defense. So, look, obviously it is some sort of winning formula when it comes to that tank and long-range threat. Right now, very similar setups between both teams on the attack and defense. It's not overly aggressive, but it does allow for a bit of pivoting.
Yeah, a little bit more presence toward the southern side of the map from Gcat than what we saw from Mori-Chan might lead you to believe we're headed towards a 2-flag play rather than a 1-flag play. I'd be interested to see where those two tanks on the attacking side spawn end up heading toward. They're just sitting on the hill at the moment to see whether or not there's going to be an angle onto anybody. But you'd be a bit lucky, I think, to get that this early on in the piece. Mori-Chan not playing overly aggressive. Natsu, though, is going to cop a bit of damage on that cross.
Doesn't know that Handsome's there either, so
no.
This situation could...
I think it will get worse.
Absolutely no idea, and yes, it is about to get infinitely worse. Natsu is a known quantity. Handsome is there just around the corner. That should be a freebie.
Yeah, I think at this point, though, you just want to be waiting if you're Handsome before pulling the trigger. See whether or not you're going to get any more information, or if you can, ideally, if you can bring another tank in there to help you out. That 60 TP is kind of on the move, which is giving Natsu a little bit of pause for thought. And he's, in fact, decided to back off into the river. Meanwhile, bit of a push on the top side of the map from Mori-Chan as well. It seems like they really want to be playing for map control, and they certainly have that on the northern side.
If they just come to the conclusion they're playing attack twice now, because, I mean... There's no need to force the issue in this situation. You're facing down the barrel of a loss if you drop this round. Why take a gamble? Why risk when you don't need to?
Yep, pretty much. I think if I'm Gcat here, I'm more than happy to chill out too. Seems like Mori-Chan might be prompted into making an interesting push. So give them a couple of minutes to do that. If they don't get anything for free here, Gcat, then they can just send it onto that 2 flag and try to brawl it out. And again, generally speaking, they have been a little bit more successful than Mori-Mori-Chan in those straight-up brawls. Yuhei bleeding a fair chunk of HP now as well to match that initial shot that went into Masunatsu. So HP deficit is growing for Mori-Mori-Chan.
Well, again, yeah, it's cookie cutter for Mori-Mori-Chan. Slow. Look, at least it could have gone a lot worse if they'd just gone for the full commit. Handsome and Hector going toe-to-toe, neither able to find much. I mean, Handsome does take a shot, so there is damage now, one to Gcat, if nothing else. But I suppose a small boon.
Patience a virtue for Gcat at this point in time, but doesn't take a genius to figure out where they want to end this round. And Rico will be the one to go forward and get onto the cap. Just the one tank for the moment, though. It looks like Tip will join. So
Low movement towards the south, though, so Triple MC have kind of read into it.
Yeah,
whether or not it's early enough, and there is still that IS-7 on cut-off position.
Yeah, they're in a bit of an awkward spot here, actually, Mori-Mori-Chan, because that timer is going to be ticking away pretty quickly with 2 tanks on the cap. So inevitably, they are going to have to go for a bit of a YOLO push here to find those resets. And we always know that when you're in that position on the defense, generally you're not going to be putting yourself in a good spot. So I'm a bit worried about this one for Mori-Mori-Chan. 277 and double 60 TP pushing their way forward. They're out in no man's land. This is where the shots should start to come through from Gcat, and the farm should arrive. It's actually focused in onto the IS-7. Mori-Chan and Ally Tank copying a little bit on the way through, and Gcat more than happy to give up that cap pressure now that they have forced the response from Mori-Mori-Chan. Hector's quite isolated here, going to be taking a 2-on-1, although Mori-Chan comes across to try to assist. Good damage coming down from him, but then again, the response is also quite nice from Gcat and Cousin tucking into the pillbox to try to survive and just evade Mori-Chan as long as possible. Taking him on a wild goose chase, really, at this point.
Oh, wow, and it's going to allow him to get the shots off. Hector still surviving with 67 HP, so one more shot, he's going to be done. Can he get off his own? Or Handsome forced off at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe he can get something. Hector, he does get the shot out. At the very least, he will be finished off by Handsome. Cousin's still there. It's a standoff, and unfortunately, Triple MC are going to fall by the wayside here. They backed off a key position on the south side of the map, and it's cost them dearly.
Yeah, I think this is over for Mori-Mori-Chan. Everybody's going to lead the charge in that 60 TP to back up Handsome and Cousin. First shot didn't quite connect, but it's all good. In the end, Gcat are getting it done. They've got 3 minutes to find all these remaining Mori-Mori-Chan members. And yes, there is one on the northern side of the map.
Where the heck is Yuhei? What's he doing up there?
He's taking that battle against the IS-7.
Mori-Chan Elite gets himself the one before he's finally finished off. It's a 3-burst. Jordan, we have been here before.
No, it's not happening.
We've seen it before.
Not this time. Not this time. But, mate, it is 3,000 HP against 11,000. You would have to do something incredibly stupid to throw this game away. And Bukui, in theory, should win the 1v1 against Yuhei as well.
Bullying. Bullying at its finest. Yeah, just, you know, there's not much more you can do. It's Yuhei versus the world, and unfortunately the world is a cold and unforgiving place, Jordan. He's just going to be pushed back to his own flag and finished off. Bukui seals the deal. Gcat take it a 3-1.
Well, and just like that, that's the conclusion for the Mori-Mori-Chan's potential chances to make it to the second place in the groups for now. But look, boys, a bit of an unfortunate turnaround there. Not really too sure what happened, but Tundra definitely felt like it was yet another kryptonite to add to the Apex losses.
Yeah, look, I mean, at the end of the day, that probably should have been a 3-0. I think we can all sort of agree that Gcat did look like the far superior team in that one. But hey, at least Mori-Mori-Chan gave us something as Apex South fans to get a little bit excited about, though being the realist myself, it didn't really quite move the needle.
So, no, the Twitter buyers, I can see it now. One time beat China on land.
yeah. One round, by the way.
No, we don't need to get into semantics. One time beat China.
And then, unfortunately for Mori-Chan, the job only gets more difficult from here because they've still got to play against Hit and Run, which debatably is actually kind of looking like the best team in the tournament at the moment.
Yeah, look, Hit and Run just feeling like they built completely differently. But now that we sort of get to talk about this, you guys mentioned that Smile might be potentially that team to meet them tomorrow as well in the bracket. Now that we get to compare them, Smile versus Mori-Chan, are we going towards NA?
Yeah.
Is NA finally going to get a dub?
It might be a little bit longer before they get to the airport, I think is the best way to put it. I think the reality is it feels like, Triple MC have stagnated a little bit. In a bit of an echo chamber in that little part of the world. They haven't had, as much competition as of late. They're stuck in their old ways. Again, I think if they want to come out of the gate swinging, they need to change things up, come in with something fresh, and try something new.
Yeah, definitely felt that way. Look, on the side of Gcat, can we finally say that they are finally improving going into some of the further games?
Hard to say, really, because I guess, again, a game win against Mori-Chan isn't really something to get super excited about, right? Like, it does look good on paper, a 3-1 victory, but let's be real, coming into this event, I think most people had Mori-Chan pegged as the weakest team, and so getting a dub there, but losing 3-0 to a Hit and Run, I don't know if that really fills me with a huge amount of confidence that they're going to go super deep. I think there's definitely a world where if we would put Gcat up against Smile, maybe I could see something happening there. But I think that would be a pretty close game. I think that one definitely could go either way. For me, though, I still kind of need to see a little bit more from Gcat before I'm ready to sort of say that they're going to go deep.
Yeah, look, definitely with you on that one. But look, there's still some promises of potential for Gcat. Though, look, at this point, do we still think that this is going to be the EU versus EU finals, though?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's the consensus. And I get the feeling that given the top player for Triple MC was, 300 more damage than the lowest player of Gcat?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as much as I want to shill APAC, I don't think we're going to be there.
Yeah. No, well, we will be the sole representative.
In the audience, I suppose.
Yeah. Look, for Hokkyo, it's the MVP for the gamer on the Super Conqueror. So far, look, I mean, one cool thing to say that at least for Gcat, at least they showed some good coordination overall. It was definitely a step up. They definitely looking a whole lot more promising for it all. But apart from that, look, do we feel that from there on there could be any potential for upsets? Because I know usually in any other titles, there's occasional leeway for the upset. Could it be maybe Falcons that could pull it off?
I think so. I think Falcons definitely look good today. I'd give them some credit. I mean, we'll have to wait and see how they go in this upcoming game against Smile. But for me, I mean, of the teams that are not EU-based, I would say actually I think Falcons have kind of looked like the team with the most potential. Now, how much can you really draw from one best-of-5 game? Probably not a whole lot. And I think that game against Smile is going to be able to tell us a fair bit as well, which is our next matchup, actually. But, yeah, generally speaking, it does seem like a Poor and Hit and Run are kind of like a class above. And then, maybe you've got Falcons kind of keeping it a bit interesting there. I'm still not sold on Gcat. I'm still not sold on Smile. Certainly not sold on Mori-Chan. So, for me, I think before we kind of get into like this power ranking discussion, I'd probably still want to see the remainder of the group matches finish off. But
or at least the next one.
Yeah, at least the next one. I think we all kind of know which way the final game of the night is going to go.
Yeah, definitely feels like it. Okay, one more question. In terms of the maps that we got to see so far, most cursed, what do we feel like?
Proc, honestly, that Proc was a bit dicey.
Yeah, the Proc attack from Mori-Chan was
both Proc attacks were pretty rough.
Yeah, that's true, actually. You're right. Yeah, Proc was definitely... I mean, look, end of the day, I mean, it's sad, obviously, the way that APAC is playing out at the moment, obviously. I mean, for Mori-Chan, it's, they've come a long way to, well, I mean, I guess not as long as us, but, you know, they've travelled, they want to come here and represent, they want to represent APAC, but at the end of the day, APAC, unfortunately, as a region, just doesn't have the same support necessarily that places like Europe and North America do. So, by and large, generally speaking, what you're going to get is where the resources are put, that's where the teams are going to perform. And so, if you know, APAC wants to have representation that performs on a global stage, then they need to sort of develop that talent. They need to have tournaments, they need to have events and stuff like that. So, hopefully, that'll come in the future.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, we are going to be taking a quick look at the interview with the match MVP, that is Bohui from Team Gcat, and after that, we shall be returning back with some more content.
好的，欢迎回到我们的赛后采访环节。那这场比赛，让我们首先用非常热烈的掌声恭喜一下 Gcat 拿上这场比赛的胜利。好的，那这边也是有请我们的不悔跟大家先打个招呼吧。
Hello， 各位在场的观众朋友们，大家好，我是不悔。
我感觉大家现在已经想要来代替我来采访了。那刚才你有说这是一场非常精彩的战斗，你有没有什么想要问他的？好的，那果然大家呢都是我一直都听说我们那个坦克世界的一些那个玩家朋友们，他们其实是很热情的，而且他们自己平常线下之间会有很多的朋友是非常非常好的一个兄弟嘛。你们在一起应该也打了很久了，对吧？
对，
接触这个游戏应该也很久很久，打了几年？
有10几年了吧，因为那时候，从18岁左右啊开始玩这个游戏，现在都31了吧。然后那时候上学的时候也时间比较多，所以说这个玩这个游戏，也玩的时间比较长，一整什么通宵什么的啊。
那今天打了这个深野游戏，今天站在这里的时候，然后在这场比赛拿下了一个胜利的之后，会不会有一种特别的一种情感，或者是一些感受？
有，因为以前打这个世界赛吧，以前没有取得过什么好成绩，怎么说呢？10几年了，也想这个再打一次世界赛吧，表一下自己这个心中那个执念吧。
希望能够在这一次的一个线下赛的比赛当中的话，能够取得非常好的成绩，来回馈这10几年当中你对坦克世界的这样的一种热爱和一种坚持，对吗？
对，这个因为这个我因为熟悉我的人都知道我这个比较社恐。这个说实话，今天头一次站在这上面，确实有点紧张。
来，我们掌声送给他。因为我们确实很多的选手他们在后台平时不会特别多的用场合在这种大舞台出现。那今天的2场比赛全部结束了之后，你感觉今天的整体的状态有没有发挥出来你自己想要去做到的一些事情，或者哪些地方你觉得还有一些小遗憾，明天还可以继续再去做一些修订的地方？
这个有时候这个打的时候这个跟队友这个协同啊，有时候这个沟通啊不是特别好像刚才那个顶牛然后这个。又没打穿，又挡队友炮线这种问题这个回去还要总结还得练，主要是还得练。
我觉得有的时候就是因为有的瑕疵，所以我们才会有一些更多的进步的空间。也就是因为这样，我们才会在一次次的修正当中来让自己的下次做得更好。我们也期待着我们的 Gcat 的下场的比赛当中能够打得越来越棒，好不好？
好。
好了，那最后有没有？我看到大家对你的热情很高，有没有什么想要对大家说的？
好，明天加油，好好打！感谢大家到现场来观看，谢谢大家的支持。
好，
还得练，
还得练，我们一定会好好练，对吧？继续加油，继续反思。那也希望大家持续的来关注我们的比赛，期待我们明天更加精彩的表现。那在此也非常感谢不悔接受我的采访，谢谢。
谢谢豆豆。
All right, well, I guess it's only fair that if the Chinese fans get to have an interview, so do we. We've got Karolf here, obviously, from Opua. Mate, you guys have done pretty well today, 2-0 so far, so must be happy days.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a little bit better. Obviously, would love to win it about 3-0, but yeah, we are all in all pretty happy, considering especially that I've played today. We are not intending to play that lineup today. Sure. Obviously, we wanted to play with David, but he is feeling quite under the weather. So yeah, today I've got to replace him. So yeah, we try to play our best, especially for him, and to cheer him up a little bit as well. So yeah, hopefully he is happy as well.
Any word on that then? Is there a potential swap tomorrow? Is he feeling better, do you reckon, or is it maybe still you're in the server?
Yeah, we'll see, but we hope so. We hope so that he's feeling better tomorrow, and he can join the guys, and we can play a proper lineup, and maybe we can do better and not lose any runs anymore.
Well, I have to ask, you come in as a last-minute sub, and you're putting up numbers. You pick up a map MVP as well. I mean, how is that feeling for you, given that you're coming over to China as a sub, and you ended up playing day one?
Yeah, well, actually, I've got to admit, because when I was coming here as a coach, I knew that I won't be playing technically, apart given those circumstances. So I knew coming that I won't play, and I was really okay with it. But when I got on the stage, I was actually really buzzing and really excited about it. Last time around I played the offline tournament was 6 years ago. So yeah, it's really nice to be back here, and yeah, really excited and really happy to actually get this opportunity.
I actually wanted to ask you about that. I think it was the final battle, right? It was the last one that you attended. It was with Oops. So a bit of a throwback, obviously, a long time ago. What's it kind of like, just the environment now compared to then? Obviously, Europe sort of on top, and back then it was maybe still sort of standing in the shadow of the CIS region. But you guys get to be, I guess, in theory, the top dogs. We'll see how things play out tomorrow and on Sunday. But it's got to be a good feeling going into these games, having World of Tanks Esports back, especially in an environment like this.
Yeah, exactly. It's really nice. It's been a couple of years since we had a big offline tournament in World of Tanks in 7v7. So yeah, to see all those people in here cheering and so on, it's really amazing. Yeah, I think that as well, it's really nice to come as favorites here, as you mentioned. Before it could have been the CIS region, and now I think we can admit it that the European teams us and Hit and Run are a little bit of a favorite. So
be careful. There's other fans out here that might disagree.
Yeah. I mean, actually Falcon did quite well against us, so who knows, but
yeah, I mean, that's actually a good conversation that we should probably have since you're here. Maybe you can give us your thoughts on the next matchup, which is Falcons and Smile. Obviously, you've had the opportunity to play against both of those teams on stage today. How do you actually see that game going in the next 10 minutes or so?
Well, I actually, before we came into this tournament, we thought obviously that Smile should be a little bit better than Chinese teams, but after playing them, and actually after seeing that, yeah, Falcon they're playing pretty well, actually, they surprised us a little bit. I think that they have a great chance winning against Smile, so yeah, we'll see how this match goes and how they can perform in the later stage of tournament.
Yeah, I'll jump in as well. Jordan, he's great at the interviews, but I do have a question I want to ask. Coming in, I know how families and my family and friends have reacted to seeing esports growing in ANZ, but coming from Poland, I mean, how does that go? You're telling your mum and dad and your friends, hey, I'm going to China to play a video game. What was the response?
Yeah, well, actually, everybody was so surprised, and even more because the past 2 years, I actually haven't been playing World of Tanks that much. Obviously, been following the scene, been playing from time to time, some smaller tournaments and so on, but haven't been playing that much in the last couple of years. And they were actually pretty surprised that, oh, you are coming back to World of Tanks, you are coming back to big tournaments and going to China. So yeah, they were really surprised, but at the same time really happy for me that I got this opportunity, and I'm happy as well to be in here.
What's the dream for 2024? If you could have your dream, I don't know, World of Tanks circuit, what would you like to see?
Oh, that's a really good question. First of all, I would be really happy if it came true, if we had more tournaments, offline tournaments in World of Tanks in 7v7, because I think that it's something pretty special and pretty big and pretty nice. But yeah, I think that we could have some tournament in Europe. I think maybe in Cologne, Germany, or Paris, France. Yeah. I would really love to see big World of Tanks tournament in Central Europe, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I mean, it's obviously a big region as far as World of Tanks is concerned. So, hey, you never know. That's something that we'd be looking forward to as well. But talk to me a little bit more about how it's been in China. Is this is your first time here, right?
Yeah, it's my first time. And actually, because of all the media stuff and training, we didn't have that much of a chance to go sightseeing.
Right.
Hopefully, we'll do on Monday after the tournament. But yeah, it's been so far pretty good. Yeah, and yeah, really enjoying it. And everything is going well so far, so really happy.
Indeed. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. I think we should send it to a quick break. We've got another match to prepare for. Don't go too far away. We'll be back right after this.
这是我第2次参加线下赛，但是世界赛是第1次，然后也比较期待与这些来自各个州服的冠军们切磋一下。
The first time they are playing an offline tournament on a big stage, so yeah, everybody is really excited and really looking forward to playing on the big stage against the big guys.
时隔6年，我们国服第1次迎来线下赛，每个人都比较开心吧，都比较激动，也希望这次比赛能有个比较好的发挥。
I think it's teamwork. We understand each other pretty well, so it enables us to overcome tough situation and always come out on top.
その自分たちの戦い方としてはしっかり相手チームを観察してその特徴に合った戦術を使うっていうところはその自分たちが得意としているところなんでそれをしっかり準備していきたいと思います。
Our biggest strength is probably our individual play skill. I think it's pretty strong, and we shouldn't be underestimated.
我们优势最大的地方肯定就是这次比赛我们是坐镇主场，
相对比较关注欧服的队伍。
我比较想和黑坦的乱打，他们是升级版 Prokarovka。
I think it will be hit and run because they are the other Polish team in this tournament, so we obviously want to beat them.
Oppo playing very good this tournament, so I hope we're gonna meet them. I mean, you know, it's not ego, but confidence, I would say so.
10 your shots, we're coming for you.
我想这个冠军就是留在中国吧，让他们国外的选手怎么来怎么回去。
Our response is just that dreaming isn't forbidden. You can dream big, you should dream big, but this dream won't come true for them this time.
カモネットでも積んで怯えてな。
一拳老野。
Well, it's been an interesting road so far. The APAC fans are struggling. China might have their chance at redemption so far, but it is clear. Kehan, look, we've got to give it to you. It is EU supremacy all the way so far.
I mean, so far 3-0 for the EU teams, but that set aside, that's not the match we're going to be spectating. Instead, it is going to be China against North America, and it's going to be quite an important one, actually.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, a chance of redemption for Smile, who very much need it, whereas for Falcon, it wasn't the best showing, obviously losing out to 04, but it is a chance to ready the ship, I suppose.
I mean, look, I think when you take it into context, the fact that they managed to take it to the tiebreaker, yeah, they lost the tiebreaker, but they were playing attack on mines. Like, let's give these guys a break, you know? What did you really expect them to do at that point? So I'll give them some credit. I think that was a really well played game. I mean, granted, you could probably say, yes, a poor first game on the stage, you know, weren't too necessarily comfortable, weren't sure how they were feeling necessarily, and the pressure got to them, the stage fright got to them. They looked a lot better, obviously, in their next game. But, even still, I think you give some credit to Falcons.
Not the best run, and that these guys are gunning for the top. So, like, it was still a valiant showing.
For
but,
sure.
You could tell for the likes of Falcon, for the likes of Gcat, they are wanting to rock on to some very early victories. But we'll see if they can do it again.
I think the point to be made here is that it doesn't really matter how both of those teams played against Opor at this point, because Opor is now confirmed first of their group.
Yep.
And both of the teams we're going to be watching now are going to be deciding in between themselves who's going to go into the upper bracket to fight it off against the other group's first spot, and who's going immediately down towards that lower bracket that historically has struggled to win anything at all.
I mean, when you take into the context that it's more than likely going to be Hit and Run that will walk away with the first seed.
All of a sudden, the prize doesn't quite feel worth it.
Well, no, the thing is, like, you definitely don't want to be the team that takes out the second seed in theory compared to first, but obviously at some point you're going to have to potentially go down into that lower bracket, so you may as well make sure that you have at least that one extra life. And yes, Hit and Run, they're going to be a difficult team to play against, but you never know what can happen on the stage. Anything really could happen going into tomorrow, so I think you take what you can get really at this point.
Yeah, but looking at how both these teams did shape up against Opor, I think is quite a telling tale. Opor looked like they were pushed a little bit harder than they expected to against Falcons, whereas for Smile, Keyhand, it was quite obvious they were playing kind of scared.
Yeah, I mean, against Smile, like the North American team, they got a good first round on the board, and it looked like they were able to get something going for them, but then Polish supremacy all the way through, just the clean 3-0 afterwards. And now everything is basically being reset for both of those teams. I mean, realistically, they're going to meet Hit and Run, which is a scary prospect regardless if they're making it through the upper bracket, but being up there is still better than having to wait for whoever is going to drop down. Now, here in come the Falcons, the Chinese team that are fighting on home turf here. They lost the first one barely, and we'll be seeing now
I think
if they can do a better job
wish
now.
they were in this position, honestly. But I mean, there was confidence. You saw Falcon walking out, the man at the front, quick little fist pump to the camera. So there's obviously a lot of confidence behind them, whereas for Smile, it's a little bit more dour, a couple of smiles, but you're not coming out with the swagger and confidence that Falcons did. I mean, the reality is you know the position you're in, Jordan. You lose this, you're in the lower bracket. You win, look, you have a second life to work with. I don't see Smile squandering this opportunity, but it is very much an uphill battle, it seems.
Yeah, look, I can't even remember which way I actually predicted for this one, to be quite honest with you, but my general feeling actually coming into it now is that I'm kind of leaning in the direction of Falcons, personally. I think they looked a little bit better in their earlier matchup. I think that they've got a lot more to play for in theory. Like, you know, obviously both teams want to win this game, but like, who actually wants to win it more? Well, we're in China, we're playing in front of a Chinese crowd, it's a Chinese team. Probably it's the guys that are from China that maybe feel like they have a little bit more to play for in this game. Obviously there's that villain arc potentially on offer for the North American squad, so they'll have to think about that one. But yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I think actually Falcon's looking a little bit better coming into this game. So I really want to see something happen for them. If nothing else, just for the revenge arc of the storyline that I had to cast back in 2017 when I watched the Chinese team lose to the North American 7-6 in the quarterfinals of the grand finals of WGL 2017, and I was casting it with a North American caster as well, and that wasn't very fun. So
yeah,
let's go China.
Look, yeah, they haven't showed up either. Where are the North Americans on the desk? Come on, guys, need the representation. But I mean, Keyhand, in all honesty, the question is stability between the two teams. You look at Falcons, this is Falcons through and through. There hasn't been any significant changes whatsoever, whereas Smile, it could not be further from the truth. What was it, 4 out of 7 different players coming into the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, there is basically an argument to be made that it is good for a team to have a lot of rotations, because then essentially the other teams don't really know what to expect. But we already saw during the WCI challenge recently that it didn't really help them a whole lot. They went out there and they got nothing done, essentially. And now we'll have to wait and see if they are actually able to rectify that against the team from China, because against the EU, they had a good showing in round number 1, and then it all started completely falling apart. That being said, I want to emphasize a bit more on the fact what you said, that it's basically a Chinese team playing in front of a Chinese crowd in China. I mean, that can all be good for the team where they're going to be hyped, but that can also be kind of, you know, an issue that's also lingering in my head, where you put too much pressure onto yourself.
And I mean, looking at this Falcons roster, Jordan, the min-max of it all, on one side you had Jing Chan, who was an absolute monster in the server, and then looking towards the bottom end of that Reflection, who for the majority of that series to start the day struggled to keep himself alive.
Yeah, definitely. I would say on both sides, both teams are looking at players that are probably going to have to step up individually. Everyone maybe felt a little bit slow coming into both of their respective games. Like I was highlighting in that Falcons match, I felt like there was a little bit too much bleed going on to one or two of those members, and if they could have actually pulled that back a little bit, they were actually in a really good spot to potentially challenge Jaipur and maybe even win that series without even going to a tiebreaker. Didn't end up happening, obviously, but hopefully they've had a bit of a time now to have a conversation, not only for Falcons, but for their opponents, and sort of seeing what Smile can bring to the table here as well. I think both teams, having had that little bit of a rest and respite, should do them some good, and hopefully this is going to be the best game that both will play today, because it's, in theory, this is the most important game for both these teams. Previous, yeah, you'd expect they'd probably lose that one, but this game, this is the one that makes or breaks their group.
I mean, there was a big difference you could identify quite early on between the two teams. Keyhand on one side, Falcons, they identified a mistake that was made and they struck as hard as they possibly could. Yeah, look, okay.
Have you really done that? Have you really gone 3-0 for Smile?
It was late.
This guy, can you believe?
I was on the phone. I was doing my taxes. No, but yeah, look, for Falcons, as soon as they saw an opportunity against Jaipur, they struck, and they struck unrelentingly, whereas for Smile, any sort of resistance, and they sort of just fell by the wayside. So, I mean, on paper, looking at how it is, yeah, look, I regret my decisions, but...
no regrets,
yeah,
no
like,
regrets.
I mean,
You
realistically...
might be the only one that gets it right.
Yeah, I might be. I might almost be, I might also be an NBA star, but both are not true.
Tall enough.
But I mean, Keyhand...
I mean, I've been playing it safe the whole
Yeah,
day. I think
yeah.
I've only been going with like 3-1s, 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 and then when, Mori-Chan is playing 3-0 in there,
Wow.
but,
Yeah, we still got that one wrong.
I even got that one wrong, yeah. I think I got my prediction. No, I don't think I have any one correct.
We got
right
the
now.
team right, just not the score.
Yeah, the teams we got right. The score's not. But
That's 50% of the way there.
Yeah, I mean,
Almost.
but I mean, the difference between decisively taking a victory away from your opponents in a round as opposed to sort of semi-floundering towards a victory, and the Chinese casters are all leading very much one way. It seems I am in isolation, Jordan, in my back.
I mean, that is 1 out of 14. Right now.
Misprint.
You're getting beaten up in the parking lot.
No, auto-corrected me dirty there on that one. But I mean, Jordan, is it an impossibility that Smile do show up now?
No, definitely not. I mean, look, we still aren't necessarily too sure how strong this Falcons roster is. I think the general sentiment was coming in that they were maybe a step below North America, but obviously with the issues that has been happening with the roster and the practice that China's been putting in over the last couple of months, it seems to actually be kind of paying off. And again, like I said, my gut feeling at this point is that Falcons have looked a little bit better today. That will obviously change as the information comes through to us. If Smile ends up winning this series, then yeah, we're going to go ahead and say, well, it is kind of back to the way that the World of Tanks esports landscape has looked for the last 10 years, or however long. Maybe we haven't been around 10 years quite that long.
I think it was Behui from Gcat was saying he's been playing the game for about 10 years.
Yeah, but World of Tanks esports hasn't been around since 2013.
But some of these players have been
probably 2013,
14, 15. I think was kind of when I started remembering.
So burgeoning esports scene.
That's right. But what I'm saying is, though, I think like generally speaking, you've had look, CIS has been on top. Then you've had Europe. Then you've had North America. Then you've had China, and then you've had APAC. That's kind of been the power
So what you're
rankings.
saying is we need to have a tournament without anyone else, and APAC might actually
That's
win.
right. APAC tournaments, APAC's the best. But what I am saying is that maybe that is starting to shift a little bit in that if China outperforms North America at this event, then you have no question but to, no answer but to say, okay, well, actually, maybe China has stepped above North America.
I think one of the crucial things to highlight there is that, historically speaking, I think you can directly tie how strong a server is in comparison to others with how many players they have, right? Because a bigger player pool makes for more competition, and it makes also for more of those statistical outliers of absolutely great, astonishing players that historically we've seen from the CIS region, less so from Europe, etc. And as the player numbers in China ramp up, that is obviously going to mean that the Chinese players and the Chinese teams in total are just going to get better and better.
Going to get those World of Tanks esports
Well,
prodigies.
I mean, the ANZ in me would tell you to shut up, but only 200 people would hear me, so I don't think it matters.
The thing is, I have some roasts prepared, but if you do it yourself, medium rare, then I don't need to do anything.
Maybe if they'd showed up, it wouldn't have been an issue. But I mean, you're coming into it. This is the penultimate match of the group stage, and it is, rounding out the group of death, so to speak, in this competition. We head to the map. Vito's Jordan. Himmelsdorf is not going to be coming through. Neither is Muravanka. Where are we going first? It's Proc.
Proc is an interesting one. We saw Sand River and Ghost Town for Falcons against Apur, so be surprising to see that through once again. Tundra is the choice for Smile, and so bit of a change-up.
They've picked Tundra again?
Yeah. I mean, there's a bit of a change-up for Falcons at least, so there's not something that Smile can take a look at there, but what is the decider map going to be? Do we even need a decider map?
I'm sorry, Keyhand, they've picked Tundra again! What is Smile doing?
I mean, the thing is, I am actually kind of a fan of them picking Tundra again, because I think they probably identified some easy mistakes that they thought, hey, if we just don't do that, then what we otherwise did was actually fine. Let's not do the mistakes and let's just win the round.
I think one of the big things you have to think about is, like, okay, if they then get spooked and just decide to completely change up their game plan off the basis of one bad game, is that overall more of a net negative than if they would have just fixed their game plan?
I'd argue that was the issue with it the first time around. They were spooked quite easily. They had a 4-man push going. One shot over the top of 4 tanks, and that was enough to send them scurrying.
Yeah, that was indeed, and it didn't even connect, right?
Yeah.
It was just a warning shot, and then the 5 on the hill got spotted, and that spooked them completely. We'll have to wait and see, because obviously, like, both of those teams now, like, they lost their match against Europe, okay. Honestly, kind of expected, but in the end, maybe they go into this one with a bit more confidence because they know that the team they're fighting against, they can actually beat.
Well, gentlemen, it's the last game of Group A. Falcons taking on Smile.
Game number 1 of North America against China. It is Smile against Falcons, and the Falcons coming into Prokarovka with a singular 60TP, double ISM, double S-Conk, and double CS63.
Yeah, double CS63 again. Seems to be popping up every now and then. Smile gone double 277, triple IS7, double CS63. So a bit of an interesting one.
Especially Sebastian rocking out the purple optics, the CVS, and the low noise exhaust, meaning full spotting build right now on that CS63 of Sebastian. Only 2000 HP to boot. But that essentially is what I was talking about earlier today, is that CS63 has completely replaced any kind of light tank on Prokarovka at this point in time. Yes, it's sometimes still being picked, but that is mostly Copium as Robin with the first spotting run. Full combat lineup for him. Turbo, HP, Rammer.
Well, funnily enough, didn't actually spot anything. So, yeah, maybe it was down to the setup. Maybe it was down to the fact that Smile have got their tanks in the outskirts of the map. So the extremities is where Smile is headed for the moment. They're even set up for a little bit of a push over here from Falcon. Not that they're going to get that.
Yeah, Smile here now sending the ISMs, yeah, double ISM, OP and to Doma on towards the hill. Vova already there, firmly established the control of that part of the map. But we can see Falcons currently pretty defensive on the east. Meanwhile, in the western part of it, on the 1-2 line, they do have the IS-7 established in the ditch. That is Jiangshan. And now we can see some blind shots coming in from the team of Falcons on towards that 1-2 line, where they do suspect something. They are trying to hit those bushes. So far, no connections, or rather no penetrations. And Fender there in the back is going to be hard-pressed to hold, probably, as OP, the first one to get spotted in his IS-7. Humpity-dumpity over the hills, but he does make it without taking damage.
Yeah, Otto's going to be there to assist Fender if necessary. Ansha Where's that damage come from?
On the other side of the map completely. Unshot down towards 1000 HP. I think he was trying to do it into the dip, but an Ignite coming out by HR on towards the 277 of Fly here. All of those tanks, the spotting build on the CS63 working beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what you've got to say is, like, in terms of the trade there, Archer cops a huge amount of damage going into the bowl, but then there's the big response from Falcons, and it might actually end up looking kind of worth it, actually, for the defensive side, that exchange. So, all things considered, not too bad. I am still kind of interested in what's happening around the northeastern quadrant of the map, because obviously you've still got that double push coming through from Smile Fender. He's trying to push off to Doma and OP Hacker at the moment. Otto up over the top in the Super Conk is going to try and help out. It's a Super Conk, double Super Conk against a double IS-7, and traditionally I think you would take double Super Conk there, but Fender seems to be copping the worst of it, and I'm not so sure about the focus fire there from Falcons, but they're doing okay for the moment. And Smile trying to push their way down the 1-2 line. This is just looking like all across the board it's going wrong for Smile.
Yeah, Smile realizing they're losing on the 7-8 line in the northeastern part of the map now feel hard pressure to push in towards the 1-2-3, but as they do send the tanks into the ditch, they lose so much HP that it should be hard for them to recuperate. Robin now coming in with that CS63 is going to get the pickup onto OP Hacker to Doma Amarak. Engine damage is not going to be faring much better as Bova does pick up Fender as well, but that is 2-1 in the kill department. And look at the HP, Elfish.
Yeah, it's really a consolation prize at this point, isn't it? I guess Wooden Spoon prize actually almost seems like the name of the game for Smile. Lop and Fluky quite low in the bowl. I mean, look, to give credit to Smile, they're actually keeping the tanks relatively even though the HP deficit is just so huge, but sooner or later that is going to start to flip on its head as well. Smile, they've got a couple of tanks down to basically a one-shot, and beyond that, Fly's also looking a little bit worse for wear. Vova not hanging on with a whole lot, and Falcon 4 very healthy tanks. As long as Yangshan avoids going down here and just tries to play safe in the dip, you're going to be seeing Falcon keep a pretty hefty tank advantage heading into the later stages of this game. And also the big benefit for Falcon is that they don't, again, need to be pushing the issue all that much. So it's inevitably going to be Smile that are going to have to push over, push forward, and in theory that gives the first shot over to Falcon. And again, snowballing the advantages.
Yeah, I mean, you can see now Robin over-peeking onto Vova here. He does know that there is a two-shot in front of him and there is no tanks on the enemy team that can actually assist that CS63. Yes, Vova does break 3k damage here, but it's going to be nothing more than a consolation prize at this point. As he does go down, Fluky follows to the garage. It's only 2 players remaining on the lineup of Smile, and that attack here on Prokarovka that started off, I would say, fairly okay for them, completely falls apart after the heavy tanks on the 1-2 line get spotted. They are being pressured into a push they didn't want to do because the northeastern part was collapsing as well. Good first round here by Falcons.
An embattled Smile in that first round. I counted 4 or 5 different players who just took massive damage to multiple parts of their tanks. It felt like there was constantly something being highlighted by multiple members, but I mean, the big takeaway again, Kehan, Falcons just seem like this coiled snake waiting to strike, and as soon as they find that opening, they don't stop.
Honestly, I think the biggest oversight here by the side of Smile was that essentially in the CS department, they lost the round here. They were simply getting outspotted by the CS that have the full spotting lineup. I think it wasn't intended by the team of Falcons to take so much damage early on in that CS over 1k, but it miraculously ended up working in their favor because all of the tanks fired, breaking their camo, suddenly all of them were spotted. That is a huge amount of information besides the actual HP and damage that they take. The information gained by the team of Falcons there enabled them to win the round.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but the double IS-7 setup into the double Super Conk setup, that's always going to be a losing battle, especially when you're on the attack pushing into the Super Conks and they're getting free shots on you before you actually manage to close the distance. So generally, I felt like, well, both sides of the map actually lost for Smile, which is obviously not the way that you want things to be going. Typically, the way it tends to roll is, okay, we're going to sort of push our forces, the majority of our forces, on one side of the map, have 1 or 2 guys maybe on the other side of the map to hold down the fort, and like, yeah, we're going to lose on this side of the map, but we're going to win more on the other side of the map. Unfortunately, if you lose on both sides of the map, you know, it's not a balanced scale at that point. You're just both going down, you know.
There's
so
no real fallback
doesn't really work
at that point. And,
yeah.
I mean, one of the big glaring issues as well, on top of that, resource management. In a game like Tanks, your resource is HP, of course. And consistently, even in the match earlier for Smile Keyhand, we saw Smile consistently bleeding that HP. I mean, look, if they'd had it later in the game, it could have been a different result.
I mean, yeah, HP management is something that separates the good from the great teams, really. Being able to keep the guns in the game, but also being able to start your pushes as the attacking team with more HP. That is just going to carry you even further than you normally would go. That's not something that we're seeing right now by the North American team of Smile here. That is exactly the thing that they need to work on. And, well, also talking about it, I mean, they just lost Prokarovka attack. Normally, that one is pretty comfortable to play at this point.
Yeah, I think a good friend of mine, Brado, once said it best, you know, to oversimplify it to an extent, you keep your HP above 0 and make sure that your opponent's is reduced to 0. It's not that hard, Jordan.
Yes,
but,
sure.
I mean, you kind of want to make that as hard as possible in a match where, realistically, it should have probably been a little bit easier for them. I mean, those early shots that they were given
等一下，他一直扣我。1秒站完了，1秒站完了，交战，来的，没站完，没站完。你把他漂亮，我状态一下，我状态一下。两个个先把后面的6点这边处理掉，再。我拉了，从后面走啊。别，我知道，知道。来，你们上，抱老鼠，抱老鼠。等一下，我帮我消这个。稳点。来这，让我站起来鼓掌。好，你喊321。
这是我第2次参加线下赛，但是世界赛是第1次，然后也比较期待与这些来自各个州服的冠军们切磋一下。
The first time they are playing an offline tournament on a big stage, so yeah. Everybody is really excited and really looking forward to playing on the big stage against the big guys.
时隔6年，我们国服第1次迎来线下赛，每个人都比较开心吧，都比较激动，也希望这次比赛能有个比较好的发挥。
I think it's teamwork. We understand each other pretty well, so it enables us to overcome tough situation and always come out on top.
自分たちの戦い方としてはしっかり相手チームを観察して特徴に合った戦術を使うっていうところは自分たちが得意としているところなんでそれをしっかり準備していきたいと思います。
Our biggest strength is probably our individual play skill. I think it's pretty strong, and we shouldn't be underestimated.
我们优势最大的地方可能就是这次比赛我们是坐镇主场，
相对比较关注欧服的队伍。
我比较想和黑塔的乱塔，他们是升级版 Prokarovka。
I think it will be hit and run because they are the other Polish team in this tournament. So we obviously want to beat them.
Opel playing very good this tournament, so I hope we're gonna meet them. I mean, you know, it's not ego, but confidence, I would say so.
Pen your shots. We're coming for you.
我想这个冠军就是留在中国吧，让他们。国外的选手怎么来怎么回去。
Our response is just that dreaming isn't forbidden. You can dream big, you should dream big, but this dream won't come true for them this time.
カモネットでも積んで怯えてな。
一群老野。
Oh, hey,
Well,
welcome.
Hello there.
We're back.
Welcome. We were just chatting about the video and how good it looked. Same obviously goes for the two fantastic people to my left and right for you. But there is actually a match ahead of us, and it is EU against APAC. So, yeah, I'm going to get sandwiched a bit in between both of you guys. Here.
Get him. Well, look, I don't know. I think you've probably got us in trumps for this one. But we'll have to wait and see. Cthulhu, welcome back as well, by the way. Hit and run, Mori-Chan. What are you feeling?
Oh, look. After what we've seen from Mori-Chan against the Gcat, I'm not particularly too hopeful. Look, the APAC fan inside me is still sort of huffing the last bits of copium, but yeah, the stock is running low.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, obviously, from your behalf, Kian, I think you have to say things are looking pretty good, right? Opor, they've topped their group. Seems like Hit and Run are going to top their group. There's no doubt really about it, although, you know, it hasn't happened yet, so we can't lock it in. But
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. First of all, there actually is a reason why you're huffing on those last bits of copium. There is another player from Europe who's actually followed us here. He's one of our CCs, one of our streamers. He's called Jackifa. He didn't manage to qualify. He went 4th place, I believe, in the WCI wildcard. But there is exactly one thing that he's known for, and that is having the biggest copium supply for himself. There is a pipeline going to his house, and he's using all of it himself.
He's sucking it all up. Love to see it.
I had to tap it into that one next time. Yeah.
So. He's greedy about it.
Well, we might have to borrow some from Mori-Chan. But either way, look, let's get into the discussion around this matchup. I mean, look, it has to be said, Mori-Chan. I think in particular, you know, they did look a little bit shaky. That's the biggest takeaway for me. Hit and Run seemed to have been pretty solid, but you know, anyone going up against Hit and Run is going to come in as an underdog. But in particular, when we look at Mori-Chan, I didn't really see a whole lot of redeeming rounds from them in their match, unfortunately.
Yeah, look, I mean, we're talking about Prokarovka, which was quite an unfortunate venture for them, because the frustrating bit about that whole matchup is from Mori-Chan, they know how to play it. They know how to set up the defense. They know how to play, you know, that backline on the railroad as well to have the crossfire. They know all those setups, yet all we've seen from them is just Waffle Town just galore, really. Not really being able to have any coherency in their performances, not really having much of the focus fire either, and Gcat instead managed to actually capitalize on it fully in terms of just how disorganized some of the plays were. Yes, we managed to see, what, 1 round win on Tundra, but even that, I mean, I was just, you know, gripping my head as trying to figure out what was even happening, really.
I mean, yeah, essentially, what we've seen by Hit and Run so far was a clean 3-0 sweep.
Yep.
I don't think any questions unanswered about that one against Gcat. And then we saw a team of Mori-Chan, and there were a few things lacking. I mean, sure, every single player that is here deserves to be here. They're all great, but I don't like it even feels like the point in time where you start to get into that Twitch copy pasta. Like, yeah, they're good players, they just need to work on map awareness, positioning, crosshair placement, spray control, kill securing.
Yeah, that's
because honestly, I think like one of the big issues that Mori-Chan really need to work on is the actual focus fire, because essentially also in the round that they won on Tundra, there was so many one-shots still remaining on the team of Gcat that should have realistically been picked up before that. There was like a comeback angle for Gcat available even in that round that should have always gone into Mori-Chan's basket. So that is, I think, but then again, Copium once again, if you're making very, very obvious mistakes, then it is very easy to fix them.
In theory.
And in theory. And it's not like, hey, we don't know what went wrong. That is actually the worst thing, because if you don't know what went wrong, you don't know what you are supposed to fix.
What I actually wanted to quiz you on a little bit was, do you actually think that this is pretty much the best case scenario for Hit and Run coming into this event? Because the way that I look at it is, okay, they've come in, they've faced against debatably 2 of the weaker teams at the event. It's been a nice ease into the environment, get used to the stage, get used to the competition, get used to the environment, lose the nerves, going into tomorrow where, again, in theory, you're facing the 2nd seed from the other group, and only after winning all of those games do you then have to go up against a poor.
So that essentially, I think, boils down to what answer do you want to hear? Because I think there is actually an argument to be made both ways. On the one hand, they have faced the weaker teams, so they have not been tested yet.
Yep.
That means that they don't really have the proper experience of what it is to face someone that, you know, really tests them to their limits, that you could argue Opur has. But on the other hand, you know, there is the argument to be made, no one has properly tested them yet, so they haven't even needed to show their best strategies, to show what they're made of yet. They were able to save a lot of that for days 2 and 3. So I think, you know, you could argue either side. I would say in the end, it's probably better for Opur that they had to go to tiebreaker once, because now they also mentally know that, you know, they always need to give it their best. Whereas for Hit and Run, I mean, if they drop one now, it might even be good for them.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, we'll take a look at Hit and Run here, welcome them back to the stage, and has to be said, this is a pretty star-studded lineup, and if we're talking about experience as well, as we've mentioned, you've got Piotr there as well. He's been around for quite a while, and not quite the same can really be said for Mori-Chan. All of the players from Japan that had competed back in the day in the 7v7 format seem to have sort of moved on, or at least not made it to this event in particular. And so a bit of a bigger step up for those guys not having, I guess, the more knowledgeable veterancy on their side.
Yeah, suppose you could argue with the fact that, they didn't really have as much experience in sort of a whole different environment being 5v5s, even though it sounds as a fairly negligible sort of change between a 5v5 to 7v7. But when you move on to a whole new format, when you get a little bit more of the space to really work with, it does sort of open up a few more ideas, a few more talks about what they can do. But it's, like you highlighted, the difference in already the previous experience, and no more of that. No more of that actual experience to really bring in.
I mean, in the end, it is going to be a match that has, I would say, a huge favorite and a huge underdog here. EU against APAC, EU against the Japanese team. But first of all, we're going to see the players entering the stage. The first team that's going to enter, I mean, they have almost opened the day here, and they look damn good doing it. It is going to be the team of Hit and Run.
Yeah, is it fair to say this is the biggest David and Goliath match of the day? I think that's the way that I would really describe this one. You've got the team that comes in, first seed from Europe, and then you got the team from APAC, and you're going, well, let's see what Mori-Chan can do. They're coming on stage now, and they're looking happy.
I mean, they're looking happy to be here as well. They should be. It's probably a really cool experience for all of those players involved. And then again, I mean, the biggest David and Goliath story has the biggest potential for the biggest Cinderella story as well to be made.
Yeah, indeed. I guess there's a lot to sort of get stuck into in this conversation. And obviously for Mori-Chan, focusing on them for a moment, Cthulhu, at least maps-wise, what do you sort of think you're going to get to see from them? What are you hoping to see? How do they actually find a way to win this one?
Look, I think for maps, it's going to be a difficult one because, to be fair, they have been a little bit sort of all over the place. Maybe they need to watch some more of the guides, maybe some of your guides. But look, K-Hand, I will be absolutely honest with you. I did end up having a watch of your guides, followed them step by step through and through.
Yep.
And then the end result, guess what it was? I dropped down from the whole 52% to 45% win rate. Can you imagine that?
No, actually. The guides are so good, I would not know how that would go.
Yeah. But the last thing, Daki's chat sends his regards.
Oh, thank you. All right.
There we go.
Sending my regards back, guys. But yeah, essentially, well, the guides are one thing. They are for 15v15 randoms, and we are right now in essentially 770 WGL format, I think is what you could say, although we have had a lot of map revisions, a lot of tanks being added to spice it up.
Yeah.
And now we have arrived at a point where I think all of us are kind of certain how this match is going to go, but then again, I mean, we shouldn't sell the match before it has been played, right?
Sure. I mean, yeah. I mean, hey, look. I guess if that's the way you want to go with it, that's probably the first nice thing a European caster has ever said about APAC. So we'll take it. We'll take it. Tell you what, it is a very different time nowadays. It was simpler back in the day. Everyone, you just used to pick like 5 batch chats, a 1390 and maybe a 50B, and then you're like, yeah, auto loaders, let's go. Tell you what, then the mouse meta happened, and it's never been the same since then.
I remember the mouse in Type 5 meta. I remember actually penetrating a bat chat for 1500, a Broko with a Type 5, burning him, one-shotting him.
Love to see it.
Great times. Not. I hated the meta.
No, yeah, I think most people did. But anyway, look, Hit and Run, they're back here again, and as we said, they're definitely coming into this one as the heavy favorites. Is there any world where you see Cthulhu, them potentially dropping even a round to Mori-Mori-chan?
Look, I'll say this, that it will be a miracle for them to drop around, just because of just how polarizing the difference between Hit and Run and Triple MC has been so far, in terms of just how the strats, the complexity of it, and just overall, even just a Focus 5 performance, really. So I'd say it will be upon Hit and Run to throw around to basically for Triple MC to win this one.
So there is one more insight that I can bring, is that actually Mori-chan did scrim against Opur, and I think in about 6 hours of scrimming, Mori-chan won 2 rounds.
Yeah, okay, I heard that one yesterday. Not too impressive, is it? But what I do actually think is important here for Mori-Mori-chan is not to go into this match and think, yeah, we've got to win this one, because let's be real, that's just not going to happen.
Just have fun.
However, we know that they're not getting knocked out today. We know that if they do lose this, they're going to be playing against Smile, and I think that is going to be an important one. And I believe there is a roster change.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
So Iryu getting switched in for Masu and Natsu. Deez is going to be a crucial point moving forward. But yeah, essentially, roster change, it is going to take some time, because obviously there are only 7 booths to play in over there, and that essentially means that the preferences on the computer have to be changed, the peripherals have to be changed, the settings have to be changed, all of that. But that does in turn give us time to talk about not only the beautiful sponsors that we have with Respawn, Razer, Aorus, and honestly the coolest name that you could pick for a motorcycle company. It also gives us time to talk about our predictions, and well, it doesn't leave a lot of room for interpretation, I don't think.
This is the first time that we've actually been unanimous, isn't it? I think we've all agreed 3-0. We're going to go the way of Hit and Run. But yeah, look, what do you say? I mean, really, for me, the main talking point is Mori-Mori-Chan. They still have a game to play tomorrow, even though they would, in theory, go down here, and they've already lost one of their matches already today. Focus on that next game tomorrow, the game that feels like it is potentially a little bit more winnable. Take as much as you can away from this game, even if it does end up being a 3-0, and hopefully take some momentum in. And take a quick look over at the Chinese casters as well.
It doesn't look much different. I mean, some casters with a gracious 3-1, but we can really see that. Yeah, I mean, out of a total of 14 people, there is exactly 1 3-2 that I can see.
Yes.
Not really sure who was that from the casters. Okay, let's take a look at the other. I mean, he does look kind of serious on the other screen that I'm seeing, but I don't think the prediction is a serious one. I don't think it's going to be 3.
No, I'd have to agree with you. This is the only time that everyone has predicted for the same team. So in theory, if Mori-Chan did win, it would be the biggest upset of the event so far. There hasn't really been an upset, though, is there? Although, would you say Smile going down was an upset?
Yes.
To Falcon.
Yeah.
Was that an upset?
I'd say yeah, just purely because at least in the recent sort of times, like Chinese teams weren't perceived as as powerful. It's always, at the end of the day, it's always the NA versus EU brawl. Everyone else sort of just left to watch around. In this case, though, NA did crumble. Yes, look, APAC still in the gutter and still in the bin. But on the side of China, they now have a very potent team that has quite a lot of promise if they continue to keep up the practice, to keep on playing outside of their region. Because the moment they get back into that echo chamber that is just the Chinese region, that is it. It's back to ground zero.
I mean, I got to say, though, it seems like there's a lot of investment happening in China, right? This whole event is being put on.
Yep.
And so I mean, they want to have World of Tanks Esports. There's no doubt about that. I can only imagine that domestically speaking, something that we're not really privy to necessarily in the West, there's stuff going on in China. I was talking to some of the Chinese casters. They were saying there's been tournaments happening. There's no doubt enough players within China to make that work. It's been facilitated, and so I think the more time that you give the Chinese region, the better they're going to get, and obviously they've improved quite greatly, quite drastically in the couple of months since they were scrimming the European team.
I mean, yeah, from what I've been hearing, that at the start of the scrims they were honestly kind of getting rolled, but towards the end they became an actual serious opponent to watch out for, and that is exactly what Opor, faced off against during the first match of the day, where they were only able to secure the tiebreaker win on Mines of all maps. That kind of is, the secured win in that kind of sense. But other than that, yeah, definitely the Chinese teams in the future are going to be something to watch out for. And yeah, Europe better dress warmly for that one.
Yeah, certainly something to keep in mind as we head, obviously out of 2023 and into 2024. Who knows what we're going to get. But what we do have to start talking about at this point is, of course, going to be the maps. What maps are we going to be getting on to for this final match of the day? Does it even matter? Does it even matter if we get any particular map? Is that going to give us any more favorable of a result for Mori-Chan, or are we just really looking at a 3-0 whichever way you paint it?
I mean, I'd say maybe if we go back to say something like actually no, Tundra would be the last thing that I would want to see. Something completely out of a blue would have been nice to see. Even something to a certain degree, maybe like Steps even would have been kind of cool to probably see. Just as
we haven't seen Steps at all, right?
It would be a nice out-of-pocket pick that should have at least given some sort of ground for more chance to play around. But Mines and Muro banned. Himmels Sand River picked. I still do not understand. I don't understand the appeal right now of Himmelsdorf, but fair enough. It is one of those OG maps that everyone basically plays. It's like a staple map to pick, but holy moly.
I mean, historically also, basically Himmelsdorf is one of those maps where if you look closely, you can sort of find the signs on the doors of the Polish players. Like, you can find their last names there because they essentially live on that map.
Right.
It is definitely a curious pick against a team of Hit and Run that have looked absolutely stellar so far today. That being said, we haven't seen a whole lot, so the more we see, the more chances to slip up for them as well. But yeah, Himmelsdorf into Sand River, and then if it gets to it, it's going to be Prokarovka. Then again, will it get to it? Kind of doubtful. And oh man, look at Conrad. He's so happy.
He's keen. He definitely looks keen. But yeah, look, I'm with you on this one. At this point, out-of-pocket pick would have been good, but as it stands, maybe we'll see some movement on Sand River, but Himmelsdorf, I'll be real with you, I am not expecting much out of that one.
Himmelsdorf, though, historically one of those maps, I mean, yeah, it's kind of small, but then again, it is kind of large in the sense that sometimes the rotations take a lot of time. I mean, driving up the hill takes a lot of time. And if you manage to catch some people off guard because of the many houses, that is entirely possible that you are able to pull off like a 7-man stacked full push unspotted, and then suddenly you start picking up one, you start picking up a second tank, all of a sudden you're up 7 versus 5, maybe you get another one, you get the snowball rolling, the snowball turns into an avalanche. Maybe that is exactly what Mori-Chan is looking for, because on an open map like Sand River Prokarovka that then ended up getting picked by the team of Hit and Run, maybe they think that there they won't be able to out-rotate.
Right. So after the avalanche, the next step, would that be the map guide?
Yeah, exactly. When you're already down from the mountain and you're down bad, that's when you start making those.
Okay.
Exactly.
Cool.
So you wanted to have that admittance by me. All right. So we could put that behind us now. I see.
Yeah. Sorry.
Don't worry about it.
But yeah, look, I mean, all things considered, I'm keen.
Yeah, me too. Super keen. Let's jump into it. It is time for the final game of the evening. Hit and Run and Mori-Chan kicking off on Himmelsdorf.
All right, game number 1 in between Hit and Run and Morichan, the final match of the day, and the Polish team coming into this one with double 60 TP, a singular 705A. We have an E100, an IS-7, an E5, and the mouse.
Yeah, look, a little bit of a peculiar lineup so far. It's been a while since I've seen the E100 here as well, plus the 705s. Yeah, we actually got to see early on today the quad 705 stack, I believe, as well. So that has been an interesting venture too. But I believe first time in a while we do get to see the Super Conk specifically on the Himmels, because before it was all IS-7s, the 705s and 60s.
Yeah, I mean, the 705, obviously a great tank for side scraping. It lacks a bit in the gun handling department, in the mobility, and even in the penetration department. I think 317 on the heat, so not really that great. We'll have to see if the IS-7 of, I believe that is Piotr, is going to be able to spot out that 4 and 5 line cross. We can see him aiming here. Let's see. And he does.
Sure does.
Oh, and that shot does go low here. So no damage taken. Unfortunate for Piotr, but that is still a lot of information gained. That triple 705A is going to get diverted towards that 1, 2, and 3 line where they're going to be able to side scrape. Yes, Iryu takes some damage on the cross here, but is it going to be enough? Not sure.
2 shots bounced though. That is already quite a lot of HP saved, but I say that Iryu straight away cops even more damage. Already on 1600 HP, not looking particularly too well. 705 though finally is in position to side scrape. Now, in comes the problem that the two 60s and the E5 are stacked in a bit of an awkward position. Now the crossfire could start coming around. The E5 has the position to actually start applying pressure. So from here on out, this should be the brawl here. Yuhei gets the ignite. Second one, mind you, so far out of the whole tournament as it stands. But Ponsky needs to start applying pressure from his position. The E5 has the DPM to do it, to keep on applying it. Iryu about to go down, 900 HP. He will be the first one to go, but before that happens, Kubash needs to take more damage.
Yeah, indeed, and now the brawl is in full effect. Iryu, the first one to get focused out here by the tanks of Hit and Run, who so far still don't have a connection. Never finally the one to pick it up. But now we have to take a look at the HP. The Japanese team of Morichan actually with more HP. Double kill in favor of Morichan coming out of that one. Hector, though, pretty low here. Has to be careful. Marcel reduced to a one-shot. Reduced to the garage. The underdog of Morichan coming and rolling into this match. Rolling over Hit and Run.
This is what was supposed to be the Morichan from the previous matchup against the Gcat. But at this point, it is already great to see them performing. Now they need to make sure that they find the finishing points. Now they need to make sure that Ponsky keeps on outputting the damage before going down. Ally tank goes. Yuhei is the next. He's the punching bag. Morichan needs to stay alive as well. The S-Conk is going to be crucial here for that gunfight.
Yeah, and now here, Hit and Run starting to run, but not towards the hills, but towards the garage as they are starting to falter against this onslaught that Morichan is starting to put on against them in the southwestern part of the map. Konrad, the last remaining tank here for the team in purple, for the supposed team that was here as the big favorite. Instead, the score is going to be 1-0 in favor of APAC.
Well, I think we can stop the count right there. I think we just pack it up, we'll go home, we'll call it a day, and Morichan go through from the final series. Congratulations, big dub.
I mean, for the second time today, I'm once again left checking the script, and I have to find the page where this one was written. Holy cow.
Okay, look, let's just take this seriously for a minute, though. I mean, that's kind of what I want to see from Morichan. I think if you are going to play a long, slow, drawn-out game against a team like Hit and Run, probably you're going to get outplayed. You're going to get out-rotated.
You can hear the reaction by the crowd, by the way. They're like, what the hell is happening? I mean, a lot of people have already gone home. It is 20 past 10 p.m. here at this point. We were supposed to stop the stream 20 minutes ago. We're still going, but the Chinese crowd here actually cheering on the Japanese team.
They want to see the underdog victory as much as we do. Maybe not you, but me.
I'm keen.
You are keen too.
I'm keen.
But like I was saying, I think that's
yeah, he's keen. I'm keen. Hello.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Hi.
I mean, maybe I don't want to meet you after that one. But anyway, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I think Mori-Chan, if they can bring Hit and Run down to their level, play this kind of weird, sort of chaotic, brawly style, at the end of the day, it just comes down to, do you pen your shots better? Do you focus fire a little bit better? These are fundamentals of World of Tanks that are maybe a little bit easier to make work in the 7v7 format, as opposed to big rotations around the map, trying to push and pull and play with spotting and this kind of thing. So if you just bring it down to a brawl, at the end of the day, I think there's more of a chance you can get that round victory than if you play out that longer, more strategic style.
Yeah, I think in the case of Mori-Chan, we finally starting to see where their potential was hiding, and that isn't just those like quick skirmishes, really. Just make sure that you get into the thick of it straight from the get-go, get yourself moving, keep up that damage. And they finally managed to organize a really good focus fire as well. We've finally seen Ponsky, who was, well, I was personally at least expecting him to keep on performing. Finally, he's in the battle. Finally, Mori-Chan is able to keep on joining the whole battle. Finally, the rest of the team is starting to actually pitch in. And it's all finally a cohesive unit. So that makes me think to a certain degree that game against Gcat, it was just the first round jitters kind of thing happening. Partially, again, copium, hopium, however you want to call it. But at the same time, this is what I was wanting to see from Mori-Chan. More of that. If they continue going like this, even say they lose this round and win the next attack round on the second map, look, beautiful. Thank you very much. That's the service to APAC done.
And as much as I'm, basically fanboying for EU here, if there's a million EU fans, I'm one. If there's one EU fan, I'm still one. And if there's no EU fans, well, then I don't exist. But the thing is, I really want to question the decision-making of the team of Hit and Run in that round that we just saw, because essentially the information was available. The spot was there by Piotr. They saw exactly what they were committing into in that 1, 2, and 3 line. They did that with the seeing eye, basically. They ran into their death. They went into crossfire of the Mori-Chan tanks. They just made it easy for the Japanese team, at which point I am seriously questioning the decision-making, and I'm asking myself the question, are they actually overconfident here?
Maybe, but maybe that is going to be the wake-up call that they need to sort of go back through, similar to maybe what Apura faced against Smile, right? Go down 1-0 and then reverse sweep essentially the rest of the rounds and go and win 3-1. Kubash, 0 damage done there, so not ideal, but Yuhei is the one to talk about.
Let's go, Yuhei!
Almost 5k damage coming through from him.
On a mouse as well.
Very solid stuff indeed, and well, we need to see a little bit more like that from Mori-Chan, and then we'll start to get a little more excited, and that strange three-way tie that we were talking about might actually come into play. It was 3-1 minimum for Mori-Chan.
I mean, the thing is then still that there should be a decider in between Gcat and Mori-Chan, right? Because the problem is right now there's not going to be a three-way tie, because Hit and Run won the first round 3-0.
Right.
And then the second round was a 3-1 in between Gcat and Mori-Chan. So that is already different results. So a three-way tie cannot happen here.
What if Mori-Chan 3-0s Hit and Run?
That is a good question.
Hey. Now that rustled the key hands.
But the good thing is that is not for me to worry about, but for the referees, and then we'll probably be updated with the decision there. But yeah, first of all, I think what to talk about is what the hell were Hit and Run thinking, driving in towards, side-scraping 705As that they were never going to kill on the cross, and then E5s that were able to provide DPM from the side.
Well, as we now have passed the bit of a hopium and copium port to Keyhand as well, we're now all sharing it all. But we're going into the second round of Himmelsdorf. Yeah, take a deep breath, mate. We are looking at a pretty interesting setups now coming around. CS63 to come through from Hit and Run. That is obviously going to the castle as well. Well, for the most of it, really. Apart from that, MMC, look, a 705 sprinkled into it, but for the most of it, E5's a 60 and an IS7 plus the E100. A little bit almost copying the previous lineup of Hit and Run.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what exactly is being done. Now, as we do see the initial splits, the initial setups, Hit and Run sending the CS63 to the hill, very unsurprising. We see Piotr in that A-line in the I-7, a shot whizzing past him is not going to connect, and Konrad and Marcel are going to be tallying behind that singular I-7. Other than that, all the tanks over the hill for Hit and Run, they're going to be met by a mouse in B5 here for Morichan, that is. And the Japanese team here in the baby blue is going to take a lot of control over the 1 and 2 line here. They are going to establish very, very deep. That is a lot of information gained on where Hit and Run not is, which in turn means a lot of information gained on where they most likely are.
Problem being is that they left a lone mouse on the 1 flag. That's one thing. 2, there's a trio of trouble coming around. Kubash and Mineros and Neva coming around. The E5 and the double and the 60. That's already going to be a problem for the mouse. IS7 won't really have much of a leverage unless the IS7 on the banana is dealt with, and that's where the 60 TP off, I believe that's Hector, oh no, not Hector, Morichan, will run into problems. So right now, this could be a whole lot of problem where they will lose potentially 2 tanks before they even get to the main brawl.
I was kind of afraid here for the team of Hit and Run that basically Konrad and Marcel were going to get caught out here by the tanks by Morichan that are in the southwest, but now already the tanks by Hit and Run that were on the hill, they are starting to pour down from it in towards that D-line. They're going to screen off the IS-7, and now we can see Hector starting to commit in that 705A. Currently, it's going to be a skirmish right up around that 7-8 line. Around the banana, it's going to be about who has more angles available.
Exactly that. Already with Morichan being cornered here, this is going to be quite problematic as not much of a move space is there. Monster is starting to rotate around to start applying pressure onto that G-line as well, which could be even more problematic from here on out. Hector will be catching quite a few of the stray shots, but it's Ariu who will be, actually trying to contest some of the angles there, but Hector, phenomenal shot. And an ignite though onto Ariu is not going to be helping a lot at all.
Yeah, Monster there with a very greedy peak, actually taking a big number to his tank, but it is going to pay off with the lucky fire onto the Watts, the 100. Never though, in a big problem here, down towards 534. That is a possible one-shot, but he's not going to get rolled by Ally tank. Now, never is he going to try to get out of the fire of the mouse. No, instead it's going to be Yuhei to pick him up once again. The Japanese team with the first kill on the board, but this time Hit and Run responding with the HP advantage here. They don't have a kill yet, but they are starting to drive closer.
Yeah, Kubash rotated as well. Ally tank is now on 23 HP, and the finisher from Monster up on top is already quite huge. Morichan on 199, Ariu on 479 as well. Ignite though from Ariu is going to help quite a little bit, but the differential in the HP is absolutely ridiculous. The HP is now left on Macha and Ponsky as the last few remaining somewhat healthy members, but even then Ponsky loses. This is all but looking to be a GG in favor of Hit and Run to make it a 1-1.
Yeah, exactly. The Hit and Run tanks after a game number 1, and after which they looked stunned. Now storming into this one, pouring down from the hill, securing the crossfire positions. And yes, the focus fire on towards the tanks by Morichan not really there. Still 2 tanks on the 1-shot left remaining. And Hector coming in from the sidelines against Piotr as well. That does do a good number onto Hector, but finally Marcel and Konrad, they're trying to close it. They're trying to shut the bag here in round number 2. They're trying to equalize the scoreline as Macha falls, leaving only 3 tanks for Morichan. Quick double kill reduces that one to 1. Same as the scoreline's going to be. Heavy breathing by Cthulhu.
Well, I guess they won't be having to do that math anymore. It's not going to be a 3-0 for Morichan, which, I don't know, who's really surprised at this point. Much better performance from Hit and Run, and ultimately now we're starting to get a bit of a better understanding, maybe, of where we sit with this series.
Yeah, look, this definitely felt like Hit and Run sort of maybe did a little bit of trolling, really, in the first round for a brief there. Or maybe it was actually that shine through of Mori-Mori-chan of what was necessary, really, to do there. But, yeah, look, absolute outclass there by Hit and Run in every possibility. The fact that they managed to still keep up the control over that hill, the fact that Monster just was allowed to keep on pumping out the damage from the top and just kept on basically shutting down quite a lot of aggression from Triple MC, meant that really they didn't have a whole lot of safe ground to play off. And the fact that the original fight started over the position of Mori-chan that was out in the open on the in the park definitely meant that, well, that was already one player isolated, so it was from the get-go with 6v7.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was keeping actually a close eye on towards the HP by, or rather the HP difference, because Monster on the hill had taken shot for like 700, leaving him on 1500 up there.
Yep.
So that means 1500 HP permanently for Hit and Run are actually out of the brawl that matters in the lower streets. Like, yes, he is able to support with his DPM, that is quite significant in that CS63, but he is not able to contribute to shield. But the HP difference at that point in time was so significant that even with 1.5k out of the fight, they were still able to comfortably bring it home.
Yeah, I mean, I think just looking at it, you have to say Hit and Run in particular had a very good grasp on the focus fire for that one. There was Matcha in the E5 that basically for the entire game did not even get touched, even despite being involved in that brawl. Focus fire was good from Hit and Run.
That is the discipline, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Even if you have a shot of easy damage on towards a full HP, that trigger discipline to not do that easy shot, but instead trying to go for like the 95% shot of damage on towards the low HP, that is just what makes those teams of Opor and also Hit and Run so good. That is what makes every great team be where they are. If every single player on the team has that maturity to prioritize not his own damage, but the basically the victory of his team, and like that sounds like such an easy thing to do, but actually having the oversight while you're being stressed, while you're being played the game, that is incredibly difficult. MVP Conrad, he's been smiling a lot lately. When he was on camera, he's going to be smiling after that one as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, well played, absolutely, by Conrad and the whole team. Something about the maddening DPS from Mouse players just feels absolutely crazy, really, seeing as, you know, there were the 60s, the E5s and all that technically would have a nicer DPM than that, but look, it's the Mouse that comes out the more successful one.
Well, the Mouse is obviously one of those tanks that is very, very annoying to play against in 7v7, simply because you bring such a big HP pool. Like, it's not the highest, but it's not the lowest alpha either, so sometimes you just want to trade against it, giving it free damage, but receiving damage in turn. And honestly, any kind of trade that the Mouse does, most of the time it's going to be a good one. Like, the only tanks that realistically the Mouse doesn't want to trade 1-for-1 against is a 60 TP, that is like 1 or 2 on the enemy lineup, and every single time the Mouse sees another tank that it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, the Mouse is going to be like, hell yeah, please.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, let's talk Sand River. Obviously, Himmelsdorf can tend to sort of devolve into brawls here and there pretty easily, and I feel like that might have lent favorably into Mori-Mori-Chan being able to at least get one of those rounds. Sand River, on the other hand, I feel like is a different story. It's a thinking man's map. There's a lot of rotations going on. You need a big brain to make this one work. Is that leaning even further for Hit and Run?
It's I think you're kind of already saying it, that, you know, Sand River is one of those information kind of maps, so we'll have to wait and see.
We will indeed, but we won't have to wait long. It's time for Sand River. It's map 2 between Hit and Run and Mori-Mori-Chan.
All right, game number 3 in the last match of the day. Hit and Run coming into Sand River with double 277, double 60 TP, double ISM, one of them already having Grouser selected, and the CS63.
I gotta say, the Grouse's IS-7, that seems like the Chad move really here in terms of the equipment. All of the other stuff just feels redundant. Just bring in the Grouses and that's it, instant.
He switched away from it. There was a removed speed governor on one of the IS-7s on Morichan, though. Style points there for sure. Is it gonna be translating into a match point? We'll have to wait and see.
Highly doubtful about that one, I'll be genuinely honest. The double CS63 indicates about either they want a whole lot more scouting or they want to, well, keep on boosting, the 277, and that is exactly what is happening.
Alright, so it is once again going to be approach from the team of Morichan, sending everyone towards the 2-cap and see what sticks. But what did they not expect is that Hit and Run have the same plan here. There's only a singular IS-7 out of the game for them that is close towards their own spawn. The rotation has already been started, and now we can see the 60 TP already starting to drive in towards the reset position here. Kubash there is going to pull a number hull down, probably on towards Hector. We'll have to wait and see. Indeed, Hector taking 461 here. The overpeaks coming in from Hit and Run, but that is a lot of crossfire coming in. Morichan with the overpeak. Conrad not sure what's happening to him. He doesn't take any damage for this. How is that possible?
That's absolutely bizarre here. Yuhei as well misses the shots. How is he alive is absolutely beyond me, and it is an absolute criminal activity here, really, from Hit and Run, being able to dodge out so many shots. Yuhei is all alone out in the open without any cover. He is about to go down in a matter of one more shot, and after that, well, that's the beginning for the collapse of Morichan here in any possibility.
I mean, Conrad still only one shot of damage taken. That is literally getting away with murder in broad daylight, in the broad sun of Sand River, as the damage taken here is still kind of even by both of those teams. The HP are even, but it just feels like Hit and Run always have more guns in the fight, more HP to share in between them to create those one-on-ones. We'll have to wait and see, as Conrad does get engaged upon by Ponsky here. Ali Tank probably the next one to get picked up. I believe Monster just bounced a shot on towards the side of the I-7. Never mind that, he's going to pick it up.
Yeah, Ponsky kind of had a bit of a oopsie there, really going over the hill. Couldn't really do much apart from, well, he finally did get the frag. Piotr does get the better of Matcha, and at this point, this is the collapse. Aryu does manage to farm up some damage there, but at this point, it is fairly negligent. No focus fire, meaning so many tanks left on minuscule amount of HP. And whilst Morichan could still probably find a few more kills, but really it is fairly negligible. Yeah, Ponsky gets a 3K, but once again, no actual final kills.
Yeah, exactly. The focus fire simply not there. The guns simply not available for the team of Morichan, as all but one have been shot down at this point. Ponsky down towards a one-shot is gonna have the reload maybe onto Neva, as he does, picking up another one, but a full HP. 60 TP still on the team of Hit and Run. It spells the story of the game, 2-1.
Well, we are absolutely blitzing through some of these rounds. It really does feel like they're not much longer than a couple of minutes each, and again, another solid win for Hit and Run. Although it has to be said, Morichan were in it for a little bit. There was a bit of a brawl back and forth, and inevitably the cooler heads did prevail. But look, again, I'm not expecting this series to last too much longer, right? It seems like finally Hit and Run have hit their stride, and with that, they're looking to make that, it's not necessarily quite a reverse sweep, but let's say the closest thing to a reverse sweep happen.
I mean, we need to talk about that move by Conrad, though.
Yeah.
What?
Actually,
like, that is the question. What?
Actually, I have the answer for that one, because we only saw it later down the line off the spectator screen. There was already a push by a CS and an IS-7. So probably what it was is the call that Conrad push out, we're going to get Yuhei because he's already all singled out by himself there. But the way how he pushed out was probably one of the most confusing ones, to say the very least.
My man went on an adventure.
YOLO.
I mean, to be fair, when Morichan just unable to hit half of their shots and their focus fire is, well, as accurate as me throwing a piece of paper into the bin probably by the end of that doorway, I mean, you can afford going for those YOLO swings.
I mean, also, it seemed like kind of a desperate move from the get-go by the team of Mori-chan. Essentially, hey, let's throw everything but the kitchen sink at the 2-cap. It was very, very one-dimensional, and also Monster with that CS63 with the immediate reveal on towards those IS-7s. At that point in time, basically, the team of Hit and Run just knew what was up.
I mean, it's very reminiscent of the attacking side on Prokarovka that we saw from Mori-chan against Gcat as well. It's the same kind of mentality. It's just like, all right, we have this idea, we're just going to do it. It doesn't matter what happens, what signals are getting sent in our direction. Are we getting information? Are we seeing tanks already there? Doesn't matter. We're just going to go. Do we even know if there's anyone there? Doesn't matter. Who cares? We're just sending it. That's the plan.
Just YOLO.
YOLO, basically. And obviously, in a game like World of Tanks, which is very heavily information-based,
especially on Sand River of all maps.
Especially on Sand River, as we discussed, then it's not necessarily going to put you in a good spot. So we did have one blip of hope in the series for Mori-chan. That was game 1 on Himmelsdorf, but since then it has felt very, very decisive for the Hit and Run team. And 3.2k damage coming out from Never. Gcat having a good impact. Kubash as well. It's looking pretty solid for Hit and Run at this point.
Yeah. Meanwhile, for Triple MC, I just want to quickly highlight, we are starting to continue seeing players on like 1400 HP. Macho
Piotr looks mad, by the way, on the picture.
Yeah, I mean,
he does look mad.
Look, when there's money on the board, I mean, he probably would be a little bit mad just to make sure to, like, am I being challenged?
Yeah. And sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to highlight like how mad he actually looks on there. But please continue your thought about Mori-chan.
But yeah, with Mori-chan, I mean, you look at the damage numbers from, say, players like Macha as well. 400 and, what was it, 80 or something, which is basically just one shot worth of damage. At this point, if he would have been able to put in at least, I want to say, 3-4 more shots, that would have been a completely different scenario. That's one. Two is we keep on seeing just those sort of 1,400 damage numbers, and then only a few more players managing to actually farm up that 3-4k damage. If there was a consistent focus fire organized, and they've actually practiced it like the EU teams did, that would have been a completely different setup for Mori-chan. Because setup, look, in that rush, well, apart from the fact that, yeah, they did get spotted by a CS, if they had the basic mechanics nailed down, easy win.
Yeah, and that is sometimes just what it comes down to. The simple basics, focus fire, HP sharing, shielding, and yeah, then just essentially penning your shots. So far, I haven't really seen a lot of penetration issues on the side of Hit and Run, and on Mori-chan either. For Mori-chan, mostly it was about hitting the enemy tanks at all. Coming to speak once again of that move by Conrad, but yeah.
But yeah, indeed is probably where we sit ourselves here, because for Mori-chan, it's their last chance in this series. They've got to get it done here as we head into the second round of Sand River.
All right, possibly the last round of the day in between Triple MC and Hit and Run. Tank and Ponsky going to be whipping out double 2-7s and bring to that triple ISM, quadruple ISM, and an SCON.
Curious lineup, but once again indicating for potential rush strats to come around. Triple Grouses as well to come around for the 3 IS7s.
Hector doesn't even have a rammer, by the way.
Oh, who needs it? You just need the speed, and that is all that you need.
Yeah.
But on the side of Hit and Run, I would like to highlight our first bat chat to come around. Actually, wait, no, pardon me. There was one bat chat that was
being played by Opur, I believe, on Sand River as well. But yeah, the bat chat kind of fallen out of fashion, but personally, having played World of Tanks for so long, it's an OG pick.
Oh
you
yeah,
gotta love it.
It's a great pick. Still great burst damage, and you can use it as a scout as well. It's more so that it's paired with a CS63 rather than bringing another heavy tank is what is more curious to me. But once again, defense from Triple MC, And we're seeing a very just packed push down south.
I mean, everyone knows at this point that, you know, if you're spawning from the east, then the K line is kind of favored for the team that is coming from there, though Monster doing a good job of gaining information. Big hit coming into one of the tanks by Triple MC here. Ponsky already down to 1700. Marcel getting spotted out in that I-7. Can they actually connect on him? I don't think so, as they're fully on the move, but that is actually a lot of tanks here by Triple MC, and it seems like Hit and Run is starting to respect this. They're starting to trail back a bit, to go a hold down, to start to pull more forces in towards that area, possibly hoping for a shootout.
Yeah. Well, whilst Yuhei keeps on pushing around, there's still 2 tanks left on the base, which is not going to be particularly great, seeing as Hit and Run are starting to rotate all of their resources there. So maybe just a battle at the river would be great between the IS-7 and the 6TP, just to delay that return. And then from Matcha, I don't know where's the S-Kong thinking that the enemy will come from, because they're all been already spotted. They know of the presence.
I think LA Tank might have bitten off more than he can chew here. That is 4 enemy tanks that he's fighting against. He's double-tracked. He's down and out of the game. And the counter-push immediately starting to get sounded by the tanks of Hit and Run. The first tank was picked up, and now Yuhei, the next one on the chopping board. The Hit and Run tanks once again doing a beautiful job of isolating tank after tank on the enemy team. Yuhei down towards 493. That is going to take at maximum 2 more shots to remove him from the game. In the meantime, Aryu in the middle, not finding a huge lot of success either against Kubash. Yes, Marcel is down towards a one-shot, but he's keeping himself safe. So, yeah, Mori-chan looking very good, and Minaris from the backlines with that Batcher, putting in shot after shot. Just picture perfect gameplay here. He does have 5 shots available. That was the 4th, and now we'll see, is he going to have the perfect clip? He does not.
Yeah. Look, all I'm going to say is why all this was played by Triple MC. They're the ones on the defense. They could have played it for the long game. They could have set up the perimeter. They had even the S-Kong for that very same thing, but the S-Kong not rotating, so Macha was basically absolutely useless for that whole round. Then the whole push by the 277s, the moment they got spotted, why not turn around? Why not set yourself up to receive the push? You're the one on the defense. A Hit and Run have to come to you instead. But what we saw is absolute in the bin. If APAC was a joke before, they're now an even bigger joke.
I mean, first of all, we'll also have to criticize the team of Hit and Run here, namely Minaros, for not doing the perfect Batchat clip. But at that point, we are, you know, nitpicking. It is a good round of attack that is being played by Hit and Run, but it's being made easy by a team of Morichan that once again have a very, very one-dimensional strategy. And then I think it is also the individual player mistakes of the tanks that were playing close towards the K1 position here. I mean, not necessarily Yuhei, I don't think you can blame him. He was doing the good thing by going
it's a collective issue.
No, Yuhei was doing it good by going in towards the corner. The other one that went close was the problem.
Well, that is going to be that. It's a 3-1 today for Hit and Run, and well, some savage words from you, Cthulhu. But I
mean, it is what it is, really.
That was, I think, a bit the disappointment about his boys speaking from him.
Look, at this point, as a APAC, I can't even be called enjoyer at this point, really, because of all this faffle. But look, I gotta say, it is a disappointment. Yes, I am Madge. Madge probably beyond all recognition at this point. And look, from Mori-Chan, seeing as, you know, back at the ANZ as well, we were all talking about, you know, JPL was considered one of the higher ones in terms of their performance. They're the ones that would come up with a whole lot of very spicy strats against ANZ. And then you're looking at that performance, that is something that you would probably see, you know, you pick 5 people from random battles, bring them into the training room. That's the strats that they would bring out, and it's, I don't know, it blows my mind.
They brought the W gaming. They thought it was for W for win, but it was actually W for W key. So that's where they found themselves. Obviously, as you said, bit off a little bit
to the airport.
Bit off a little bit more than they could chew. I think you need to.
Oh my God!
He needs to have a chill pill.
I mean, Cthulhu woke up today and chose violence.
No, the problem is he hasn't had enough sleep. I think at this point he's getting tired. He's getting grumpy. The old man wants to go to bed. He's just firing shots off.
Left,
matter.
right, and center.
Yeah.
He's like, anyway,
I started blasting.
Yeah. Just don't let him on the desk tomorrow when Mori-Chan is playing their games. But what about we hear from Yuki Hand? I mean, you've got to be happy with that for hit and run.
I mean, first of all, for EU, obviously a pretty good day. I mean, there were some questions to be raised regarding the first round. No, there were some questions to be raised regarding what Opur was doing, going 3-2. But at the end, also we are looking at a 4-0 regarding matches for EU, so I'm quite happy there. Not so happy for the other region that I'm also here for, that is North America. For them, it is a 0-2, and I've actually been asked by others to say that no, North America is not the third EU seed. They are their own region.
Yes, I think that's fair enough. I think we've always considered them just a step below Europe, unfortunately for the North American fans. The question is going to be, are they also now a step below China? But that's a conversation that we'll have to have tomorrow.
I'm happy to welcome them to the APAC ring as well.
Yep. I mean, look, I don't know if they'll be too keen on being involved in that one, but there you go. You get your post-game stats, and it's been a very decisive victory again from Hit and Run, although maybe not as decisive as we would have expected. They still did drop one round, so...
And in that first round, essentially are the issues that I want to highlight here. This is what needs to sound the alarm bells for the team of Hit and Run, because yes, they were probably not approaching it as seriously as other matches, I think is a realistic assumption to make. But then again, you cannot afford blunders like this on a stage like this. You cannot drive seeing eye in towards crossfires in between side-scraping 705As and also DPMing E5s. Like, if there ever was a recipe for disaster, that is certainly it. Hopefully they're going to learn from it, that they can't stay like this especially. But yeah, obviously pretty good performance afterwards. Some questions to be raised, but in the end, yeah, Kubash there, the MVP, he certainly earned it as well. Confidently smiling into the camera there. And overall, I would say an interesting day, number one. Not too many upsets. I would say kind of went as expected. The biggest question that I had was essentially, how was the NA team going to stack up towards the Chinese teams?
Yep.
I think there is a second part of the answer that we'll have to wait and look for tomorrow, possibly. Yep. But as for now, we have to conclude, I think, that, NA did have problems.
They definitely did. I'd have to agree with you. Look, I only got one of my predictions wrong, which was the Mori-Chan versus Gcat prediction. That one was a bit more of a Hail Mary than anything else. So I would tend to agree in that I would say most of the games kind of played out, at least the result went the way that we expected, though the scoreline maybe in some cases not necessarily. I'm looking particularly at Opur in that first game against Falcons, 3-2. I think that's a very positive looking sign for Falcons, not to mention obviously the fact that they did get that dub over Smile. So, you know, based on day one, based on the group stage, how much can you read? We get to see every single team play twice. It's a good representation, but with that said, a lot can change, I think, going through that double elim bracket. Teams will have overnight to figure out what they want to sort of adapt, how they want to improve. They're going to know their match for tomorrow at this stage of the tournament as well. So hopefully that's going to give them some prep time to come into tomorrow's match looking fit and fight and ready. So a big question mark, I guess, for me is whether or not Smile will be able to make an improvement upon today.
Yeah, I think another question would be just how far would Falcons be able to run? Because I'm definitely keeping my eyes out on them, because they managed to show us actually a pretty solid, pretty phenomenal performance overall, plus the crowd buff as well, been quite rather big. And look, I mean, yeah, we do meme on Smile, we do meme on NA, but overall, like, this is a pretty monumental already beginning for a Chinese team in general on the global stage as it is. So look, big congrats for Falcons, first of all. Definitely keen to see how will Smile be able to, if they will be able to wiggle themselves out of the bit of a predicament that they've managed to get themselves into. And look, after that, Maybe, well, it's like a sliver of hope for China and EU finals, maybe even.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see, and I wouldn't say for NA that it's necessarily their team underperforming. I would perhaps also put the possibility on the table that it is just the Chinese teams being so much better than maybe some of the European, some of the North American teams expected them to be.
Yep.
Because like it always takes two, and like for example in a match like that we just saw, right, where you are currently a bit upset. I would say it's safe to say with how you saw your team play, how you saw Morichan perform. But like it always takes two. Morichan, maybe some of the mistakes they did previously in some of the ANZPL or JPL, maybe some of those mistakes just didn't get exposed, didn't get punished. And then when you come against a team like Hit and Run, that basically if you give them a finger, they will take your whole arm and cut it off. That is something entirely else, and something that would have looked cool and would have looked good in their own respective region. Just on this kind of stage, on this kind of level, it just gets punished.
Yeah, fair enough. You get exposed against the better teams. That's how it's supposed to be. Yeah. One other factor that we haven't talked about just yet is that as of this point onwards, now the minimum game length is going to be best of 7. So going into tomorrow, best of 7s. Going into the grand final, which will be a best of 9, but obviously for the vast majority, best of 7s. So it gives you a little bit of extra wiggle room to play with, which again should make those quote-unquote upsets less likely to happen. Let's say, for example, Falcon versus Mal was actually an upset. Well, they're going to have to actually continue that run a little bit longer in the series to actually get the win there. It'll make things like Mori-Chan up against Smile a particularly interesting matchup for me. Opua versus Falcons. What if Falcons, with an extra map in the back pocket, could have potentially had a little bit more to play with? But either way, that's enough discussion from us. Got to head down to the stage for an interview.
环节正好旁边呢是刚刚赢下比赛的来自我们的 Hit and Run 战队的 Kubas， 欢迎你。然后先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Please say hello to the audience.
Hello.
很简短，很简短的选择，感觉他平常是不是一个惜字如金的人？
So you just say a very few words. So you would like to introduce yourself a little bit?
So hello, I'm Kubas. I'm playing for Hit and Run. So I'm from Poland, like my old teammates, and it's nice to be with you today.
好，大家好，我是来自 Hit and Run 的 Kubas。那我们是来自波兰的一支队伍，非常高兴能够来到这里和大家会面。
好，能感觉到其实库巴兹应该是一个比较就是不是特别容易去表达自己的现在心情的这样的一个男生，就感觉是一个这样的。更多的时间其实反而是把很多的情感会藏在心里面。那其实今天呢，我们可以看到，我们今天的相对来说选手会比较辛苦嘛，从1点钟开始，可能早上很早就是要来彩排，然后来一直努力到今天晚上的最后一场是他们。那这个长时间的话，会不会对你们的一个比赛的时候，在精力上会稍微的在最后的时候会感觉到有一些累？
So you have been preparing for this game since 1 p.m. today. So do you think you're a little bit tired? So it will have some impacts on your game performance.
So basically, mostly like the waiting time for our last game made quite an impact for us. I think like all my teammates, including me, feel tired already, and as probably you could see, we choked in the first round, so we were 1-0, but yeah, it was the main reason.
那确实啊，我们在等待第2把比赛之前呢，也等了很长一段时间，确实是对我们的比赛表现有一定的影响。我们确实也觉得有一些累了。那正如你们所见，我们在第1把对战隔壁队的时候，确实就有一些失利嘛。我觉得可能也是因为这方面的原因。
那其实呢，在整个的电竞的职业当中，大家都说嘛，体力其实是对一个职业选手在最后的最大的一个挑战。你不管你在面临什么样的情况下，其实你都是需要在非常短的时间之内去集中精力，然后去做出一个最精准的判断。所以在我们刚才的最后一场比赛当中，你会看到他们其实会打得非常节奏很快，而且甚至是在一些打法上没有给对方更多的思考和一些喘息的一个机会。那这种一种打法的话，是你觉得它会成为你们的一种接下来对战当中一种常态吗？
So you're playing very aggressive, especially in the last match. So do you think it will be your normal gameplay style in the following days?
So basically, I think we are the team that likes to play aggressive. That's our main play style. We don't really like to let our enemies have time to think what we want to do. So yeah, you can expect from us that we will play very aggressive in every single round.
我觉得我们一直以来打法都是比较激进的，我们的战略就是不要让对方有喘息的机会，要乘胜追击。
好，那其实呢，我觉得快很准反而是我们现在黑 and run 战队一个非常好的这样的一个打法的一个证明。那其实呢，也会是最后的一个问题是这样的，我就觉得在整个今天的整个的过程当中嘛，也是在最后的几场比赛结束完了之后，很多人都说你们可能是在未来夺冠当中的一个大热门。那你觉得谁可能会是你接下来你觉得最大的敌手？
So you're one of the most favorite teams. Who do you think is your biggest rival in this competition?
From today's matches, Falcons looks like a really strong team. Also, Opur, like our main rival from EU server. Also, Smile looks a little off, but they are really strong team. Both teams from our group. Also, maybe it was not their day, so you can't really tell like one opponent you were playing against, but we will see. Like tomorrow's days will show what the enemies have can.
Especially against Opur?
Well, maybe especially against Opur because we know each other very well. So yeah, it's hard to really like predict what they can do. They are really strong enemies.
那么从今天的表现来看呢，我们觉得 Falcon 是一支很强的队伍。那同时呢，我们也非常期待能够和 Opur 还有 Smile 对战，尤其是 Opur， 就是我们其实是欧洲赛区已经很熟悉的老朋友了，所以也非常期待能够在明后天的比赛当中能够和他们能够强对抗。
好的，那最后呢，也是非常感谢我们的库巴接受我们的采访，也期待你们在接下来回去好好休息，补充一下精力，希望明天的比赛继续加油。
So have a good rest tonight and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
好，谢谢，掌声送给我们的库巴，谢谢。好，那我们稍事休息，把我们的画面交还给我们的评论席。
All right, I'll tell you what, that is a man that's just trying to cover all of his bases. He's really not trying to get on anybody's bad side after that interview because, look, hey, everyone could be good, but we'll have to wait and see tomorrow.
Exactly. That's basically me when I'm doing my predictions. It's like, no, don't predict 3-0. It's going to go wrong. And, well, I predicted 3-0 in that last match we just saw, and surprise, surprise, it did go wrong.
On the other hand, on the other side of the coin, we have this guy over here who's firing shots all over the place. He's ready to go. So, I mean, that's good to see. And I tell you what, we're ready to go tomorrow as well. We've got our matches sorted out. We've got, everyone's all in their spots, and I'm sure we'll be getting to that discussion in just a second with a couple of the graphics. But day one is done, guys, and I guess the quick and dirty recap. EU on top, China in the middle, NA and APAC down the bottom. That's where we find ourselves sitting.
Down at the bottom, but not in the gutter yet. I think is the most important.
At least according to the interview, it kind of depends on who you ask,
and also according to Cthulhu.
As far as Cthulhu's concerned, they're not even at the event anymore. We might as well send them home. It's all over. Don't even worry about it. But yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if that's exactly what we would have expected. I think I would have maybe hoped to see a little bit more from the North American squad at least, but. Europe definitely living up to expectations. China debatably exceeding expectations based on day one. So that's been kind of fun.
Well, yeah. That's basically the case. I think, yeah, that would be the biggest headline really of day one is that China beating NA is definitely comfortably as well. Yeah, that was a pretty dominating scoreline as well. That's probably the biggest one really to come out of this because, yeah, EU we were kind of expecting. APAC sort of, yeah, we were, even before the broadcast, we were kind of memeing about, like, like, when do we buy them the tickets back at this point? And overall, look, yeah, at the end of the day, about APAC, I am quite disappointed and fair call because it is a noticeable difference even in terms of the execution. The level of complexity as well differs. But for the Chinese teams, whether it's Gcat or Falcons, this has been a really pleasant surprise from them.
Yeah, indeed. I think we'll be taking a look at the results from today in just a minute in case you missed it. But obviously there's a fair bit going on that you still need to be aware of, and that'll be all coming up tomorrow. Now, here is where we sit at the end of the day. We had a very close opening game, 3-2, Apor just getting the victory over Falcon. And one might even argue that was down to a favorable tiebreaker where they got the defense on
Then
lines.
again, they knew that they were going to get that tiebreaker, so one might argue that game number 4 wasn't the most important one there. And other than that, the matches we just saw, Gcat beating out Mori-chan 3-1. Then Smile losing their second match of the day against Falcons 3-1. Falcons, in my opinion, sort of shaping up to be kind of the dark horse, the good surprise of the tournament, and then obviously here in the last match, Hit and Run beating out against Mori-chan. That leaves us with the 2 groups here, with the 2 results. EU topping the group in both, and China in the middle, and then APAC and North America, or rather the other way around, respectively, in spot number 3, leaving us with the matches tomorrow. Obviously, Opur against Gcat, Hit and Run against Falcons, and then in the lower bracket, we'll be waiting for the loser of those 2, respectively, Smile and Mori-chan. So whoever is going to lose in between Opur and Gcat is going to face Smile, I believe, and whoever is going to lose in between Falcons and Hit and Run is going to meet Mori-chan. So Mori-chan, obviously, they've had not the best of days, and it's not going to get better tomorrow, I don't think, because they're going to be facing off against the loser of China's first seed against Europe's first seed.
Yeah, it doesn't get much more difficult than that, I suppose, but at the end of the day, that's what they're going to have to deal with. That's what you essentially reap what you sow, is kind of what I'm trying to say here, right?
Yeah.
You set yourself up for this kind of a position with the results that you had on day 1. Unfortunately, they didn't go your way. Makes life difficult for the rest of the tournament. Important to note that we will be kicking off at the same time tomorrow as well. So if
morning EU time, late night NA, possibly pretty good times.
Pretty good for us in APAC. It was what, 7:45 UTC +1. So figure that out for yourself at home. Here local time, we kicked off at 2 p.m. So in ANZ,
the stream and the first games were like 3 p.m.
3
I believe.
p.m. Yeah. So for Aussies, that would be 5 p.m.-ish.
That's pretty cool. 7 p.m.
Yeah, for Asia Pacific. So that's pretty good. I mean, it makes sense. Obviously, we are in China, so anyway, on a similar time zone, we'll be in a pretty good spot.
All right, then I think that for the day is mostly it. There is a couple more things that we need to highlight, and that is obviously, first of all, a huge thanks towards 360, who are the company that is producing World of Tanks in China, for making, well, all of this possible here. I mean, it's absolutely awesome to be in a stadium, to be casting with you guys. It is a true blast. Thanks to both of you. And then obviously thanks also to the sponsors that 360 has brought here, which is Oros. And then obviously we are going to be racing. We're going to be doing a Neo towards our beds very soon.
Yes, indeed. Look, I mean, we'll give a quick shout out, of course, to all of those sponsors, but yeah, for me, Cthulhu, looking forward to tomorrow, and hoping that we're going to get to see some pretty competitive results again.
Are we going to be allowed to put you on towards the Mori-chan match, or?
All right,
booked.
Cthulhu on the Mori-chan match tomorrow. That's what we all want to see, and that's what you want to see. But I think for us, that is it. Done and dusted. Thank you very much for joining us for day 1 of WCI 2023, and we look forward to catching up with you again tomorrow.